have some kind of appreciate that.
Yeah, and the fireworks together.
That's cool.
I guess for time. Everybody ready? We're all set here. Okay, Fred, would you give us a opening prayer, please?
Our Father in heaven, it's our privilege to be here in council this morning. We invite thy Spirit to be in attendance so we may be able to use wisdom and judgment in dealing with the matters of the county this day. We're thankful for the opportunity to sit in the positions that we occupy and for those in our divisions and the support that they give us. We are thankful for the time of year that it is, and we pray for weather conditions such to be favorable for the crops and the gardens and the pasture, that we'll be deserving of these blessings. And we're thankful for this good land that we live in and for the freedoms that we enjoy and for the benefits that it provides. And these things we pray for at this time in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Okay, on the agenda, I just talked to Marion Beezer. She asked to be on the agenda and make a comment on the land use bylaw instead of a letter. Often we'll do letters attached. She'd like to make a comment instead. I think we got a problem with that. Okay, so when we come to her, we'll let her make a comment then. Okay, motion on the agenda. Fred to approve the agenda. Any more discussion? All agreed. The approval of council meeting minutes. Okay, any changes to what we?
There was one typo that on the, I didn't write it down, but it's on the motion for what is it, Public Works, or the 15, it's marked down as 14 instead of 15. Last one on the, for who made it. That was all I could see.
Anything else? You would like to make, what you got that, Cam?
Oh, I never got the agenda, so I'm just going through it real quick.
Okay. Anyone like to make a motion on that? Okay, Mike Luce to approve the council meeting minutes of July 8th, 2013. Any more discussion? All agreed? RCMP's at 9:30. We have the one hearing at 10. What's that again? Okay, so I suggest we jump to 6.1, Reeve Jensen.
We probably need to have the public hearing at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right, sorry about it.
6.2.
Okay, let's go to, well, let's jump to the land use bylaw, 6.2 then. Looks like we've got a little time. Okay, Ms. Beezer, you do have a couple minutes just to tell us what you think.
Well, I'm a little emotional because on the way into town we come across a bad accident. Dennis Broadhead, people hadn't stopped. People hadn't stopped. And so we ran quickly and got the police. So it really goes quickly into what I'm going to say. You know something, my life has been quite unique. Some years back, one of the German key scientists came to live in our home. He was a very prestigious man. He was a student of Einstein and 14 other Nobel Prize winners. He had been brought over with 240 of the top German key scientists after World War II. He was a member of the New York Academy of Science. He spoke 5 languages fluently. He had 5 doctorate degrees. He was consultant to the Scripps Institute, the Salk Institute, had helped the men go to the moon. He was in World's Who's Who. But this didn't make him the great man that he was. And his life started out in Germany, and he had opposed Hitler. Hitler systematically knocked out any opposition that was rising in Germany. He had gone to a concentration camp because he'd helped out 11 Jewish families, and he was not Jewish himself, but they wanted his brain. And he was punished because he had done it for humanitarian reasons. One of the cute stories that I love to tell about him is when he got out of the concentration camp, he marched down a long corridor and he was forced to salute to a life-size picture of Hitler and say, "I am sorry for what I've done to you, my country, and my Fuhrer." And under his breath, he'd say, "Kiss my ass." He was a German scientist that made Michael X. The Germans were out of mica. As he lived with us for many years, and we were to avail ourselves because he was retired professor emeritus at San Diego State, I asked him, why did Hitler gain the control that he had gained in Germany? And he said he did something very clever. He passed little laws that people could judge each other on, and then they would report, and they began to fight with each other. And he said then they called in the brown shirts and the Gestapo. As I've read over some of the laws that you men have put in, and I know all of you haven't, they are petty laws that will cause distension among their neighbors. Now, I come from Boundary Creek. My roots are from Boundary Creek. My grandmother was a midwife in Boundary Creek. My mother was raised there. So I know the history of Boundary Creek very well. And one of the great things that made Boundary Creek great were the neighbors and how they treated each other. If you go ahead and just look at land and not the people that live on the land, then we're going to have the same condition here, which one great philosopher repeated. If you don't learn from the past, you are destined to repeat it. The most precious thing to me is my neighbors. And if we pass laws that are petty, like how high the roof is supposed to be, and how many people you're allowed to have in your home and stay overnight, and you're not allowed to have more than 2 old vehicles on the place. Is this what we've come to? Is this what I'm wearing today? It means so little. In fact, I think it's all. My poppy, I lost relatives. Shane Hansen, some of my relatives died defending your land. And so we are saying that the land is more important than people. You know something, every so often we have plagues that sweep through and kill people. We don't have that kind of population in Canada. Why are we making people's lives hard? People that are struggling to try to live. I think that everybody needs to take a good look at what they have put down and see what kind of the far-reaching problems that this is going to be. And I, for one, coming up in November to pay homage to many relatives of mine that died in the war. And I'm sure there's not one of you that haven't lost relatives, you know, in the wars. And it's time for us to stand up and take a look at what we're doing here. And so there's something that's far more reaching than just passing petty laws so that you can send somebody out. I read once where in that thing, you know, that people were sent to jail or fined $10,000. Well, that's exactly what Hitler did. And pretty soon nobody trusted each other. And guess what they did? They took streetcars or they hitchhiked out to the forest so they could even talk to each other. So it's time that this land will be here a long time after we're dead. And there'll still be land. You know, people weren't made for land. Land was made for people. So we need to start taking a look and looking at our own personal agendas about what we're saying. And you know something? Nobody had a finer heritage than Boundary Creek. And it wasn't the land. It was the feeling that the people had, that were neighbors, that helped each other. And Bobby Veer said to me, he said, "Marion, my oldest brother was delivered by your grandmother." So my heritage does go back, and that's what I want to say. Start to consider the spiritual repercussions of what you're doing here. It's not just cut and dried. We need to take a real hard look at things. Thanks.
So you're talking about the land use bylaw? You think
I'm talking about some of the petty laws that I read there, you know, about, and they're very petty. So, you know, I haven't had a chance to go through everything, but what smacked to me really hard was that those little petty laws that you were passing was going to cause enormous problems with people and their neighbors in the future. They're gonna be tattling on each other. And you know something? No matter who you elect, you know, there's no such thing as fairness in that. The more government you have, the more trouble you have. So you turn neighbors against neighbors, and that's just exactly what Hitler did. And Dr. Walter said, you wait, because he said those problems will come to you in your own communities, and you'll have to make decisions over it. So I suggest that some of you start studying history and see exactly how somebody like Hitler came to power. And a man like that stood against, helped out 11 Jewish families. And then they just passed one law and then another and another. Who's passing these laws?
Did you understand that was a draft?
You know something? I was disappointed in the draft, and I thought it was a waste of our money. To draft little petty laws like that? You mean to tell me that intelligent men and women can't look at those laws and see that there's no common sense in a lot of them? I sure can.
Well, there was...
I don't believe that you can, that I think that whole thing needs to be totally redone. I don't think you can take something
Absolutely.
that is so totally rotten and improve it.
That's what
and I know that there are men here that have stood against that.
If you'll excuse me and let me say, there's a purpose why it was a draft. And the concepts that were presented was for response.
Well, the
And we
response
started-
was enormous, wasn't
Please
it?
just remember, the response process is part of the process that we go through to get public input. And we received public input, and we're in the process of making some changes to the draft, and you'll have another chance to look at it again.
You know something, we do
Until we
not
get
want
it right.
changes to that draft. We want a whole new draft. You can't take something that is so rotten and improve on it. Because that whole thing is rotten. And it was done with the wrong spirit, too. You prayed here.
Beg your pardon?
You prayed over this meeting. And how have your prayers been answered? There is no spiritual input to those laws that you put in there. So how can you draft something that had no spirit right to start with? And what should have been considered is, was it a burden on the people? That should have been number one. And how would it cause, you know, what would happen to the neighbors, to each other? Like I had the choice this morning of either coming here or turning back and helping a fellow man. I didn't know who he was.
Well,
But you know, I went down there. So I don't believe that you can take something that was so totally devoid of spirit and repair it. Because it had no spirit right to start with.
Well,
So it should be thrown out.
That's your-
And that should be thrown, excuse me, I'm speaking. It should have been thrown out and redone. It should be closed and redone. Because it was done by the wrong spirit. And that's what I've got to say today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So anyone else have any comments you want to make about the proposed land use bylaw?
If I may,
No, we'll just keep it in here for right now then.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I still think we should resend it, so I don't think there's enough time to work on it for the election.
Is that a motion?
I'll wait for comments, but I'm prepared to make that motion.
Okay. Any more comments?
well, in regards to the land use bylaw, I wanted to put forth a motion that we not proceed with second or third reading until we have opportunity to look at the information that we received from our public hearing and that we make adjustments. I personally feel that we need to be somewhere between the two books, absolutely. I feel that we need to make changes, corrections, adjustments as according to the information that we received, that we need to engage again in open houses and be able to take the open houses into each division. If there's opportunity to double up one or two divisions for essence of time, I would be in favor of that. And we need to be able to keep the dialogue open with the ratepayers and to gather more input and have opportunity to discuss what the intent is and make the necessary adjustments, and then perhaps have another public hearing to formalize the process of gathering our information before we go ahead with second or third reading on this bylaw.
Anyone else have any comments you want to make?
Ken?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think maybe in a orderly fashion, I can make my motion to rescind. If that's defeated, then we can go to Fred's motion. If that's agreeable to council.
And that would be a motion, recorded vote, I presume?
If you'd like, doesn't matter. Sure.
So we have a motion on the floor to rescind the first reading.
So, and you're asking for recorded
A
vote?
recorded vote?
Sure.
I mean, haven't we had this motion already?
We have, it may be a waste of time. You're right, if the positions are hardened, it could be a waste of time.
As long as it's an agenda item, every council, it's a legitimate motion.
I mean, I just feel, you know, we've already started to try to work on taking some of the negative things out of our bylaw. I mean, I think we should continue to do that, like Fred said. I mean, I haven't had anybody complain about the zonings. I mean, I think the zonings are better than the last bylaw we had. Only thing is that, like I say, there were some negative things in there, like prohibited objects in yards, stuff like that. You know, we are in the process of removing them. And, you know, I think it'd be better to move forward with the, you know, and continue to work on it.
I
Dennis?
think though, one of the biggest things we heard, that I heard at that, is if we are going to be doing anything in the future, we should be going to the public first, not what we think the public wants, and then take it to the public. So if you want to do that, I won't argue with you. But let's have the open houses first, not after we make all our changes and do what we think the people want. Let's go to them and do what they want. Yes, we know there's some things they don't like, maybe there's some other things they do want put in. But we can go and take our bylaw, if they can make notes in one, give us some copy what they like, make some notes, make some changes, show us what they do or don't like. We can bring it back here and then go from there. But I think we need that public input first.
Well, I think we need to have that, engage that process, we absolutely do, but I think we need to be able to have listened from the information that we gathered, make some adjustments, come up with some kind of a draft with some information to take. And whether we start again, there's a lot of things I think we need to be unified. I know that there's a lot of things that we heard. I think we need to show the public that we have heard those items and that we have made adjustments, and there are some things that need to be thrown out. Totally.
I agree with that to a point, but now we're gonna have a new bylaw. Everyone's gotta go home and learn it, because we're gonna hear all the same comments coming back. Why not save our time, get the input once, and then fix it? Why us go through and try to fix it, and then we go to the open house and they tell us, well, we want those things fixed. Well, then we've wasted everybody's time, because everyone's not gonna have the time to read the 300 pages again and pick out all of our little changes. So let's go to the people first.
Well,
I think that's what we had a public hearing for, is to hear what the people
They
had to
told
say.
us they told us what they don't like about it.
Yeah.
So why don't we go to them and find out what they want in it?
well, I think we can accomplish that second time around.
I think you're looking for a quick vote out, if that's what you're not even listening to people, Fred.
We are listening to them. How can we say we're not listening to people?
A lot of them are misinformed. We heard clearly on several issues, things that they definitely didn't want us in their yards, and there were several things that they didn't appreciate about what was presented. And we need to make those changes and say, hey, that's gone, that's not an issue anymore. And trying to alleviate a lot of the concern that they have. If we go back to now with no change, then they're going to get the attitude or impression that we didn't.
We're not going back to a public hearing, we're going back to some public houses and saying, what do you want us
I
to
think
do?
we need to do both. We need to go to the open house process again, open the dialogue, have the discussion, show them the changes, get more information from them, and then we can still make more changes before we come up with the second draft, before it goes to another public hearing. So
Start
that you
over.
have something with some issues in it.
I disagree with you.
The only other comment that I wanted to make is that you're suggesting that we rescind first reading?
Correct.
Okay, I'm not clear, and I wish, and I asked for clarity on this the last meeting that we had. I don't know if you can rescind first reading in the sense that we have to give everything first reading in order to take it to the public. And if you want to squash this bylaw, this proposed draft bylaw, I think that has to be done in second or third reading, that you can't rescind first reading. And you can't rescind something that isn't in place. In other words, any bylaw that I've seen that was rescinded was something that was in place as a bylaw, and then you rescind the bylaw. So I'm not clear on the process here, and I asked for some clarity on that in our last meeting.
Yeah, we can take a possible bylaw to the public without having the first reading. We have open houses, don't have to have first reading to take.
It's very
Isn't that
clear
right?
in the MGA, the process that we have to go through
It is.
to change a land use bylaw. Okay.
Any comments from the administration on that? I'm under the impression, you're right, it is not a current bylaw. All it was in order for it to be a bylaw, you have to have 3 distinct readings.
Right.
Okay. So we gave it 1 distinct reading.
We had
My
to.
impression.
We have to.
Right.
To take it to the public, we have to.
That's the process, I agree.
That's not an option.
I agree. My understanding is we can rescind that and it's struck from the books.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I'm looking for clarification also.
Well, yeah, because you can't rescind something that isn't in place.
We
He's
can.
not rescinding the bylaw.
I'm rescinding first reading. I never said anything about the bylaw, I'm just
Okay,
saying
well,
bylaw, first
I-
reading.
The thing is, we did ask for input last council, and they don't think we've got it again.
My understanding, you can continue on, you can defeat it at second reading, or you can rescind first reading. I could be mistaken, I would like some clarification.
Yes, that's all I asked for last meeting.
Well, kind of like what Spencer gave you a lot of input last council meeting. We looked it up and it doesn't really say anything about first readings. It doesn't no mention on rescinding anything about first or second readings. So there's nothing out there that says you can or can't rescind a first reading. I think the better option probably would be to file something, and that way it's done. But I don't know if you can
How's that
rescind.
done? So if you file it, what does that mean?
It's still on the books though, isn't it?
Well, it's on the books, but it's not
active.
It's not active.
Right.
I mean, like you said, everything we read the Robert's Rule of, doesn't mention anything about rescinding any first readings or second readings. It's just the bylaw itself when it's in place.
So if we file it, it'd come up again next month?
It would not come up the next month until council asks for it.
But if we rescind it, or I guess
It'd be the same thing. If
It would be
you
gone.
rescinded it,
Yeah.
it'd be gone, it'd be the same thing.
until council has to bring it back up.
Right,
But if we do second reading and it gets defeated, then
It's gone, yeah.
it's done.
That's
Until
correct.
council
Brings it back up again. To me, I don't see any difference.
Yeah, there's no difference. I just said, everything we looked at, there's nothing that ever says you can rescind a first reading.
Doesn't say you can't,
Doesn't say you can, doesn't say, yeah.
Okay.
It's
Clear
just not
as
clear.
mud, there we go.
Clear as
Exactly.
Hey, Mike, anything you want to say?
No, I just think that something should be mentioned about, I've heard this over and over, and we've mentioned that, and I'm not talking about in council, but this, a year in jail or $10,000 fine, that's not something that council has put in. That's something that the provincial government, and the provincial people should be going to the provincial
We know
government and getting
that.
that taken out.
We know
I mean,
that. We don't have to put it in ours though.
It's in our
it's
own now.
required, that and it is already.
It's
in our-
currently-
Such hard codes.
Pardon
Then don't
me?
make so hard codes then.
I'm sorry.
Don't make such hard codes that it applies to them.
Yeah,
Like how high the house is and how many vehicles you got in your yard. or
What
whatever
kind of
relatives
siding
can
and what
say.
kind of roofing and what kind of roads I live under this in work.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion by council here? Did you want to change your motion?
No,
Same motion?
I'm fine with it.
Motion to rescind the first reading. Okay, so all in favor, raise your hands. Record vote, all opposed. Any other motions we want to make?
I think Fred had one there.
Fred had one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can make a motion though to tell us we can't do another motion.
All I'm
I think all
asking
you can
is
do
that
is
we do
defer.
not proceed with second or third reading until, there must be a process identified here, and we're missing that point.
I think.
In other words, we
I-
go through first reading, which gives us the right to take it to the public.
I think
which
Murray
we
hit it
have
on the
to.
head though. You can file it and it doesn't come back up until you ask for it to come back up.
Well, if we didn't begin to update the 98 bylaw, on our land use bylaw, if we didn't begin that trail, then I don't know why we're here at it today having this discussion that we are. Because I think there's a process that we have to go through. First reading takes it to the public. We have open houses, we have a public hearing. Now, the public hearing must serve a purpose. And I think that the public hearing is a formal method or approach of gathering information from the ratepayer in response to the draft bylaw, okay? Then I think once you have that public hearing, then I think it's our responsibility to reassemble that information, make whatever adjustments we feel and deem necessary and required to be able to implement and put back into the draft bylaw and come up with something friendly to the point that the public are willing to accept. And then I think there must be a process in which to take that back and work through it to get it to an acceptable state. Now,
I'm not arguing, I agree with you, I'm just.
and if that can't happen, then why do we have a public hearing? Why do we gather input from the public if we can't apply it applicably to the proposed draft bylaw? I mean, there's got to be a purpose, there's got to be a flow, and there should be a process to move this forward in a nature such that you can get it to a state that it goes to second or third reading. And at that point in time, then it can be either passed or defeated. And so I think there's a process here that we need to follow, that we just don't take it to a certain level and then pitch it. Because then we haven't listened to our people. We haven't taken the opportunity to make our adjustments. We haven't fulfilled our responsibility to the ratepayer in order to work with them to try and see if it can be acceptable or not. And I don't think we've come to that point yet. And that's why I'm suggesting that we have that privilege and opportunity to make those adjustments, have privilege and opportunity to take it back to the public, and I suggest open houses and get their input and more suggestion, because they obviously overlooked the first opportunity to do that. And I think there's a chance that we need to be able to set misinformation that they are receiving and reacting on that isn't accurate. Nowhere in that book does it limit a number of vehicles on a property. It makes a specification that they're not allowed within the first 100 feet is all. It has no limitation as to how many you have. It just says you can't have them in the first 100 feet. That's just one issue. And there are many, and several of them, that they are misinformed because they haven't done their own homework and they've trusted somebody else's hearsay. Now, I think we need to take it back, take it to the people, get their reaction, bring it to a point where we can go to another public hearing, gather that information, and then go, whatever the process is, there's got to be a process here.
I think I'm actually on the same page with you, other than I think we need to reevaluate the process where we need to get to that. And which is, like I said, we're on the same page, I think, but I think that the new drafts can be significantly different. That's why I voted to rescind this one. I do think we need to have public hearings, or not public hearings, open houses in every area, so that we can hear what the people have to say, and then come back. So I agree. I just, to me, then that's why I wanted to rescind it, because I believe the new draft will be significantly different. So
I don't know what point in time you draw the line and say that is.
I don't know.
So, and so.
Yeah, I don't believe we're doing the public service by throwing it out and starting. We've got to start every day. It's not very popular, but we change it until people are satisfied. And I don't see how it helps to throw it out and then start that same process over. You know, which we can do now with the existing. When we go to the public or the information meetings, we gather information like what Brett said, and then get it into the situation where we feel that it will be make the public happy. Or, you know, I mean, you're never going to make everybody happy. But, there's definitely lots of things in there that needs to be changed, but we've got a start, and we change.
Well, I think we're taking it to a big enough change, like Cam said, that we should go back to a first reading and do it.
Well, we have to go back to a first reading after we have the open houses and get in.
And to
make
me,
all the
that,
changes.
to me, that's why I made the motion I did, because I believe that.
And I just think it shows that we're rescinding it. I'm not saying take that book and throw it in the garbage.
No, but why can't we take that book and work with it?
We would.
After
But we'd
we
take
rescind
it
it,
to-
that don't make sense to me.
You don't need to rescind to do that.
We're already in that process, that we can change whatever needs to be changed in there to make it acceptable, and
don't-
we've got to start.
See us making another first reading, like what's another first reading for then? We've already got a first reading.
Well,
We just said
we don't
need
need
to
to.
go.
When we change, with all the changes, then you have another first reading. We can have as many first readings as we want. Or many, not first readings, we can have as many public hearings.
Public hearings on the first
And
reading.
until we don't get a bunch of people upset about it, I'm prepared to make as many, have as many. I mean,
I want
maybe
the
I won't be in.
opportunity to have that discussion and make those adjustments, I really do. We need to.
We
be
had quite a bit of
opportunities.
input on the public hearing. Why can't we make those adjustments, plus others that
We
we're not
need
happy
to
with?
go to these open houses and start with the zonings, see what they have to say on them. The concerns were on the development standards, okay, that's what people's concern was. But they never got to the zonings. I wanna know, are you happy with the zonings? And then, when we do that, then we can work on the development standards
there were
and what people want.
They were
what they don't.
certainly in there and there was not much reaction. There
No,
wasn't any action.
because they picked out the development standards they weren't happy with.
Yeah, and I think that's what we need to,
But-
we need to be given the
But
opportunity to make changes.
reality, the zonings are the important thing. The development standards are.
I guess that's why I'm stuck in.
Here- here nor there.
Because I think 3/4 of the presentation of the draft was acceptable by the general public.
No, it wasn't.
And with the open houses that we had, and the people that did attend and the review that was made there, the structure of the zonings was at an acceptable level. It was the information that was attached to it.
It was the development standards.
That wasn't, yeah,
I mean, because
absolutely.
I talked to a number of my ratepayers, I phoned them, and I didn't have one person say that they didn't like the zonings. They were happy with the zonings, they were acceptable, but just the development standards, they weren't happy with at all. Especially, like I said, prohibited objects in yard, architectural designs, like a lot of stuff they weren't happy with, so.
And I got the opposite. I got people, the more they looked at it, the more like, oh, these zonings are problematic. This can result in more cost. Anytime I want to do something, I got to do a zoning, it's going to make it more costly. What do we want with these zonings? Why do we want to cut down the amount of, you look at ag right now compared to ag 1 and ag 2, you got less freedoms under ag 1 and ag 2 than you used to have under ag. We take away people's freedoms. I'm getting people upset about it. The more they look at it, the more they don't like it.
But I mean, our old ag district included ag 1, ag 2, in rural industrial, rural recreation. I mean, now we've separated them zonings. So yeah, it's gonna be longer, no question.
No, our
But you change that.
new thing doesn't, if you take ag 1 and ag 2 combined,
And rural recreation and,
yeah, but now you have to subdivide and people don't want
It's
to have to
costly.
pay all the subdivision costs just to have a family reunion in their yard.
well, I mean, they can still do that.
Nobody says they can't have.
Why can't they do it without-
No,
Why would
because
they
we're
have to
limited
rezone?
on how many trailers they can have without a special use permit or rezoning or,
Then take that out.
So make those changes. Give us a chance to make the changes.
How can you
we
make
need
changes
to
that
update
sound so
things, for
wrong?
sure. I just say we should go to the people first, let them, in the public houses, instead of like we had, here's a summary of what we did. What would you like us to do?
We've
Still do that.
gone to the people once already, and we've had our public hearing. Let's get the information collected, make the adjustments, and go back with
Well,
the same process.
obviously we can't convince you, Fred, so I guess we'll agree to disagree.
Anyhow, I have
Because
a
we both
motion.
said the same thing over 10 times, and let's keep this meeting moving.
So what is your motion, Fred?
Well, that we
File it.
either,
Well, that's not,
Well, you talked about before a second reading can occur, more open houses must occur and public hearings.
Yeah, we have to identify the process of making adjustments with the information that we've collected.
So I'm,
And be able to take it back to the public before we go ahead with the second and third reading.
okay, I'm assuming the motion would be for deferral with those conditions.
Probably, that'd be the best way to defer until
Yeah.
those.
Any objection to, I don't like the approach either, but I can understand where you're coming from. I agree more with Dennis's approach, but I think we're in minority. And maybe that's your motion, that we do that.
Well, I just don't know. Yeah, we've had the discussion already.
Yeah.
I want to
prefer
move
another
forward, but
approach.
I want to have a consultation with the public again.
And we all do.
And
That
we
was you.
will. So I think we're all saying the same thing. Whether we've identified the correct vehicle, I don't know. But as long as we have that privilege and the public have that privilege, I think we...
So what is the motion exactly? I'm just still confused. Could you read that to us?
So,
Ray?
then I put in, moved by Fred, to defer at this time, well, to defer, and before a second reading can occur, open houses and public hearing must, open houses must occur, and then a public hearing. Hearings, I guess you probably want one more. So to defer it until,
Did you put an S on that, hearings? I didn't quite hear what you
I
said.
put an S on hearings.
Yeah.
But it's,
yeah,
yeah.
more-
And open houses?
Open houses, yeah. And then you guys decide when you want to have the public hearings, but you got to have the open houses first to get the input.
When it's ready to go back.
Okay. Yes, Jane, quick comment on
Question
that?
on the open house, we had 345 people say no. What about the next, how many people do you need to hear from?
Of course, they're coaches, yeah.
To hear that we don't want, they don't want it.
Fair enough.
They
Okay,
want to
so-
rescind it
Yeah, I hear you.
because of the costs, the fees, the assessments.
But
they
there's no
can't
question
afford
that
to
at
go
that
through
hearing, we had hundreds of people turn up on a rainy night. There was flooding in a lot of Alberta. It was a major thing that
So how many more
came.
of those do you need? Do you need it like 3 times that much? We can bring that many people out.
Well,
We listen then?
Well, Mr. Lou said what he wants to do is get this to a form that's acceptable, so that we don't get much people upset.
Yes. We're not trying to ramrod anything down anybody's throat, we're trying to make it acceptable to the ratepayers. We found out it wasn't acceptable at the public hearing, so it has to be changed so that it is acceptable.
We appreciate that.
And that's the direction we want to go. And I think that's why we have to move ahead with it rather than throw it in the garbage and start over. So
the motion is there won't be any second reading until we have open houses and more hearings.
That's deferred, so it won't come back to council until you guys,
Until we ask.
well, until you get to that.
organize public, or
Yeah.
public information section.
That's right.
But you didn't answer my question.
Okay, but
How many people do you need there to hear the message that they don't want it?
Well,
Yeah.
Ma'am. not
How
every
many
person in
times?
that hall didn't want it. I say not every person in the hall didn't want it. Less than 10% of the ratepayers in the county. And there was an awful lot of people that didn't want it, but I gotta say that not every person in the hall didn't
That
want
much
it.
is
So-
one.
And a land use bylaw is not optional. We have to have it. It's legislated in the MGA.
okay, so we've made the motion. Any more discussion by council? All agreed, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, any more before we move on to something else then? Okay, that's 6.2. Looks like we have the RCP here. Welcome. Have your report. How you doing? So you got good news for us?
I do.
Oh, good,
For the
okay.
small area that Raymond takes care of, I do have good news. Now, I sent out the electronic version. You've got it.
Yeah, it should be on their agenda package, I can pull it
Okay.
up.
So what I'm reporting on is the area that Raymond Detachment takes care of in the county of Cardston, excluding the community of McGrath. Because McGrath, we rent that into a different staff. And I report to the council in McGrath on that. So what we have here is there's 2 significant areas that I like to see from a police perspective, and I think council will as well too, on total persons reports in the second quarter compared to last year, we're down 85.7%, and that's, on persons reports, that's huge for us. I like to see that, and that's anywhere from minor assaults, major assaults, anything to do with matters that happen against a person themselves. Assaults, yeah. Property is down as well too. Property's down to 62%, and that, I will say, is directly related to the individuals last year that were stealing all that property, all the gas and the fuel and the matters that we dealt with last year. So that's a direct correlation back to that. So we're doing great in that perspective in property matters, and we certainly don't see that same incident happening again, although...
Has the court case come up?
The one guy it has, he's already been convicted, sentenced, served his time's out. Really?
So that never could go up again.
See how fast our system works?
That never could go up again.
So, and interesting enough, he's living back at the same place. Where he, the second individual, no, he's still before the courts. There's, lawyers are working on that matter. Will this individual serve any jail time? If you're asking me, I'd say probably not. I think he was more the puppet to the master. So. But is this individual going to start up again? I mean, the detachment members are all aware where he's at, where he's living. We know who he looks like, what he looks like, and I think a lot of the local people in the area, a lot of farmers have talked, and business people, that if this individual comes betraying himself, would be some miraculous farmer that's acquired a bunch of machinery and wants to do some work that they know better. So hard to say where if this guy gets going again, or what type of income he'll go to. Maybe something legitimate, hopefully. So other than that, in the area that we take care of from Raymond's perspective, I like where the crime stats are now, although they certainly can get better, and we certainly will work on doing that. The members, part of the APP, of which I finally got a copy for you, Marie, that we're working on is to keep the members in these communities, McGrath, out in the rural as much as they can get out there. We're working against a little bit of a shortage now where we're deploying members, not so much from Raymond or anywhere, but on a weekly basis we're trying to help out High River with the flooding incident up there, and that's going to slow down somewhat, but may go into a long term for other members just until they get things organized up there. So we won't see a huge problem in our area after the summer months are done. Everybody's taking their leave. Well, hopefully we can be in these communities in the McGrath area, and as well as the county of Cardston. Detect anything we could find.
So that's why the amount of convictions and assaults are down, because not so many RCMP around here to...
Well, I don't know. You can look at stats two ways. It could be that, or it could be maybe our appearances deterring them.
Okay.
Who knows? I'll take the last one. Other than that, just a few minor things to report on from Raymond Detachment. We now have a corporal in place that's arrived, and one guy left, so our manpower we're up to par. We're looking good. Cross my fingers. I don't have any other issues I can see aside from maybe the normal sickness, illnesses, or whatever that members go through. But other than that, I think we're looking good.
How many in Raymond, how many members?
Six total. That's with myself, 6 members, and 2 staffs. We're looking good, and like I say, I hope we can keep it that way.
We appreciate you. Cardston, any more good news there?
Just before we go to Cardston, I've got just 2 or 3 questions.
Sorry about that.
Do you work with a peace officer in that area in particular? Do you work with our peace officer in the areas in regards to dog complaints or whatever? Are there issues that he can deal with that doesn't take your time, or is there any correlation in that? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I do. No, you're talking with directly with the peace. Yeah. I haven't yet. I know of you, but as far as the members, I think we have had some.
We have.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the members do get in contact with the CPO, as well as we did in Raymond as well. They're down that member now.
Well, I know Raymond shares one with Sterling and.
Yes.
I mean,
He's gone now.
Yeah, and McGrath, do They haven't,
They
they
share it
use the
with-
same one.
They share with guys and
Same one. So, you know, I don't know, Wayne, if there needs to be more correlation involved in that or not. Other question I had, you had 2 fatalities, and I'm assuming that that was the one that was at Welling?
Yes, there's one there.
And,
Well, two died at that scene.
Right.
Yes.
And so was that investigated as such as to determine whether there was a change or an improvement that needed to be made on the service road, or was there any fault, I guess, in our area of responsibility, whether that could have been prevented if there was just one approach? Because that service road that goes along the highway, you can go on, roll on and off of that anywhere along there. I'm wondering if it was looked at, if there's a suggested better control of that, so that maybe, you know, I'm just asking the question. Is there any preventive measures that you would recommend or should have been discovered or discussed or whatever approached in regards to that not happening, or if there've been close calls in the past, or other wrecks other than fatality? Is it a problem area, I guess, is what I'm asking.
That particular area, I don't see the approach so much as being the problem. The lane is somewhat, could be problematic, because you got the one driving lane that people will get into that's off the highway. And I know at night, when I'm coming through Welling on the southbound, you'll see headlights on that right-hand side coming up that lane. And you sit and look, gee, what's going on here? And I think for people driving that are not familiar with the area, they probably stand up and go, what's going on here? Because initially, that narrow highway, it looks like it's coming right at you. The closer you get, and then you start to see those lights, and then you can see how the line divides it off from the main highway onto, I guess it's considered a service road now, is where the county has it. I don't know if we need maybe better marking on that service lane or something, just to completely bury it off from the highway itself.
Well, a guardrail for a certain length of
Guardrail, maybe.
distance, or what,
Yeah.
you know, I just wondered if there's any suggestion or anything. We've looked and considered, we've had some interest to have the speed limit increased, and we've asked for that in the past. I don't know if that's something that we should continue to pursue, or whether that's something you'd recommend or support, or...
Going through there, bring it up to highway
from 70 to 80.
or 80. I don't know that may not make a huge problem. That particular accident, we have a traffic analyst out. He examined the whole scene. You know, when we have fatalities, they come to determine, you know, what happened, best that they can put together. What we can determine, and it's unfortunate, the 2 people that probably could have told us a supporting story or not, never made it through the accident, so we had to rely on the driver herself, and it was just simply doesn't remember anything.
And then the last question I had for you was, anything changed in regards to communication in that south area? You indicated that we need to pursue and ask and encourage to have that looked at and improved on, so nothing's changed. Okay.
Until we get the new radio system. I mean, we're making do with the radio system of the portables we have, and the fire hall has allowed us to put the antenna up on their antenna. We used to run it off of our old detachment, just what we call a vehicle feeder system, and we didn't find it was sufficient enough, so we put it onto the fire hall tower. It's up higher. And with our portables, our radio techs have keyed in a separate little system we can go to on our portables, so we can get access, and the cars as well. So what it comes down to is it's incumbent upon the member, when he gets into McGrath, is remember to change these channels. Now, sometimes that doesn't happen when you're into response mode, emergency. You just get there, and all of a sudden, wow, you forget, and your portable doesn't work, and you got to remember to change it. It can be problematic. Cross my fingers, it hasn't amounted to anything, but
We have a portable repeater.
Is there any way you can get over that, like, so they don't have to change? I mean, I realize it's one more thing they shouldn't have to think about.
no, you're right. The tower that we work off of is east of Milk River. So I think what happens is the Milk River Ridge. blocks a bit of the transmission into, and for some reason, I don't know what it is in McGrath, I call it the McGrath Triangle or Bermuda Triangle. It's, cell phones, our Rogers didn't work, we went to Bell, now we're better off now. Still some dead areas as you go straight south down to the Delmita border. There's some areas in there that you can't, and when we get close to the border, we'll start end up using towers in the States.
Montana.
Yeah, Montana. But I don't care. I mean, for that, it's a little bit more of an expense, but at least we got the cover. So
We pay for it, don't worry.
yeah, just keep your taxes coming.
Okay, any questions?
Thank you.
Cardston.
Well, I don't have as in-depth as my colleague here, but hopefully you guys received this last Monday. Those are our stats for the first quarter. I didn't realize we should have had second quarter. And that's what Corporal Brown gave me to present. So I don't have any comparison stats for last year. All I can really speak to right now is like kind of ongoing stuff at the detachment right now. In regards to our members, we're losing 2 right now. They're being transferred to Didsbury and Olds, and they're in the process of selling their home. We do have 1 member coming in from BC. He's in the same boat. He's trying to sell his house, so we'll get him when we get him. We've got a new sergeant announced. His name is Zane Semeniak, I believe. And he's out of Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. Same thing, he's got to sell his house. I believe we were talking today. I think he's just putting it on the market today. So that'll be, again, time. We're waiting for him. We're exploring the idea of getting a cadet from Depot. We realize that for 6 months he or she will be tied to the hip of the member that's training them, but it may be a solution for getting a member quicker than waiting for homes to sell and looking for another option. So we're exploring that right now. We haven't come up with any definitive answer right now. So patrols, I know there's concerns, or they've been brought to my attention anyway, regarding like Kimball River, Police Lake, Payne Lake, Spring Glen Park. We're really pushing for those right now. I'm making sure members are trying to do those hopefully once a shift. I know it doesn't always happen, but I'm really pushing them to get out of the town, especially if there's 2 members on. There are times when we're strapped where we have 1 member, and it's a little harder because most of our calls for service are in Cardston, so it's a little harder to get away because then your response time is doubled or tripled depending on where you're at, right? So, but when we're doubled up, I'm definitely encouraging they make those patrols. So those residents and campers stuff should start seeing more police units out there. So, and the only other thing I really have to report is our prisoner count to date is 800 prisoners that we've had. So that's including blood tribe prisoners that come in that aren't always documented, but we have guards on staff for those as well. So.
And how's that compared to last year, do you remember?
I don't know actually. I know last year, I think total we had about 1,600 prisoners maybe for the year. So we're probably right on par for that. So it'll be about the same.
You
Any
give
questions?
much assistance to the border?
A little bit, not a lot. We will attend. There'll be times when they have like a border jumper, and we'll be requested to attend to locate them. And generally, we'll just return them to the border to be dealt with by the border officers. On an odd occasion, maybe once, twice a year, maybe we'll get an impaired that blows through the border, in which case we'll deal with it. Or the border officers have stopped somebody who they believe to be impaired. They issue the roadside breath device. They determine them to be impaired. We'll show up and arrest them for the impaired. So, but it doesn't happen very, very often.
Does Lethbridge still run that special task group that monitors the border Whiskey Gap area all through there?
That's
Still active, still
Yes, I believe it is
ongoing?
also.
The integrated border, yes. Yeah, the integrated border guys still work out of Raymond. There might be some change coming with what we've done with all of our federal units in the RCMP in K Division is we've combined them into what we call federal enforcement teams. So your custom and excise, immigration, passport, drug sections, everybody, they're all under one umbrella now. And they take on files and are given to these sections of different teams. There can be 35, 40 members on a team, all made up of various from commercial crime to custom and excise.
So that's adequate, you feel? What is the observation that's taking place?
Well, they're still in the transition stage, trying to figure out where this is gonna go, how effective it will be. And for now, they've left the border integrity guys in Raymond, but that may change. I don't know for sure, but that may change. I hope not, because again, for their mandate, which is the whole border, I think they're better off being close here, but then you're talking provincial policing versus federal, and they think a lot different at times. So for now, yes, they're there, and it's good to have them there.
The incident at McGrath with the Treasury branch, was that wrong information phoned in? Or was that dispatch?
Yes. That was when the dispatch, now I don't know how the RCMP got the dispatch, but we got the dispatch and said that there was a hold-up alarm at the bank. And McGrath is all that come to us, so our guys started heading out and doing their procedure that they should.
Yeah.
And where it ended up being Mayor McGrath Drive, Lethbridge, at an ATV branch. So, yeah, there was a whole lot of wires.
What I was wondering is, did
Mike didn't
it
get his
not
money
happen at Mayor McGrath Drive? Or was it a false alarm in the first place?
I think it was natural that was going on there. And Lethbridge Police had been dispatched and were going, so why there was two different dispatches,
Yeah,
I don't know.
there was a bit of excitement in McGrath.
I think what happened is the 911, it probably come in through 911.
Yeah.
And then when they says, there could have been the split there, McGrath, and they're thinking, oh, McGrath, it's going on, and forgot the Mayor McGrath part. But they did get the right people dispatched, and there was everybody going two different ways. And
Had both banks covered.
once we got there, the bank was like, we're okay. So,
Any more questions? Well, very good. We sure appreciate you coming. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. Everybody here for their public hearing?
I'll file for information.
Okay, got motion to file the RCMP report for information. Any more discussion? Read. All opposed? Is everybody here for the 10 o'clock hearing? Not so.
Are you here for the public hearing?
But did he just here to observe more than anything?
Oh.
Yeah. But Mr. Jensen's not here then?
No, I don't think so.
Can I make some remarks?
Probably not. I didn't get you on the agenda. And you had the opportunity to speak at the hearing we had. Which I appreciate.
Yeah, he's not here, and Josh, did your property was coming on? No, I was
never thought.
Okay.
Was Reeve here?
Point 5, he's not coming apparently. So we can get started on the public hearing, bylaw 655.2013. Do we need a motion to go into that? Yeah. Roger Houghton makes a motion, we go into public hearing, this bylaw, Reeve Jensen bylaw. Any more discussion, all agreed? Very good.
Oh, sorry, was that Roger?
Roger.
So this is proposed bylaw amendment 655-2013. It's for Reeve Jensen on his property located in the southwest quarter of 17227. This came before you guys last month for first reading. It's been notified in the local paper for the last 2 or 3 weeks. And it's been sent to the adjacent landowners and the, what do they call them? The agencies. Referral agencies, sorry. So we got responses back from ATCO Pipelines and Fortis Alberta, both of which said that they don't have any concerns with the project, with the proposal. So I haven't heard back from any landowners that had any concerns with it. So from the recommendation would be to approve the rezone.
Any questions anyone has?
Yeah, I'm just reading your report here, Josh, sorry, time to go over earlier. So, he's done a soil test.
No. Oh, do you?
It says the summary results for soil
Sorry,
test.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so he's gonna have to have a, is it a secondary system or just pressurized? And his plan for water, well, or is he?
He's gonna try well.
Is there wells in the area?
On this quarter, there's a well right here and a well right here. So,
Is there?
Two so far.
Is it good water up there?
I don't think it's too bad because they're not really far from the Belly River really, eh?
so, but he understands that if his well's dry, then he has to make other arrangements.
Okay.
So it's a 3-acre piece just down here. He's splitting it off for his family, his either son or son-in-law.
Is this for family purposes?
Yes.
And were there any letters of opposition? No.
As mentioned earlier, sorry, there is a gravel pit down there that we have access to, so there will be some traffic on that road that I think he's aware of it because it's been there for a while, but that would be an issue for us if we had to oil it or anything.
They're on their
So
own side.
that is a gravel pit right
They're on their own
there.
side of the road too.
Yes,
They're on their own side of the road.
very much so.
The gravel pit's south though, isn't it?
It's right in that corner right there, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was thinking the gravel pit's on the left there. I said, gee, why would you want to be on the east side of a gravel pit? But
That's a house.
that's what I thought.
How far down is the pit? So
we're not-
that's the road they're using.
That's the road, it's not too far.
Whose pit is it?
Well, it used to be Matt Nelson,
Yeah.
Sage bought it.
Okay.
We're crushing, we got the rights to this area here,
Okay.
so we do come up and past it. Not a lot of issues, just they're gonna be aware of it.
Tell the houses there.
But, I mean, there's already an existing house here, and
Yeah.
a cabin, and a house here.
Is that a house or
Okay,
not?
any more questions or comments?
How many more sets are there?
We'll probably only get 2 out of there.
I'll make the motion to approve.
To close the
No.
public hearing?
Close
This
the public
is
hearing.
this is just the public.
Close the public hearing.
Okay, so he makes motion to close the public hearing. Any more discussion? All agreed? Now we'll go to 6.1 about the approvals and such.
Cool, isn't it?
Nobody wanted to make that, I guess, too late now.
What's that?
Did you ask, if anybody wanted to speak to it?
Yeah, let me check, there's nobody here on that issue. So we're on 6.1, back to the regents about the readings. We did first reading on July 8th. We just did the public hearing. Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve under the recommendations.
Okay, there's no recommendation. This is zoning, so this is second and third reading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's recommended action here by Spencer, but.
Okay, so you moved second reading,
Move to
Shane
second reading,
Hansen. Any more discussion? All agreed? And third reading, anyone want to do that? Dennis Edwards moves final reading. Any more discussion? All agreed? Okay. Now we're to the CAO report, aren't we? Anything else? Moving right along. That is 7.1.
Okay, I don't know if there's anything in there. We're proceeding Mountain View area, as you know. I think they've got 2 sets of pavement laid down on School Avenue and First Street, and pavement for the Gold Avenue. They're just starting the road, so that should be hopefully pretty well done at the end of this week, maybe next week. We got the tenders in from, for the spring coulee. They came out on Friday. Tall strips construction was the lowest bid at $440,000 for that. So as soon as I send the paperwork on that and I get that out, they should be getting ready to start that shortly.
Did they agree to the completion date, the September 30th?
That was part of the contract, yeah. So I think that, yeah, it said the majority of the work will be done by September 30th, and then little touch-up things could be October 15th, I think it was. So it's most of it done. We got the Rhino Snot in for the Police Lake Road. We've gravelled that road from right by Halls there, where that pavement kind of ends, and we're going to go a mile back towards Highway 5 as our trial. So I was hoping to try to get on it this week, but we can't do it until we got our guys up on Mountain View, trying to save the cost, and our trucks are being used. So as soon as that's done, Jerry is going to try to get over there and get that done. So that'll take us about 4 days to do that.
McGrath used it this year, they liked it, you know?
I think they've liked it so far. There was one section where some gravel come up. It didn't bind like they thought. But I don't think McGrath used the right amount of gravel. Because when we were out there, it looked all right, but you could see a little bit of flake in there, and I don't think they used a big enough packer, is what Trevor was saying, because they wanted to use ours. So we put more gravel on here. Our goal is to have that, at least that 4 inches, 3 to 4 inches gravel there. We'll pack it, and then we'll do it, relay it, and then pack it, and then 4 days of laying this product on. Hopefully we'll.
So we're doing a mile of Rhino Snot on that road?
Hopefully a mile.
What'll that cost us?
Well, it costs $37,000 for the Rhino Snot itself, and then our time to, and all it's going to be is a water truck.
That's all you apply with is a water truck?
Well, you apply with a water truck, but we will have the grader there to make sure our crown is right, and then the packer will pack it, and then it's just the traffic. So it's 4 days of water truck spraying on and off.
Which design,
Actually, clean the water truck.
which design finish are we heading for? Is this just like the life expectancy?
This is
for heavy traffic?
We went with the heavy haul traffic.
Well, so this is their best product.
Well, there's one, this is their best product, but they have another one out there that's more like pavement. You can color different things. This is the heavy haul. So, but they are telling us in that information 18 to 20 years. Saying that.
Well, I just drove that road to your place. I didn't think it was that bad a road, but we're fixing it up. How about from your place south to Police Lake? Is that in pretty bad shape? What's that looking like?
Well, it's that oil, and there's lots of holes. I mean, it just.
Well, that's got to be fixed. Holes got to be fixed.
The crew was out there on Thursday, Friday, and we're patching a bunch of holes. Road crew, because they couldn't. A couple of kids off the road crew because they couldn't go. And I don't know what else you can do. I mean, when it gets bad, we've been tearing it up. I mean, I don't know what else we can do. I mean,
this product is the tear up. This is the gravel product. It's not to fix the oil. This is to fix the gravel so it's a hard surface and not a gravel surface. And hopefully this will stop the dust. It will stop the dust.
So are you mixing with the graders?
Well, yeah, one grader.
Or is it better to use our
Zipper.
No, on this one, we think what they're telling us is we're going to lay all the gravel on one side. We're going to tear little holes in the ground, or in the base. We're going to spray the unit down, spray the stuff on the holes and then on the gravel. Then the graders will shape it. And then after it's shaped, all we do is pack it and lay more stuff down. And as it drips down into the gravel, it's supposed to...
So the last coat goes right on the surface?
The last 4 coats will be on the surface. The first day is when we move the gravel and everything. After that, hopefully the shape will be there, and then we're just pouring this down for 4 days.
I mean, the reason that road is good, Lloyd, is Wayne Poirot just finished grading it Thursday and Friday. And it was really good. And then when they come to put the extra gravel for the Rhino Snot, they just spread the gravel in the middle, as best they can. And now it's rougher than heck again now, because, like, it just looked perfect, when Wayne was done, and all of a sudden now that gravel's there, and it's just washboards everywhere. So, I mean, hopefully they get out.
We get it graded, we graded, we give you gravel, and you complain.
Yeah. It'll just be nice if we
sounds like a county council.
come sooner than later to do it, obviously. But
yeah, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully this week. But we've got the 3 trucks over there hauling dirt for them to reduce our costs on that project. So as soon as they're done, then we can get back. If he's got some guys, and the rain, if it rained today, we don't want to do it when it rains.
yeah.
Hopefully, we can sit down and plan something for the fall or next year with that Rhino Snot if it works. and on that, those roads are different roads, but hopefully that will work. Last council, those letters that council requested to go to Old Man River and the Wild Rose Tree Foundation were signed by the Reeve and sent off, as you see there. Mr. Dennis Smith did agree to the land swap. I mean, he wanted it, but we still had to send him a formal letter. Now we just have to get a document signed by him and his wife. So we're in the process of doing that. Not sure if there's anything else you can see. Oh, the one Dalmina truck is completed, Roger. The other ones probably should be completed right away. They're hoping to pick up the one at least this week. Do some training, so they're getting ready for the fall here. The only issue we had is they sent out the lights with only amber lights on it. So we're in the process of he's in the process of trying to track down his red lights. If that doesn't work, we might just have to buy some and put on it. From that end of it. Fire truck in McGrath has been tendered. Ken and Cliff Blackwell went through all the tenders, and they opened the tenders up, and as you see, the price, I think was a little as $281,000. They took that offer. They sent me a note saying that they'll cover the $6,000 or whatever it was difference from our $275. So that truck is, I had to send a letter to the guy, and it's starting to be built. So time frame, I'm not sure when it will take. Reports there from the shop, graders with holidays and different things, and weather graders in the last week. On the average, they've been doing about 5 miles a day, but with the weather and different stuff, they've been down a little bit there. And you'll see some ASB stuff. I'm not sure anything there that you have questions on.
So every time, how much rain do we need before they stop work?
Well, if it's just a sprinkle, they keep going. Once it starts balling up the muds and stuff, then they can't do it. So, yeah. So, I mean, I haven't heard a lot of complaints about roads this year, grader-wise. They've been out doing a decent job. I haven't heard a lot. When we do hear them, we let them know, and they go take care of them as much as they can. I mean, each of them have long areas, and it's hard to run up to Spring Coulee and then all of a sudden down to McGrath in one day, so they don't do that. They do it in their cycle there.
So on the spraying on the river, on leafy spurge, I've had a couple of complaints in the Kimball area there. There's Randy Stewart brought up the point that there's kind of an island in the river, and there are several as you go down if you've ever tubed it from one end to the other. I think they do a good job of spraying the banks and the edges, but I don't know as if they go out and get into the islands. I'd like to ask Rob that question.
I don't think they do. When we did our weed survey, we took the boat up and we did all that and we surveyed them all. But don't say that because kids will try to jump the river in their quads to get there.
Exactly, I know. And I just wondered if we give that attention, or if we monitor it, if we're watching it.
I think they do watch it.
Zodiac.
There was a year that Rod did send the boat up with the spray crew and they went to different spots, but I don't know how long ago.
It wasn't bad last year, but it's gotten out of.
Well, we can definitely mention that to Rod, and I'm sure you'd be happy.
It's late now, but I just wondered if he has a process that he uses to check that every year.
I'll have to double check with him, I'm not sure.
Do we spray along the irrigation canals? I mean, that's bringing in seeds too, or?
That's not
That's the irrigation district.
It's not our.
They do a good job of that?
I didn't say they do a good job, that's their responsibility.
There was a barge on that river before one time to spray contractor, and they shoved off and it took off on them and they dumped it over, and the whole works ended up in St. Mary's. The barge, the chemical and everything.
Yeah, I don't know, from a legal standpoint, our kids on quads aren't really supposed to go into the river and cross the river, eh?
Maybe it should.
Because if there's ever a spill, then we're in big trouble, eh?
Well,
Maybe an
chemical has to say a certain distance away.
Depending on what kind it is.
On the cost of the leafy spurge, we're seeing lots of leafy spurge and thistle, at least on my property, others. Are we doing a subsidizing of any of the chemicals to make it more affordable for some of these?
You get 10% off when you buy it at the county.
10%?
You get 10% off if you're spraying for leafy spurge or knapweed. You get 10% off the chemical cost.
But not for okay.
And the province does pay us to spray the rivers. I mean, that's part of our extra funding because we're at the end point into Canada. So they do pay us a little bit then, don't they? I believe they do.
Well, I just
But
think.
leafy spurge is out of control everywhere.
Yeah, it is, and we need to set.
It's still the landowner's responsibility to take care of it.
Yeah.
But it is bad everywhere.
It still needs to be gone after. I mean, it's bad.
I mean, it's got to the point now where it's so bad everywhere. I mean, if Rod was to go out and give weed notices to everybody, it'd be a full-time job, just doing that.
Well, why if we
So-
do more than a 10% discount then to encourage people, would that make any difference?
Well, I mean, the thing is, any more than 10%, it's gonna be at cost pretty soon.
Well, maybe it
I
should
mean,
be.
we don't mark up the chemical very much for our ratepayers, we don't. I mean, so, I mean, pretty soon it's gonna be, you give much more of a discount than that, and, we're not even breaking even. So, I mean, it's not like we're,
And I did get a couple
raking them over the
weed
coals
notices
over it.
from Rod this last week, so he has issued a couple. I think to the Hutterites was one of them, I'm not sure the other one was, so he is looking at it.
On leafy spurge?
I'm not sure, I'm sure it was, but I'm not sure which chemical, or which weed it was.
So give one to the town.
Well, he's tried, but they won't accept those ones, 'cause we have no jurisdiction.
Are you finished with your report? Or?
Yeah, unless you guys got questions.
What's the status on the gravel on the roads? Are they ahead of schedule, on schedule?
I think they're actually ahead of schedule, they've been pretty good. They worked there for they worked a couple extra hours every night, trying to get it ahead. We're in Mountain View right now, and the only reason is to do that job for the paving. They'll be heading out to Glenwood this week, I believe it is. And then they're gonna do their 2 weeks out there, come back to the Kimball area, not Kimball, Kennard or Boundary Creek. Got a little bit of roads there to do. And then, so far we're ahead of schedule.
Make sure they get the John Merrill Road done. What's on the list, but
John Road.
it'd be the first one done. It's that road to Floyd's, that's one. I don't remember, whatever.
Okay.
The Kimball pit, did you do some more negotiating there yet?
I did, he's gone on holidays and we haven't been in contact with him. I talked to him the day he was leaving.
Well, he's back.
Well, I told him to come in and talk to me when he got back so we could, and he was all fine with everything there because he let us pull out some pit run out of there, so.
Director of Operations, what do you anticipate when a decision will be made there?
I talked to Kearl on the weekend. We're looking at probably interviews next week. I sent him a note on Sunday saying what day he was going to set them up for, give him the ones I can make it to, and so hopefully next week.
How many candidates do we have for interviews?
We probably got, well, the one guy that was our Manitoba pulled out, and he's got a couple he's still working with. So we'll have four of the local guys, I think, and then the 2 that he's looking at there.
Localizing and how local.
2 employees and then 2 from one's from the community and one's in the south region, so.
Josh, this question is for you, and this is the last one I've got in this area. Do you always pull a land title when we have an application for development on every situation? Because I did, and I know I've seen it, and you usually include them, but I didn't see one on this Reeve Jensen parcel.
Oh,
So I just,
sorry.
that's why I asked the question is.
I was thinking development. I would pull them on every development one. I could have pulled one on this one. I've pulled Reeve Jensen. I pulled that one a couple times in the last.
Well, I just,
Yeah,
I just think anything that we have a look at, we need to be very clear as to
It is-
ownership on title.
It is his property. I have checked that.
So do you usually do it at the zoning stage or when at the subdivision?
If they come in for a subdivision, they always get a title pulled.
Zoning not so much then?
No zonings, they get their title pulled.
It should be.
Development permits, title pulled. Usually when someone has just gone through the rezone of the subdivision, we use the same title, right? Goes through, so we're not paying $10 again every time, but we do.
Okay, anything else on the CEO report?
I see you got the culvert out of Rayleigh. Did you get a piece for us or not?
Did we get what?
Get a 5-foot piece of it for us?
It's sitting out there.
Oh.
The problem with it is it's a flat bottom one.
Blah, blah.
Do you want that? I didn't know if you
Well, I
wanted
don't
that.
know I'll ask him and see if they.
Yeah, I talked to
if they
Jerry.
use it or not.
I told him we wanted a piece, he said it was a flat bottom one, and then I haven't checked with you guys to see if you need it,
Looking for fire?
Fire department.
Yeah.
just as a whole for the concrete slab.
Foundation for this town.
There is one more question.
Okay. There you go, Fred, you're on.
The back door to 11th South Fairweather Road, Cahoon Crossing. We, if my memory serves me correct, we're doing a touch-up on some of the
Yeah, I believe.
some of the holes. Has that been completed?
I believe that was done.
Yeah, it's
I
done.
talked to him and he said it was, couldn't make it that day, but he was gonna try to get the week, and I heard it was done. So.
Yeah, I knew it was in process.
Yeah, I just drove on it the other day, it's good.
Yeah. One more question, Marie. That, I discussed that culvert with you up on, in community pastures.
Yes,
On that road allowance?
yes.
Was that culvert on the road allowance then?
No, and I heard back from
Jody?
Jody, and she said, do not do it. We don't want it, and the Pull Haven Society doesn't want it.
So it's just on its own private land, eh?
No, it's on Pull Haven's land.
Oh, it is
So it was
government
just,
land.
it was easier for him to go through that way, and that's why he threw it in there on his own.
Well, he told me it was on the road allowance, and that's, I don't really appreciate that, but,
No,
I mean, I was gonna go up there and look at it.
it was on a road. I
Yeah.
can show you where, yeah, let me show you here.
I mean, I don't like people,
Where are we at again? Right there. Come in and Pull Haven. Okay, where's that pen, that laser? So Shane, this is the Pull Haven, of course, right? And this is the one coming in on this land, and here's the corrals right here.
right?
It was right here,
Oh, it's way in there.
yeah. That's what Wayne Pomerola told me, and
I should've went and looked at it, I guess. 'Cause
I thought it was over here somewhere, but even these
Yeah, this one was
ones,
on the road allowance there on the north.
so even this trail that goes back here is not on the road allowance.
I see that, yeah.
So, anyway, it was right here. Like I said, Jody didn't want it. She talked to whoever the president of the, and they didn't want it, so they were gonna make him pull it out, which is, I hate to say it, almost bad, because it erodes more without the culvert there, but
That's what I feel, but.
that's how they are on it, so.
So who put it in?
Mac Reeder just came and dropped culvert, and what happened is he dropped it in there and he wanted us to cover it up with our grader, and I said I wouldn't touch anything until,
And he-
lands give us permission.
He phoned me and I said, well, I don't have no problem with it as long as it's on the road allowance. Because we gotta, any culvert that goes on the road allowance, we're supposed to inspect it, make sure it's done properly anyway.
Yeah.
And I said, well, is it on the road allowance? Yeah, it's on the road allowance.
It's on the road.
It's on road.
I mean,
It's on his forest road allowance.
well, I mean, I think he was assuming that's a forest road, and it's not technically. It's, so.
Okay, anyone like to make a motion to file the CAO report?
I got one
You have a question, Chris?
I'd like to have a detailed accounting of the composting, about how much time, I mean, I've asked for kind of before, and, well, it's being covered by the grant, Stephen's time and stuff like that, but, he's still pulling in dead animals. I guess they're still dying no matter what time of the year, but,
So just a
I'd like to-
detailed cost report, or?
yeah. On what's it, I mean, the whole thing, but what it is actually costing the county, if anything.
I don't know if we ever did have, I mean, I know Steve was in here and he gave us a breakdown of what the costs were, like what we participated in, what the grant covered. I mean, I think there was a total project cost and then our cost too. And I think they did our cost at commercial rates, which is fine, whatever. But I was kind of looking through some stuff and I can't find it. I don't know if he,
I don't think we've ever had anything more than a verbal.
I thought he gave us a paper. I mean,
During construction, we had one that was just pretty sketchy. And we had some overruns, but we never did get a final.
I would like to see that because I mean, well, for instance, other communities have asked us what this composting facility is costing us, because they're looking into it too, like some counties in the northern northern Alberta, and I pretty well told them, you know, I wouldn't even go there. If you don't get grant money, you can't afford it. I mean, unless you're Strathcona County or something, but, I mean, the cost is just way more than what we expected to be, like, for stuff that CFI has asked for. Like here just a week ago, CFIA again said we could put the composting outside. Alberta Environment said, no, we want a sample. So Steve had to take a sample and take it to Alberta Environment now to make sure it was broke down enough. And we haven't heard back yet, so that place is still full of the compost. Haven't been able to move it yet. It's ridiculous. I mean, I guess, you know, we're laying the groundwork for anybody else that's gonna do this, but I mean, it's like, it's so new. Alberta Environment doesn't know what to do. CFI doesn't know what to do. Like, they need to get their ducks in a row because, you know, it's causing us a lot of problems. That's for sure. Right from the start.
So capital cost and operational costs. Okay.
Yeah.
So in time, you know, I guess the operational cost would be involved, or the time spent by, basically it's Steve. We hired him for other work and it almost seems like full time out there.
Because we need, for that committee, I'm on that carnivore working group, we need to know what the costs are anyway for what Steve's time was and that, because next year, you know, if we figure Steve shouldn't be doing it, then we're gonna try to hire someone to do it. And so we need to know those costs anyway, like sometime down the road, so.
I can get that done up for you and off to you. I'll probably send it to you before we get it, before the next council, just to have it.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else, Mike? Anyone like to make a motion to file a CAO report then? Mike Lewis, any more discussion? All agreed? Okay, let's jump to 10.1, policy review, hiring policy and hired contractors.
Do we want to go to policy committee?
Is there any advantage to that?
Mm-hmm.
What's the advantage, you see?
It's not a public meeting.
Is there any reason why there shouldn't be a part of the public?
No, when it comes back to the policies, then you discuss it but sometimes the nitty gritty, it's nice to not be in the public forums. When it comes back to the discussion and passing it, absolutely it has to be done in council.
I would think even the discussion, I mean, like, this is a policy, this isn't anything that really should be in camera.
It's not camera.
Yeah.
It's just not a public meeting, that's all.
Is there a reason why we don't have a smaller committee instead of all 7 of us sitting through it? I mean, it's gonna come back to us then.
Right.
Anyways.
And that's something we need to review.
But personally, since he made some good advances on it, so we got a few more comments, I think we just get this, from an efficiency point of view, just stay in and keep going myself, but.
Well, my issue with it is, we've been given how many policies here to review on Thursday night. I didn't have time to read them. I can't comment on any of these policies.
Oh, on 11, yeah, we're on.
10 or 11, I didn't make it through them all. So I didn't have time to give them all sufficient time to read them and get comfortable with them. I would like them to go to a policy committee. If they review them, then we get notice as council that at least a week in advance to give us some time to review them. Because how many policies were we supposed to review in 3 days when, I'm sorry, but I got other things. When I get an agenda, my life doesn't stop to spend the whole weekend reviewing the agenda.
I got an issue with policy, or with the committee, so, because, I mean, just the fact that, so, a few people get on the committee and they have to spend the time, and then they have to report back to council. It's just as easy, I think, to get the council dealing with it. The committee, not on this necessarily, but some committees, you get a slanted report back, you get the opinion of the committee rather than the opinion of council. And it's still a decision by council, but you're still getting their
That's why I
opinion.
want time to review it. It's not put in front of me 2 days
Oh,
before.
I agree that way. I just don't agree with the committee situation.
I just don't think we all need to be at every little meeting. But we can have a meeting, we can make this a full-time job if we're all that need to divide and conquer and not make this a full-time job.
Well, we don't have a policy review committee right now. We generally do that at the organization meeting if we want to do that, or do you want to set up a policy review meeting at this stage? Since we're just a couple months away from the other approach is we just, if you haven't had a chance to look at this, let's defer 10.1 and defer 11 till next month. That gives us a whole month to look at it. You want to do that?
I mean, maybe from now on, if we know there's policies coming forward, maybe we could get those out to us a week and 10 days in advance. And then have them on the agenda as well, but.
Yeah. Most of you have the books.
Yeah.
That you've had for a couple of years, and the reason we're trying to get them through here is because we didn't ever set up a meeting now when we first asked 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So we're just breaking it down in smaller chunks. Yeah, we could have sent it out earlier, I guess, but there's not a lot of changes from the ones you got.
No, but there are some, and we don't know which ones we're gonna be even commenting on. Read the whole book regularly to make sure we're fresh with them when we're making decisions. Isn't practical either.
I read them all, it didn't take long.
A lot of them were really short, so.
Yeah, I tried to focus on some of the other things as well, and that combined with the Ken Jensen Road thing of 80 pages, I didn't make it through all.
So you want to make a motion to defer 10.1 and 11 till next month, these particular items?
Sure.
Any more discussion on that?
Well,
It's not a big hurry, we don't have to get through.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
We've already gone through 10.1, both those policies already. Those are coming forward from last council. So I think we could make a decision on those ones, but I agree with Dennis, 11.1, we should probably defer it, but on 10.1, this is the second time we've seen it. I think we can make a decision on that. I mean, I'm prepared to.
What do you think, Dennis? Okay, let's just do 10.1. I got one question, a philosophical question on 10.1. It has here for interviews. Interviews should be scheduled and conducted by the hiring manager along with the CAO and other selected managers. I've had ratepayers come to me and said, hey, what do you guys do? You guys are the ultimate responsibility. I mean, none of you guys are interviewing these senior managers. You just leave it to one person. And there's a policy, well, we have one employee and we got to keep him responsible. But in corporations, president's hiring a senior person, he'll get the board of directors to give some input. He'll still do the hiring, but he'll get some input. I don't see anything wrong with a committee. I'm not good an interviewer, but maybe we should be interviewing senior people. Just throwing that out.
You're saying just for senior management?
Just for senior management, yeah. I mean, obviously we would for a CAO, but maybe for some of the key people reporting to him. So at least if the public comes to us and says, well, didn't you guys even get involved? No, we didn't even get involved. Well, it doesn't make us look like we're really taking, we're just blaming someone else, we're not taking responsibility.
People are going to understand how municipal government works. I mean,
We're supposed to have our face up. So you're suggesting we put our face up?
To senior people, maybe we got to. Maybe we should, so the public thinks, hey, well, you're doing something to make sure you got good senior people. I don't know, I can argue both ways on it, that's what I'm just, I mean, we're saying other selected managers, maybe we should say, and council as they desire.
well, you couldn't say council as a desire, either ask all of council or none of council. You can't just have one or two.
You could have a personnel committee.
Personnel type committee.
Unless you make a committee.
You don't want council in there, you want a couple, 2 or 3 councilors in there, because they can't make the decision.
Right.
They can give some input to Murray, but we can't make the decision.
But it would have to be a committee then.
Murray, I'll ask you, what are you comfortable with? Would you rather have some councilor opinion, or would you rather be given the lateral ability to?
It goes both ways. Years ago, council was involved in everything, and slowly, hiring grader operators, which wasn't an ideal situation because they'd hire a relative or someone they knew. Our goal now is to hire the best individuals, wherever they're from or whoever they are. As long as they mix with the county. I mean, to have 1 or 2, I don't want to say it's ideal. I mean, I don't care, but at the same time, I thought that's what we're trying to get away from. But, where's it going to end? I guess where's the...
What would George Cuff tell you?
And he would tell me, you guys had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, certainly, exactly.
So, but you know,
George Cuff doesn't answer the people either.
You know, but we do answer to provincial government, which mandates it. I believe we have input, but I believe that's the person we have input to. We need to be telling him what kind of employee we want, and then we leave it up to him to hire the best one we can. And then if it doesn't work out, where's the accountability come? Back to our employee. And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and that's that side of the argument, I'm just.
And I agree with that. The only thing, maybe if we took it one step further.
I believe we should have input, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But we need
it
to
would be
tell
nice to have a review. When you've done all your homework, all your, you know, and you say, here's what we're considering, these are the reasons why, this, you know, just for approval purposes or
Or maybe even come to us with we got 2 or 3 candidates, here's the advantage of these people, on a no-names basis, we're just talking about qualifications, and at least we hear what you're thinking.
Our last situation we had trouble with, I mean, people were just surprised that we weren't aware of who was, not so much who was hired, but if we were given and we were given a report on the start. If we just had a report before the final decision was made, then I think we can say, hey, yeah, we did have input or chance or opportunity, or we were appraised or apprised of the situation, and we support administration on their decision. And
the city of Two Hills picked up Mike, and they're happy.
And happy with him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure they are.
I wish we'd reapply.
But we've got some good in so what I'll do is, we're hopefully having interviews, like I said, in a couple of weeks. I'm supposed to be on holidays, but next week we'll do it. And then I have a assessment form that we'll send out for answers, or to evaluate. And then when that's done, I will try to put that all together, and before council sometime, maybe MPC if might not be around, we'll get something together that we can share with everybody.
You can't email us stuff not on the agenda, you know that, right?
Don't you get a lot of emails in your box?
Nothing that applies to council, it's all our advertisements for AMDs, AMD and C,
Anything that comes
stuff
in
like
for council,
that.
I
Stuff
send it
like
to you.
this could come, doesn't have to wait for a meeting, send it to us in email if you got a summary
Would it
or.
be better to have a conversation about it instead of just getting
Well, it'd be
an
nice,
email?
but I'm saying if you're not around and the decision's gotta be made,
Well, who's gonna make the decision? I am.
well, you are, yes,
Yeah.
but I'm saying before if something jumps out, then maybe we can say, you know, Murray, we'd kinda like someone that, with this qualification, and that's what I'm saying. And that way we can't make a decision as council, because we're not gathered as council, you just give us information.
if we were just given a report on the basis of the decision, I think that would at least say, yeah, we were aware of it, we were aware of the decision, we support administration.
And who interviewed?
Okay.
I don't think we need to be part of the A and N A aspect of it.
Well, like I said, I don't mind your input and stuff. It's just, where do we go from here, you know, how?
Because it gets very subjective,
Exactly.
and we don't want to be there.
I said our goal is,
It's not our business.
the goal is to hire the best people out there that we can get, because we're not getting a lot of applications, you know, because we're not the big municipalities and we're not offering the big dollars, so who we get, we get.
And then
But
where do
it's
you
important to get the best one.
Right.
That's, like, I'm comfortable if you making a decision, but it's nice to have a report beforehand so that we know who's in the, not who's in the mix, but what experience
What
is.
their qualifications are.
Well, I'll try to do something like we've never done that before, and we should, you know, but I'll try to put something together that's understandable, and you guys can understand the decisions, you know, and we won't offer anything until you guys have a chance to review, but just so that it's out there. Okay? And of course, you guys understand, without being said, everything that I send you on the employee matter then is confidential, and you guys should be held accountable for the stuff that comes forward out of it.
Yeah, just note that at the top so we know.
Well,
I don't think we need to know names.
No, I just assume
One, two,
no
three.
names mentioned, the experience and stuff.
It's still gotta be confidential.
Qualifications, not names, not anything else, because then we're not involved in that part of it.
okay.
And I mean, I'm comfortable if you make, I'm nosy. I'd like to know the qualifications. It's what it amounts to. It's still gonna be, I'm comfortable with what you decide.
Okay.
And that's the only comment I have on that. first policy, I think it's pretty well written other than that.
On the first point under the reference and background checks, I can't find a way to read that it makes sense to me.
Background checks?
Hiring manager shall conduct a reference and background check on all potential candidates for employment at Cardston County.
Well, take the M off maybe. Well, form, should be for employment, that's a
Yeah, that
typo.
would make more sense, but that's some spelling fix there.
A question on this too, we have as a policy here. Any individual who has not been convicted of an offense, who has been convicted of and is currently serving a sentence shall not be hired by Cardston County. Yet we also say individuals who may be considered for seasonal or contract positions may be required to submit a standard criminal check. Is there a way that we can be sure that they're not serving their sentence without doing a criminal records check?
Didn't we talk about this last time?
Yeah.
The goal was, I thought, we didn't want to, the seasonal guys, we weren't as worried about that because they got a DUI and they still have their license.
Well, as long as they can show you the license and they're legal.
They're good. It was the senior management, the full-time guys, sorry, that you were more concerned about. That's why I broke it up into two, as someone recommended that we break one where this full-time must have it and the other guys may be required depending on.
Well, that's what we asked for.
It's still contradictory, but I think probably live with it.
Contradictory and.
Well, how do we know, and whether they're full-time or part-time, we don't want people who are convicted of this offense and still serving sentence.
That's not my understanding now. My understanding is you don't want full-time guys serving a sentence.
Okay, but your bullet points
That's not really bullet points, that's what he says.
Oh.
It
contradictory.
says any individual who has been convicted of an offense and is currently serving a sentence shall not be hired by Cardston County.
That's
They-
right.
They
It does say that.
They don't.
Yes.
Yes.
Either one.
I think you gotta go back and rework this one a little bit.
So are we saying you don't want anybody with any conviction to work at Cardston County while they're serving their sentence?
Well, it's serving sentence.
Your thing's saying that.
Well, I know, but we could correct that right now if we change that one to say full-time staff or
Full-time.
in there in that paragraph where it says nobody. You know, we can say
Individual applying for a full-time
close
position, still serving.
will not be hired.
Part-time is still serving, I got a problem with that, that's bad policy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I guess what's the
It's either
conviction?
one.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know.
So as soon as one of our employees does something, they're fired?
Yeah.
I mean, is our role to, as long as they're doing their job?
Well, we're talking about a criminal offense and they're serving their sentence. That's a bad policy to have, no matter how good they are.
So no one with a criminal offense deserves a second chance.
And so
Well,
can't
absolutely.
currently serving their sentence. You gotta add that part in there too. Not something 20 years ago, we're not talking about that, we're talking about right now.
In the
and
days when
serving
you
their
served your
sentence.
sentence in jail, you get it, but I mean, sentences are served all over the place for various different reasons and by various different means.
I think we'd have a hard time letting an employee go for, just because he, in an outside world, did something that was, I'm not talking the terrible thing,
We're talking about criminal offenses.
Yeah, well, criminal offense could be
That covers it.
a lot of stuff.
things.
I'm just trying to figure out where you guys want to go with it, so that we know.
Technically, it was driving over.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
that's why we need to sit down.
But the guy didn't pay his parking fines and he's got a ticket, or a criminal offense, and he's charged there.
Criminal offense for not paying a parking ticket? I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Why didn't you?
Yeah.
Goes long enough, you get a warrant, you get
Get a
arrested.
warrant, arrested, yeah.
Well, there's-
That's the truth.
So what's the sentence for something like that?
I don't know, it never happened.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to do it, like the council.
But as long as he's currently serving the sentence, we shouldn't be having his employee. Now, right after he's through that, he's a good guy.
But if he's already.
I've got a record in the States.
Would not a criminal check reveal this?
Well, it revealed for the full-time guys, but not the seasonal
So he's
guys.
not planning on doing them for the seasonal guys, criminal checks.
It says he may,
May.
It says
it
may.
says he may.
I mean, people like,
Seasonal guys.
I don't want to
May be
mention names,
required
I
to
don't
submit a
think,
standard
but,
criminal check, sir.
been with us for 20 years, they keep coming back on a regular basis. I don't want to have them do that every time they come back. And they may or may not, I don't know.
Do they do the job? Do they get the job done? That's what it should be.
Yeah, guys.
Anyway, I can live with that, just, it's a bit of a contradiction.
Well, I know, but yeah, and I want to correct that contradiction. I
You
think
bet,
if
you
we
better
put
at least add full-time.
Full-time to that one
I
part.
just add full-time to that.
I have a problem with part-time too, if they're still serving their sentence. I think that's problematic. It's bad public policy, at least while they're serving their sentence. They can be put on leave while they're serving their sentence.
If you guys want that, then you guys
Well, that's what.
make the
it
motion
says.
so I can.
Well, we made the motion. We have a motion on the records before, and that's what this says.
Okay. Well, that's not what we talked about last time. We talked about this, and then you guys talked about seasonal guys, maybe not to the same standard as full-time guys.
Well, as far as
Review
pulling
the
a
video from
criminal
last
record.
month, see what we said, do it.
Pardon?
Well,
So
that's what
review
we
the
did.
video from last month and
That's
see
what we
what we
did.
said and go with it.
I'm pretty sure we talked lengthily, or in depth about that part-time. No.
I think I agree with you, I think we did.
Not having the same status.
Sure what we can come up with. I mean, what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
It is a conflict between the two, but
I can live with it. I
What
think
if
we
you
should
required
keep
one
that.
on the seasonal, if it's a returning seasonal, like have a 5-year limit? That every 5 years they at least provide an update.
Long can I run it 5 years?
Yeah, a lot
Yeah,
can.
what do you do with our full-time employees now?
They should-
If they
If they get a criminal
If they get a
conviction.
conviction, do we fire them? Let them go?
When someone comes through the border and forgets to declare something, they get caught, that's a criminal offense. All of a sudden, we got a person that's been here 20 years, we're gonna fire him now?
And this is why we need a committee to be hashing this out, not sitting here all seven of us all day.
Well, yeah.
you can,
For new employment, I think they need to provide a criminal, a background check. And then whatever that information produces is something that you consider at an administrative level. Now, how serious it is, that's kind of a judgment
Say
call.
they can't stay.
But at least it puts a red flag up, it's seen and known and understood and would help you with your decision. And you can say, hey, that's something that is a minor offense, that wouldn't have an impact on the job, or it might be something that we need to consider. And
no,
so that has
that's, sorry,
potential.
but if he has a criminal record, I can't do it. That's what it's saying.
No, this is, what we're talking here though is just on hiring. We're
Yeah.
not talking employment.
No, I meant hiring a new guy. The problem, and I understand where you're coming from, I think, and I don't have a problem with it. The problem is, in this world today, if I want a buggy operator, they're rough, they're tough, they're gonna go drinking and they're gonna get a whatever possibility. And if I say no, I'm only gonna have clean cut guys working for us. It's gonna limit us to what we can get. Not saying it might be an issue, it might not, but if we limit ourselves so much that we can't get employees, we're already struggling to find employees. And I'm not saying I'm gonna go hire, the anybody that's got a terrible record, but
It could be a situation that has been dealt with in its history and it's in the past and it's not a problem.
yeah.
Or it could be a situation that it hasn't been, that it's still a struggle, and still a challenge that you wouldn't want to have to deal with. So, but you need to have the check so that you're
Well,
made aware of
the-
what the history is.
Well, yeah, but if the guy and the woman's divorced and they're fighting for custody and she makes claims, he makes claims, what does that have to do with his job? And I guess that's where I want to know what,
Yeah, well, I don't think that would have a bearing on a buggy operator.
no, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm saying you should have the lateral ability to
Well, but
use that. But if he's,
I guess I just need to define in there, because if we put in there, Cardston County will not hire anybody with convicted criminal while they're serving the sentence unless given authority by, or approval by council or by the CAO or by, it just becomes.
I don't think you even need to have that in there. If you've had the criminal check, that should give you enough information to decide if there's any red flags here that you.
The motion was made last council to have.
Lloyd made the motion to put that in there.
maybe to make it clear, so we're not talking parking tickets, we say serious criminal offense.
Under what definition?
Well, we'll leave that loose, we don't have to define it.
I think.
If you don't think it's serious,
I think we can table this sucker, and I'm gonna move we defer it.
Yeah.
Let's
Because I would like to
have
have
a discussion.
meeting where we
and
can really
figure
talk
out
about
what's
it, I
there.
guess.
because then we're not talking about parking tickets.
I
We're not
thought
talking
I
about parking.
just
I
put
understand
full-time
that.
in there,
That's not
and
the
it's
same.
fine.
Well, let's change it to serious criminal then.
I don't
So
see
you
any
guys
wrong
can
with
talk
it.
about that, how you wanna do it.
Can't do that motion.
I defer it.
Defer, okay, how about the,
I'm deferring HRP 020 hiring
Okay.
policy.
any more discussion? All agreed? Okay, now hiring contractors, P008, but that was on here last time, wasn't it?
Yes.
The only thing I put in there, Mike, and I don't know, you kind of mentioned it, where's the limit for their core? I said anything under 30,000. I don't know how we can get around it, but you mentioned that, having a limit, and I thought 30 was a decent number that we could.
They used to have a 50, like on a lot of prime mechanical and stuff, that was a $50,000 limit.
But I don't have a problem with 50 either.
I think 30 would be fine too, now, because it's pretty well in place 100%, so. But you get some of the small guys that are coming into the hot hole or something like that, pretty likely they're not gonna have it, but 30,000, I mean, they're talking about $30,000.
So our small stuff, like our Smith goes out and does a few things for us, but our big stuff, they're all, like I said, they probably have better safety plans than we do, so.
That Smith might have it, if
He
he wants
might.
to do anything for any of the oil companies or anything, he'll have it, so. But I'm happy with the 30.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll move we accept policy PWP 008 as presented.
Any more discussion? All agreed? Policy review, so policy review 11.1, motion to defer this till next month. Is that your motion then,
Well,
Dennis?
do we need, how about, let's have a little discussion on that. Should we cut it in half, like deal with 6 at a time instead of 11? Should we give a little more direction here as to, this is too many, too much?
But these are
Well,
pretty
it's too
short.
many with 3 days' notice, it's not too much with a month's notice.
So would 6 be doable, I guess is what I'm asking?
Let me see
It
the,
depends how long they are. If it's a page each, yeah, I can read 6 pages, but if they're 10 pages each, that's another story, and I don't know how long all of our policies are. So and if we get them, if Murray was to just send out an email,
Give us
a week or 2
month
weeks,
notice or
even
something?
a week or 2, say these are the policies we'd like to review this meeting, please review them in the book. If you have any changes you'd like to make, great.
Okay.
So the ones you're putting forward each time, you haven't made any changes to them at all?
No, well, these are the ones that you got in your book.
Yeah, they're right out of the book.
We're basically, if there's a spelling mistake or something like that,
Just to review.
we're just trying to touch that up as I go through it again, but I haven't changed any.
Okay.
But, yeah, so I'm just trying to get it through so that with that new format, it has council's approval and everything. Like some with the chief elected officer, deputy chief elected officer, council, those come straight out of the MGA and probably don't even need to come to council, but I want to try to get you guys through that whole book. Is my goal.
which is good, we should.
Yeah, and then hopefully in the future, we'll do these on a regular basis and not, once, but break them up type thing.
Yeah.
So my suggestion, we do all of these next month. That gives us a month to look at them, pretty short, we should be able to get through them.
I won't put any more on, I'll just leave these
Just leave
ones.
these. Yeah. So is that your motion, Dennis, to defer this next month? Any more discussion? All agreed?
While we're on that, can I add another little issue though? How come this isn't on the internet anymore?
What is it?
The policy manual. I printed it off when I was running for office, and it's not there anymore.
I'm not sure, the old one, we still have the old one, but we've been updating everything. We were trying to get
Because I
council's
couldn't find
approvals.
any policy handbook on the website at all. I've been looking a few times.
Well, it's probably, so you can find it, it's probably not on there then. Because we're trying to update
I'd
this.
like to make a motion that we get it back on there and continually maintain it.
Do you want the new one on there, or the old one, the draft one?
Well,
The current.
You don't do the old one, because the new one's not accepted.
Well, certain policies are accepted in it now.
Yes, so
So yeah, we need
I'll
to
mix
put
the
the
two
old one
together.
on, and as it gets updated within the week that we approve it. Should be able to handle that. We got office staff that can do that, don't we?
Well, we'll see what we can do there. It's just that we got two different files altogether. So I can go through and try to take out the ones and update it.
Well, the one definitely should be on there, whichever.
So your motion is that all current policies should be on the
So
website?
all current, this book needs to go on there right now, and any that have been updated need to go on. Within, say, a week of us approving the new ones, they go on. And I think a current hard copy should be available to the public, even if we charge photocopy rates or whatever. But the information needs to be made more available to the people.
Isn't it available?
I don't know, I haven't requested. I've had this, so I didn't request, but.
Yeah, the only-
Maybe it is, but maybe I just want to make sure it is.
Yeah, like I said, there's changes from that one to the new one, because the new one's in the format that you see now. And so there's actually a couple that have been, like a policy with a split here and there to make it more easy to read.
Well,
But we can put
this one on and put a footnote next to it under review.
Well, I can put this one up. I'll put the one we're using now up. Pages that aren't approved will say draft, but it's be the same basic thing that's in the old one.
Okay.
And then you guys, they can see what the day was approved, and because all of it was approved at some point, it's just not reviewed by you guys.
So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more discussion? All agreed? Everyone agreed to that? Okay. Now on 12.1, road allowance lease agreements.
This was just brought up from council last time, asked for a copy of it up so they could look at it.
I find that the cost interesting. The cost should be down here on 3 acres times $2 per acre times 1 year, $6. So we're not getting a lot of money from this.
No.
Maybe we shouldn't. Because we want them to maintain, take the hay off there.
Yeah.
Cleaned up.
Yeah.
I haven't seen, was there an old one, Mary?
No, this
This is brand new.
this is the old one.
Okay.
There's no changes to this, it was just come up as a request to see what it looked like.
So I guess we're not changing it, we just file it.
This was just for information so you guys could see, because we did have the policy last time on, road allowance leasing, and then the item came out, well, what does the contract look like?
I'll move to file it.
Any more discussion? Roger, anybody? You happy with it?
Just to go over it then again.
The numbers, are they for a half a mile or a mile? Must be a half mile.
Well, it's per acre, right?
Per quarter, right? Per quarter.
There's usually, 3 to 4 acres, I'm thinking 4 acres and a half mile, but,
Yeah, 4 acres.
yeah.
Okay, you have a
So it should
motion.
be $8 then.
Well, this is only 3 acres, so if we change it, we would change it to 4 acres times the $2 for $8.
Does the current leasee have first right to renewal? How does that work?
So what happens on a lease, it
If you got a neighbor that wants to
There's a
throw at it,
dispute, then
comes to council. So what happens if there's a lease, the 2 owners on each side have their first right to give it. If there's a dispute and they won't split it down the middle or something, then you guys make the decision based on that. If one guy has it for a lot of years, the next guy wants it,
because I remember we had a situation that was brought forward, and that was part of the issue in the discussion, is that the one fellow had leased it for a number of years. And then,
Had he leased it or had he used it for a number of years? The other guy was trying to lease it.
He's used it for
Cam would know the history more than I would.
he
never paid.
There's lots of them out there that's never been leased, been used, so.
But if you do lease it, you do go in and put in a fence, and it comes up for renewal every year?
Every 3 years.
Every 3
It's a
years.
3-year
I mean,
contract.
The fellow that made the investment,
So we get
I think,
$12.
should have first option on it. That's all I'm saying, and it isn't written such for them.
It's not written there, but what usually happens is if there's a conflict, then it comes to council to make that decision.
We won't,
Because for the most part, nobody wants to go refence it for
Yeah,
a little bit of land.
I
I'm
guess
gonna
it's
spend
3
$5 grand to
acres.
refence a half a mile for
So do you have the
4
right
acres.
to roll your fence up? Do you have the right to go and roll your fence up if you don't get the lease back?
I guess you do. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Except for the
It's
posts.
up to you to take care of your cattle.
Yeah.
It's not up to the neighbors.
Well, part of the,
But looking at most of the fences here, why would you want to go roll it up? So,
No, yeah, I mean, a fence has a 20-year life as a rule to it, depending if you're putting in for quality and permanent. If you only leases every 3 years, I just wondered what you had a right to invest.
You should have the right to get your fence back. So.
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
you have first right to release or take the fence back.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
Yeah, we do just file it.
It's just for information.
Just the numbers.
Any more discussion? All agreed? Well, what's the motion? 13.1, Alberta beef producers.
This was interesting.
Is this where they want $100?
I know it's 182.
A little more than that,
180.
180.
But I wondered, a lot of the information they're looking for is information that we've gathered, in my opinion, that we participated in with
Yeah.
Chief Mountain.
In the carnivore group, I would think, isn't it?
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit different, I guess.
I just wonder if they would access that information.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're really trying to get numbers of, you know, how many people have had predator attacks, how many people have missings. You know, and the carnivore working group, we haven't really done that. We've randomly selected, you know, 5, 6 people we know in the area that have had trouble. And we put those numbers together. And we did that to show the Alberta government with our new compensation program that we put forth to the Alberta government. I think I talked about before where we have a multiplier on there. Like if you have one confirmed kill, we're saying that it's worth 3.5 times that amount because of the stress on the other cattle, the labor, the fence that's wrecked, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so we took those numbers from, you know, a few people that were involved with the carnivore working group to see what their numbers would be, to come up with that multiplier, what it actually should be. And so that's what we did. And this is just gonna give more numbers for that same type of thing, like
So you
showing.
don't see an overlap.
No, I mean,
That was my question.
not really. I mean, this is, like I say, this is gonna sample a lot more people, be a lot better,
Yeah, no,
a
I'm
lot
afraid
better
of the
information.
study. I just-
You know, and I think part of the reason this is coming forward is because the Alberta government gave them a little bit of money and said, you know, we don't believe this carnivore working group's numbers, we want to see what yours are on a larger sample. And that's what I think's happening. I don't know, I mean,
They're looking at more than just predators, though. They're looking at
yeah, birds, elk, like
yeah, all
whatever.
that crop damage.
Yeah. But I can just about guarantee you the main thing they're looking at is predator compensation, because they pay more in predator compensation than they do anything else. I mean, some guy will say, you know, like the elk wrecked 10 bales of hay, you know. I mean, that does happen too.
They pay quite a bit up for that.
They do.
Yeah, for
Or
hunters.
not just elk.
Rob got in his budget.
Freaking mule deer out in the field, you know, that area.
It's minor, yeah.
They just wreck a lot.
Okay, Ken makes a motion.
We give them $182 out of the Ag Service Board budget.
Any more discussion? All agreed? Ken Jensen Road, 14.1. What's this one? So you give 3 recommendations to analyze as opposed to a recommendation. Your recommendations, we decide what we want to do, basically, okay?
Council needs to make the decision on if they want to proceed or not. The grant money is coming up, it's $275,000 plus probably $15,000 interest, so $300,000. We either have to do something for the road, either do a temporary, no, I'll call it temporary, I don't know if it would be temporary, but coming in using the existing bridge, or we can build the new bridge, or the new road and bridge. I figured cost-wise, I estimated, you know, with what they are telling us, how do I say it? We've got a little bit of money left. If we give the money back, if we do the temporary road, we're figuring out it's gonna cost us, how much?
278,000, am I reading that right? Option 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the other one? The south route's 827,000.
Yeah.
It's like, there's only one option.
Well,
Yeah, I think
but you
so.
gotta consider the.
Well, there's two options.
You consider the 278, we're also gonna add 300,000 to it because we're gonna turn it back, right? So there's $500,000.
How do you figure that?
Because we have to give the money back to, if we don't do the south road, we have to give the money back to our environment. So there's $500,000 there.
Okay.
These are the costs of Alberta the engineers to do it. I'm sure we can do it less than that, if we need to do it.
Can we go after environment, see if they'll participate in option 2, so we don't have to give it all back?
I've already talked to her about that. She's probably says no already. I mean, we can still try it. But when I talked to her, how it worked is we first got the grant to do the fingers into the river. Then that was going to be $1 million plus, so we can't turn around and asked if we could do the new road solution. And they okayed that. So last time I asked her on doing the other one, she says, no, we've approved the other way. You know, stick with that. And that's why we did the evaluation, that study that said which is the best option. The engineers come back and say, you know, it's cheaper to go the other way, but they cannot guarantee a long-term solution. And that's why Alberta Environment is hesitant, because they don't want to send their money to a long-term solution. That's why they're still holding on to the south road. So,
If any of you have lived by a river and had something in the river that you tried to maintain, whether it be a water system or whatever, it's a no-win situation. It's a very long maintenance type item to deal with. You get an opportunity when floods come along to replace that water system or whatever. So it's a real battle.
So we should move them up top then.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to have an alternate source.
This is a floodplain, basically.
Of water, but, so, I mean, here you've got two choices. You either do a realignment at the existing location, or you put in a new culvert conveyance to cross the creek and pull your money and your investment away from the river so that it's...
So there's no way to use the current bridge structure there to move it?
to move it?
To move it.
Move the
Cheaper
bridge?
than a new culvert.
Well, I don't think it would
Because that
be.
culvert's gonna wash out.
No, they're built in a overflow, so it won't wash out.
Oh, yeah, well.
That's what they've talked about, is having a low level crossing further down, but
Yeah, I think...
is it cheaper? I don't know. Will the province even allow it? Their
That's-
structure, I don't know.
I don't.
I mean, it's been engineered, they have a safety factor, and there is a good area there for an overflow. I don't think that's a concern, Ken. It's certainly significant enough in size that if that was an issue, that transportation should replace that at their cost. We're talking about very similar length of road and distance. That's what I find interesting. I don't think that the realignment is really a fair assessment number-wise. It's really steep terrain, and it's a very tight corner to get realigned up on that existing bridge. That existing bridge is a 1952, 60 years plus. It's showing its age. It has some very significant concerns structurally, and the report points that out. With environment participating, they can take a cost of the new structure involved in going across the creek, and I think the earthwork on a realignment or on the south approach is going to be awfully close to the same amount of money. Murray suggested that the money is there, that we could put the creek crossing out to tender, and that money would be sufficient to cover that cost. The culvert's only is about $40,000, and rough figures, the assembly of the culvert is about equal to saying. It is something that we could do with our own forces and save a significant amount of money, but with the environment participating, it's not out of our pocket to have them pay the bill and take care of that. And I'm not certain what our scheduling is as to whether our own forces have time to do it for significant savings for our benefit. So.
Can we eliminate that engineering cost in option 1? Because I look at it, it looks really simple. What do I know?
The engineering costs that are shown there, I believe half of that work has already been done because we had the design after that was presented. So I don't think our engineering costs are going to be, I think they'll be about half of what's represented there because we had them do some more work. We missed opportunity. We gave this green light 2 years ago, and had we followed up with it seriously there, we came awfully close. I think we missed it like about 2 weeks of having the bridge branch stand the bill on this.
Well, they never ever said they would. They always indicated that they think a possibility.
Yeah.
But they would never give us a commitment.
But we started to follow their proposal, and we had our homework done, but by the time we got it there, the province had made the decision to close the funding on that, through the entire province. I think it will be back. I don't know whether we'll have a chance to reapply, to claw back money. Don't know if that's a possibility or not. But if we go ahead right now, I propose that we choose option 1, and which is, in my opinion, the smarter approach, a long-term resolve. It's a better fix. We're not gambling. We're not wasting our money. That would be my suggestion. And that if we go ahead and do this as soon as we possibly can, we can take advantage of the $300,000 that's available to us to help us out with this. If we pass that up and have to give that money back, we could stand the cost of the whole thing. So why not take advantage of
And you've been
the
looking
money
at
that's available?
and this bridge installation. I don't know, it looks simple. It looks like it's only 10 feet wide, and it's just a little stream goes through there. But so you've been studying that and talking about it for years, trying to figure out a cheaper way to do it. There's just no cheaper way to do it then. That's astounding to me.
Well, the benefits on the south approach, I believe the Hutterites, landowner to the south, would have some significant benefit to it, and I think it gives them good access, and I think they should be approached, and they may wish to participate. What I hear is that they will be willing to, but we haven't formally approached that I'm aware of. I think the question's been asked, but we haven't gotten an answer back.
I've talked to, when they were in here, we talked about it, but he said he was going to talk to the brethren, and we haven't been down to discuss it.
But right now, we have money available that we can use to put this to bed and do a permanent fix without costing the ratepayer.
So this funding of the project we have written here, the federal gas tax and MSI, like that's what we've already put towards this project?
No, that's how much we could pull out if you guys move to.
But there's probably other projects
That's true.
of that funding that are probably
Fire truck out. I mean,
That's what's left.
more imperative.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're going to pull money here, you're going to take money away from other projects. Or, I won't say other projects, but this is what this money is for projects.
But I'm just wondering how much of this money you got written here has already been allocated somewhere else?
None. We've taken it all out. This is what's left to go to different projects. Now, saying that, the MSI, we've looked at about, for a new shop, we probably have estimated $500,000 out there over the last 2 years, but we haven't, that hasn't been taken out, but the rest is open for.
Okay, so you got a motion on the floor?
Yeah.
Option 1, any more discussion?
You're talking third generation. You're going to pose it on a situation here at Cal-Cap-Hopper.
I guess my concern is that
It's unfortunate that he happens to be the one that lives at the end of the road, but there's somebody that all roads is somebody that lives at the end of the road.
So it's third generation, is it gonna go to a fourth or gonna be a sellout?
I think it's gonna be a fourth.
So they talk that's a form.
I guess my concern is that
That's a lot of dollars.
Well, I think it can be done for a lot less than what's showing there.
So if we take our Alberta environment money, the 290, the federal gas tax funding, which we're kind of limited on where we can use that, right? We'll have to come up with another 100 and something thousand, 110,000 or something like that.
Well, when Alan looked at,
One.
yeah, when Alan looked at this, he figured that dirt work could be done for half of what they're allowed.
Yeah, it looks simple, because we're not doing the private part, we're just doing a short stretch.
Exactly, and the dirt's there.
Okay, but your motion is based on this. You're saying we can do it cheaper, and how can I vote
I
on
know,
something that I
I know.
don't know?
Yeah,
This is worst case.
Well, okay, then I'm gonna vote no.
This is if you contracted it out and used government rates, absolutely. And that's what they asked for, and that's what they're not gonna give you anything different from that.
Other than the 275,000, you're looking at 600 grand.
But everything else that we do is based on the same parameters.
Any more discussion? This is a hard one, isn't it?
Well, what are we voting on?
Option one, but
Yeah, but-
we're doing it cheaper.
The problem is, leave it wide open. We're option one, but we don't have, that's it. You say it's outside cost, and it could turn around and not, could be the inside. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
contemplating, or I'm not thinking that,
But we're gonna pull our whole road crew off to come do this now.
We're not doing the bridge.
It'll be the next project in line. I'd say this is more of an issue than where they're headed to next.
So it's more of an issue when you're at.
But we have to do this after September 1st, I thought.
Right.
It can't be prior to September 1st. Because of,
So just take our road crew, how
Oceans and
long?
Fisheries.
Another road from Highway 5 to across the Sean Pictures, I don't know if there's wide.
They're doing a road widening right now. These folks don't have a road to their place other than they're going through the ditch and around this wash.
So technically, the federal gas tax funding and Alberta environment funding,
That should do it.
it should cover it. I mean, it'll be, obviously,
Yeah, that should do it.
our labor on top of that, more likely.
How long do you think it'll take our road crew to do that? Doesn't look very complex. Last time I
2
looked
weeks,
at
I
it.
bet.
Hey,
6 months.
Well, it'll be more than that. I think,
All summer.
it's 2 months. It'll be 2 months.
2 months to do it, really? Our whole crew?
Measure what was done last year and the year before.
I think Alan had a number on that when he was here last,
Yeah.
didn't he? On how long it would actually
He
take.
figured them out.
It was a full month day.
But if you got weather and a few things that happen, I think you can just allow 2 months. I don't think there's 2 months of work there, but I think there's 2 months of time there.
Bring it up on the override, or is this it?
That's it.
Okay, so we're doing to where?
It's basically the 1/4. We're doing it from
So all the work is strictly
Road there on
going
the
to
left.
be,
Right here.
Here to there.
It's right there.
That's it.
so all the work will strictly be on our road allowance.
Yeah.
No private land.
Yeah.
Well, they budgeted $4,000 to purchase land because they're gonna have to widen some of it
Okay,
here.
but I'm just saying it will be our road allowance.
It is a road allowance now. Yeah. Except
So then he's taking care of everything going back up north?
He's taking care of, well, Fred said he's agreed to come back up and build his road
He's
back up.
building a road from this point to his yard.
One thing that really bothers me, it's gonna take 2 months of our whole road crew. That really,
Well, if you got them kicked in the butt, it would take them up.
well, I'd be interested in like a bid on that road work and just compare.
yeah.
You know, we're not efficient, I mean, it doesn't happen efficiently. Now, I don't know what the
That's
pricing
what it
is, whether, you know, contractor's gonna come in and charge us twice that and do it in half the time or whatever.
I agree, we should go for a bid, and we also should go to the Hutterites to see if what they'll contribute, and push them on contributions.
I think it should take, I'd be surprised if Hutterites want to throw anything in much.
I don't know.
But
Yeah, they'd probably be willing to do work.
It needs to be taken to their council so that they can make a decision.
And we need it quick, and we need all that information by next month, because we gotta do it this year if we're gonna do it, seems like, right?
So who are we paying for this right away? $4,000?
No, I think it's just widening it, so some of it would be the Hutterites who own the south, and some would be for Jensen that owns the left.
I think they'll donate.
I mean, they donate, I'm sure, but this is just the engineers.
And that's my question, I guess.
Yeah.
Not the $4,000 off the project is gonna make much difference.
Did you want to change your motion to?
Well, I'm not opposed to formalizing the approach with the Hutterites on their participation on land acquisition and on helping with the conveyance to cross the creek, but
And to get a bid on it.
I still think regardless of that, we need to go ahead with the project, and but they still need to be invited.
So what will this, like, if this was contracted rates, what's that gonna cost us out of our bank account?
Out of our bank account? You're looking at it.
No, because we're already paying the guys their wages. We already own all the equipment.
Oh, you mean, if we don't contract? I thought you said we did contract.
If this is contracted rates, what's it gonna cost us to pay our guys to do it? How much over and above our wages? Really, we're paying fuel and some repairs and maintenance on our equipment.
That's about, yeah.
So it's not $827,000 we have to come up with.
But a real
Some
problem
time off of other roads, yes.
Yeah.
they're spending 2 months doing it for basically 1 or 2 people.
So that's what they're doing right now.
2 months for
Right
1
now,
or 2
they've been on this
people.
project for just about a month, and they've hardly seen the wheels turn in 3 weeks.
I thought they were at Mountain View for quite a few
No,
months.
No, that's the culvert, that's the
between
culvert.
Spring here and Spring
They're
Creek.
near division right now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
They're working on the road out with pictures, silos, and they haven't done a whole lot. Their signs have been up, and the equipment's been sitting there on top of the hill for everyone to see, not doing a whole lot, so.
But you gotta be careful how you say that, because they spent a week putting that culvert in, the equipment went over there to help put that culvert in.
At West
And then we've had the rain for a week, so, I think when the crews get there, they work, and they try to do their best, but once again, the guys we hire, they're not experts, and they're not.
To answer your question, Dennis, when I reviewed this with Alan previously, we figured about half.
Yeah, that's my
If we did it
right.
ourselves.
But if it would cost, really is what it costs us is doing the road somewhere else.
That's right.
Otherwise, our guys
That's
are
right.
not working anyways.
That's right.
And this is a rate pair, no different where our next project that we got going to, and we're talking about safety issues and access. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is more important, I agree with you, than what we're even at now, or what is scheduled next.
No, because of that, I think on one side with the Brett, that we delay one other safety road for this safety road, and we're not out a whole lot of money out of pocket.
And I just think we need to proceed with this. I'm not opposed to getting a contract price, and if there's a significant savings there, it should be considered. But, and I think we need to invite the other landowners adjacent to participate and maximize as much as we possibly can.
I'll have you talk to Jennifer, I think you probably put an RFP out quick to see, not a tender, but just an RFP to see what it would
We're gonna have
cost.
to go through Jennifer. I mean, we've got the design and everything.
I guess I could talk to
Now
him.
his desk or, a couple of the contractors and say, how much you build this road?
Isn't that designed in that already?
Yeah, everything's in there.
Yeah.
I could talk to,
Unless Jennifer's gonna continue to do it for nothing.
well, no, but I guess I could talk to
Being sarcastic there.
the guy at McNally and just see what it would cost.
Here's a road, we got a quarter or a half mile to go, and how much would it cost us? And he'd sit down and off of that in an hour, he has it.
Do you want me a couple different guys, or just McNally would be fine?
Well, I don't know.
Because I have the guy at McNally, and I think he would be You know, I doubt that they can get to it this year, but we could put some equipment into it and buy a culvert that would cover the,
I mean, I just think we need to proceed. It'd be smart to at least get the river, the creek crossing done. If we need to split it over 2 years, I mean, get that, and, or put it in 2 phases, that part and the other part.
Well, I agree, something needs to happen. We've been talking about it for 3 years now.
So what's your motion?
Well, I mean, I'm here to support, but I'm also hearing options, so. I
The
think-
hardest part is putting it into a motion, I think, because you got too many variables.
Right, so I think we need to defer, that we get some pricing done,
Yeah,
and that we can come back with some more exact costing.
next month.
I would not like to see it not something get started this year, because I think it could still be completed this year depending on our final weather or winter weather, but they're going to be at least a month where they're at, are they not?
our guys.
Yeah.
If the rain would stop, they're gonna be a month there.
Yeah, so,
I don't know how far they're going.
so
It's a
let's,
mile and a half.
Yeah, it's not very far.
and this is a half mile, but it's more dirt to move.
So basically, you're looking for deferral to give them time to get more definite numbers for the road building, how to raise some others on board to see what contribution
Well, I
we can
don't think
get.
that's gonna make a difference, but I
Well,
just think we need to go ahead with this, but we need to assemble some options on our numbers. I'm willing to go ahead with it right now and then do our best bargaining that we can to get it achieved.
You may not have enough support now, but another month you may have, if we can get a little more information. So is your, so your motion to defer 1 more month to get more information?
Yeah, I don't wanna squash it.
Okay. Any more discussion, all agreed? Okay, so you got the Barn National Association with these people?
You guys waiting for a couple more, or you good to go?
No, we're good, yeah, we're good.
Chairman, let's get a little break. So you can take that, I can step out for a minute, I just want to
Okay.
take this out of the corner.
Okay, we'll just take a quick break, then we'll go to the, what number is that?
Come up and sit up here.
Sure.
How are you doing today? Good. How are you? Good.
Yeah.
On your way back, did you?
We did. We did, we brought some sunshine.
Is there sun out there now?
Yeah, just kind of peeking over Chief Mountain there.
Let's hope so. So it was raining when I came in here, so.
Yeah, a little rain again. Cruise back. Nice to meet you.
Appreciate you coming.
Well, I'm great, I'm glad you had us here. It's terrific.
We'll see how good we can do there.
We'll see how we do.
I don't know, yeah, bring another chair to the table and we'll see what's here.
Yeah.
Josh left.
We just sit here, this is good.
Beside you.
All right.
Well, you guys want to ever get there?
Well, I don't want to take the chiefs to the head,
Okay.
the head of the line there. And these mints are for everybody too, aren't they?
How's the numbers?
I'm good, Cam, how about you?
Good.
Good. How's the summer going for you?
Not bad, too fast.
Yeah? We've had some good rain.
Yeah. Cows are good fat and sassy.
Really? I like the sound of that. That's good.
Yeah, a little bit of hail around.
Well, you know, I don't know if we haven't seen the worst of that.
No, what number is that for lunch?
Like this week's supposed to be 30 degrees, so I think we're gonna get rain.
Might get some more.
Might get some more.
Back
Yeah,
Far away.
the crops look pretty incredible if they can get them, so.
Hoping to get them in, well, that's great. Are we waiting for the rest of the council?
Yeah, they're just.
They just take a short break.
Look at that. It's us. Look at that. Just that easy.
There you go.
Good job zooming on your house.
Let's just zoom in on yours, Steve, and see what's going on there.
Mine's getting a new roof,
Well, that's right, I like your roof.
it's half on now.
Yeah.
Who's doing it for you?
Durable. Fort McLean.
Yeah, they did ours. Seemed to be pretty good. Yeah, we're happy with that. That's why we don't want any more hail. We don't want any more.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need these.
Yeah, that's
So you said that, is that Duralast roofs?
durable from Fort McLean. Yeah.
Is that rubber roofing?
I didn't get rubber roofing, no, I just got some.
It's metal.
He's got metal and I just got the shingles back in there, yeah.
Because I heard there's a rubber roofing you can get now, eh?
There is.
but it's, I guess it's quite pricey, but I forget what the more, lifetime expectancy is, it's huge.
It is 100 years.
Yeah, something like that, eh?
Something like that.
They're making like rubber shingles kind of thing.
Yeah, but I guess it goes white and chalky kind of, eh?
Oh, does it when it weathering?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, yeah.
I think there's lots of materials out there that are far superior to asphalt shingles.
I agree.
It's just a cost factor.
Let's wait for one more and we'll get going here.
No, no rush.
No,
We'll stay until, we gotta be home before midnight though, so.
Okay, well, we'll make sure. What's your name again?
Can't say, I'm pretty sure I won't be listening to you that one.
yeah, you might want to say, get out of your voice at some point, but that's great. Good.
Did you print off that
What would you like?
lovely letter from yesterday?
I have a copy of it
Do you
here.
want a sub copy?
Do you want a copy of this in front of you?
No, I've got it right here in my
Right
screen.
there.
Do you
I
want us
have
to have
it.
one?
Yep.
Would that be easier than
I
us
think
reading?
just, well,
Possibly.
some of it is,
Just give it to Jim.
yeah, that's probably a good idea, and you fellows can read it. Let me just see, this is. Okay, thank you very much.
They gave me a survey, but it doesn't have a, I don't, is it supposed to have a stamp of compliance on it, or?
I don't know, did Brown over Mary give that?
No, I got this from Trevor Kunkel. Surveyors are.
It is Brown American
Baker.
Associates. Is that who does your work as well?
Some, yeah,
Sometimes.
usually.
Yeah.
There's a few, but
Right.
they usually do us. They're not cheap.
No.
Okay, looks like we,
Yeah.
looks like we have everybody here.
All right.
We have representatives from the Barn Dance Owners Association, Mr. Wagner and
Mr. Black, Bruce Black.
Black.
Yeah.
I can remember that, Black, okay.
Good, good.
So could you kind of summarize what your request is? And
Yes, our request is at the moment, we'd like the council to consider taking ownership of the road in the subdivision and the common area within the subdivision. I understand when the subdivision at the Barn Dance was approved, that it was decided between the Kunkles and the county, a sum of money was exchanged instead of the council keeping the county keeping the common area and the road. It was done by the Kunkles to keep the county and the road, and as each subdivision, I believe, is allowed 10% common ground. This was waived in lieu of money that the council, the previous council, I think in 01 or 02 or 03, received. Therefore, the road has been owned by the Kunkles, although we are guaranteed access at the moment, at least we sure hope so. And the common area, the common ground within our subdivision is owned by the Kunkles. Now, at the present time, we pay them a yearly fee to maintain the road both summer and winter, and to cut the grass in the common area. Now, the summer maintenance of that road is basically non-existent. We've been battling back and forth with them, still paying them over the years, but really nothing's been done. And we had met with Murray and Cam earlier this summer and asked that, is it possible that the county take possession of that road and that common ground and maintain it to a certain standard for the 43 lots that are in there at the present time. That's basically it in a nutshell what we're asking you to do, or consider to do, is to not only maintain that road, we're not talking, to a certain high level, just to fill in the potholes, certainly bring some fresh gravel in once in a while, which has never been done for us since the 7 years that I've been there, and yet we continue to pay the companies to do that. And in all fairness to Lloyd and Trevor, they want to give up ownership of the road and the common area. They don't want anything to do with it anymore, quote unquote. No charge to us or to you, simply transferring ownership from them to you. which isn't that simple. I understand there's surveys involved, there'll be legal fees involved, should the council decide that they go that route. We just feel as taxpayers, 43 different lot owners, we're just not getting any services from the Kunkles, and so we'd like the county to step in to guarantee a certain level of work done on the road, and certainly guarantee our access to our cottages should something happen to the barn bands itself. They're unable to provide us with the service. They also provide us with the potable water, which has been an ongoing thing. I've been discussing this with Cam for a number of years, and we're being charged now for potable water from the Kunkles, although we've seen no certificate from the Alberta Environment as to say, yes, that is potable water. We're paying for it as potable water.
Is it trucked in or is there a pipe?
No, there's a well on the Kunkles property. And I understand we had to obtain a license, Cam, at some point for that, or the county obtained a license?
Where are we at?
Where are you at with that?
Hopefully within the next month we'll be done, or maybe she's on holidays for August, so.
Okay.
middle of
So that
September.
establishes that the county owns the license?
We own the water license.
And so the Kunkles are
portion
supplying
of our
us with water under the county's license?
Not now, they're not.
Not now, they're not.
But hopefully, to make them in conditions of Alberta environment, yeah, they would have part of our license.
Yeah.
That's just the water, that's the water, not the quality or the,
Right.
it's just the water.
We're being charged right now for quote-unquote potable water, and it's not cheap. Each cottage owner is paying approximately $300 a year for that.
In their defense, that's their chemical, and it doesn't matter what the water, once the water license is all legal and in place, they're still giving the cost of treatment.
No, I understand that, but I just want to make sure that, this wasn't really the reason we came, I just wanted to mention this quickly. The reason we came was for the road and the common area, but just to get this through, we don't mind paying it. We think $385 a year for drinkable potable water is fine. We just want to make sure that it is potable water we're paying for, that's all.
Yeah, I understand.
And the source is guaranteed.
So, on my understanding, or you can correct me, water is meeting the standards. It's just, it's been a license issue, is
Right.
why it's never been signed off on, so.
We've heard, I won't stay on this too long because I know the council is busy, but we've heard there may be some consideration in the future of hooking directly to the Hill Spring water. That may be new to some of the councilors here, I don't know, but this is what we've heard over the last couple of years, that that's what the county eventually would like to see done, and that's certainly what we, as a group from the association, would like to see done as well. We don't know how long or how well or how good that water is going to stay, or just coming out of the well right now, but we're paying the Kunkles for that water and for the maintenance of that well. But really, while we're here, is the road itself and the common area, because we're not getting any satisfaction from who we're paying to maintain it now. It's just it's simply not being done in the summer. There's no summer maintenance. The potholes get larger and larger. The gravel gets less and less. The water sits longer and longer on the road. And we've talked to Trevor about it, but he claims he doesn't have the time or the money, although we're paying him to do so. And he would come down with an old plow once a year, and totally ineffective. Now, in Cam's, you did send the grader over about a month ago. They did a pass through the subdivision and it made a big difference, although I thought there were some places that could have been done a little better and maybe some fresh gravel brought in, but until I guess that we establish who's going to actually own that road, that may be as far as we can go with it, I don't know.
I talked to Murray about, because I think Marilyn told me he didn't do all of it, so I talked to him to check that out.
No, there was as the road at the very end of the subdivision loops around and comes back, he didn't grade that, but in his defense, it didn't look to me like it really needed grading at that particular time. The real issue with that road is from the pavement all the way along the north shore. That's, as you turn south.
I drove that, and there's a big, huge pothole.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. He did do the one side, but the south side of the north road, he didn't do. I don't know why, but we're looking at a survey cost for us, and I understand that a fresh survey or a new survey has to be done in order for this decision to be finally made, and who's to pay for the survey, and so on, and I've been quoted anywhere from $12,000 to $15,000 for a complete new survey on the road and on the common ground, should the council decide they want to go ahead with this. And of course, we're expected as lot owners, 43 of us, to pay for that survey and legal cost to get this road and this common ground in control of the county of Cardston again. That would be something we would look at, although we'd have to go back to our association and present your decision, which I realize won't be made today. Your decision, and then whether they decide that it's worthwhile to go ahead with this. Because for us to pay $12,000, $15,000, $17,000, whatever the price is, we'd like to know certainly that the road will be maintained to a certain degree throughout the summer and plowed to a certain degree throughout the winter. We do have a couple of school kids living in there now that will be going to Hill Spring School. Whether that gets us up on the plow priority list, I don't know. There's a school bus driver there, but we would really like, as an association, to have. We worked hard on this area. We put a lot of money into the pond. The association has fish, aerators. We put a lot of money into our property. We're there for the long term, and we just need some security of the road access and the road quality. And that's really what we're looking for here, because it's not being done for us now. The road's in rough shape most of the time, and we would just like it done to a much better level than it is now. However, as far as the survey money, that's something that we'd have to go back to our membership and say, are you willing to pay this certain amount of money? So we can move forward with it.
So I'm assuming, Marie, that the whole title is still part of the resort.
Yes.
That's why the new survey, that's what it
Well, when we talked about it, either option of you guys taking ownership of it or the county, it has to be surveyed and subdivided out.
Either way.
So it has to be done no matter what.
Well, that's all you're gonna do.
The survey that we have now then from '09 is not valid then.
Well,
I mean, I don't know much about them.
I don't know what the survey is, but usually when there's a new subdivision, what you're doing is creating a new parcel,
Yes.
and that's what they're surveying. And since there's so many jags and corners, I'm assuming that's why it's so much more money.
Right.
But all I did was send a map like this to him and said, what would it cost to subdivide this out?
Mm-hmm.
Or survey it so we could subdivide it.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So one question I had is, you say in here lots 7 and 8 are quite often underwater?
Yes.
So
Not
there's
the
no-
lot, not the lot itself.
The road in front.
Just
From the road
in front?
From the road in front to 3 or 4 feet on their front property. There's a big puddle there. It stays there for weeks. It takes a long time to dry up. The solution, I don't know whether we can add more gravel, just raise it up a little bit or something, but yeah, that's.
Or is it a culvert in the wrong place, or?
There is no culvert.
There was
no site drainage.
Yeah, there was no drainage plan.
No, it's been messed up from the start, and we're trying to pick up the pieces years later. There's been mistakes made with the road not being put in properly. There's been mistakes made with the type of houses that were allowed to go in there, 2 stories when they shouldn't be allowed to be in there. Trailers on the lake lots that shouldn't be allowed to be in there. Covenants that don't make a lot of sense. When I look at them right now, 900 square foot covenant, it's been registered here. It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's been a lot of covenants registered against the property, but not the individual property. It's been registered against the subdivision. But not broken down in individual cottage owners covenants. And as I understand it, they have to be registered on each lot, and that has not been done. So, in other words, the covenants to me are just unenforceable. They're useless at this point. I agree with some of the covenants, some of them we don't, as a group. And as a group, we represent 33 lot owners out of the 43 lot owners that are there. Some of the other lot owners are banks. Obviously, there's 4 or 5, 6 properties that are still in bankruptcy procedure or repossession procedure, but they're slowly getting sold to new owners, and that's what we're looking forward to. That it's going to take a few more years before those all in the hands of people that don't want to flip them. They want to stay there. They want to look after them and improve the place. Yeah.
So right now, you're individual lot owners.
Yes, we are.
Are they enjoying some amenities as far as the subdivision goes? Nothing formally.
No, we played the road, like you said, a month ago or so. I don't think we're doing a lot to it.
And that's the first time they bladed it.
A year or two.
Well, who knows, yeah. who knows?
So where are the Kunkles heading with this? Because they're at the end of the road.
Yeah, they want to get out.
Lloyd's retiring at the end of this year,
As we understand it, he is, yes.
so we've been told.
So you as an association, I don't know where you're heading with this. Are you considering a condominium association?
No, it's too late for that. Would have had to been done at the start. Right now, we're just a fee simple association. We're registered with the province as an association, but we have no legal bite. We just formed this association so we could come to the council here as a group instead of 35, 40 individuals. We could deal with the Kunkles as a group instead of individual to make it easier at any level. of
Because
government.
right now, we're dealing with 43, 45, depending on how many Kunkles you want to count, individuals, right?
You know, it was done wrong from the start. It was approved by levels of government that it should have never have been done. There's many things that are wrong in there, but as cottage owners, we're trying to correct that as slowly as we can and as right as we can. And that's why we came here today, just to try to make you all aware of the situation that we're living in over there.
So is this proposed study to try and come up with some options?
Well, yeah, we would look at any option that the council...
There's three options. Stay the way it is, which they're not happy with.
Which is not good.
Which, I don't think is acceptable. They take it over and have to contract maybe us, maybe someone else take care of the road. Or they pay the costs and it becomes a county road under county maintenance. To me, that's the three options.
Yeah, but what happens with the lake on the Kunkles
Well, see, there's another thing that we...
That is its own separate entity.
They've had a for sale sign up there for quite a while, and
Probably 4 years.
if somebody ever offered them the right price, they could be gone.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't
the
see
best
that.
buyer on that is the group that live around it. And, I think that they would want to resolve this once and for all and be done with it.
Well, we don't want to own the barn or their property, but the common area of property, we would like to move it away from them.
Yeah.
What about the lake? Would you guys?
They're willing to give the land to...
They're willing to give it to you or us, whichever.
Either one, they don't care.
But not the lake, not the pond.
No, you're just talking what's in blue up there. That's what they're willing to do.
Because it sounds like there's a problem with the pond too.
We, in effect, as cottage owners, maintain the
They're just
lake.
let the water out and you guys have put a bunch of money into it
We
as well.
put thousands of dollars into the lake. We put aerators in, we put multiple trout and carp in there with the license. And it's slowly doing its job. It's slowly getting clear, there's little less weeds. We also pay the Kunkles in respect of the UID. We don't know what the UID is charging the Kunkles for that water coming in. We don't know what control Trevor has. He says one thing, and I said, can we not raise the lake up a little bit for the fish? Well, we have to pay for this and that, it's too high, it's too low, and all of this stuff. We also want to know, and we should be approaching the UID, I understand this, but what control as 43 log owners do we have over the pond? What we have over the level of water in the pond? What we have over the water coming in and the water going out? Right now there's water going out, there's water coming in, which is great, but can the UID come and shut us off? Can the Kunkles say, hey, we're going to drain that lake? We own the lake? After we spent $15,000 in fish and aerators in there, we don't have any control over that. Trevor keeps telling us that he owns the lake. I understand from certain lawyers that because we have lots on that lake, we actually own part of the lake. We're not exactly.
You own that little square that your house is on, and that's it.
Yeah, the property line goes into the yellow line. I'm sure that's what they would say.
What would they say? I'm sorry?
I'm sure they'd say your property line ends where that yellow line is on there.
I think what you're getting is we have, because we're on the lake, we have rights to do with the lake.
You'd have privilege of access.
Privileges, yeah, access, yeah.
But ownership.
Not ownership as such.
Funnel through the RIT, or I mean, UID run through.
It's a private lake. The UID, my understanding is Buena Vista, or whatever they're called, their company has made a deal with the UID, and like I said, it's in and out. So it is a private lake, it's not storage by any stretch for the UID.
No, we've asked the companies for
And
receipts.
you also have,
Direction from the UID. Never
do you have a line for irrigation water, or do you pump out of the pond?
It is a line of irrigation water and it is out of the pond.
Okay, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, my last time I met with you guys, they're getting charged for domestic rate from the UID also.
Yes.
Yes, we are, in fact.
And I'm not sure if that's every individual lot. How much, do you know what you pay for the irrigation water?
No.
Yes, we pay, for the irrigation water, it's $170 per cottage, times 43.
Yeah.
That's like $6,000 to $7,000 when you add that up.
But the barn dance is taking care of that for you, right? Or do you guys go pay that individually?
No, we pay the barn dance, and I've asked the barn dance for a receipt from the UID. I've asked the barn dance what the relationship with the UID is. Can we raise the lake? Can we open the pipes? Are we being charged a fair amount? I have no idea if we're being charged a fair amount. I do know that if we're being charged for water that we're pumping out of that pond onto our properties, we're not, because there's only 5 people in that whole subdivision that pump water out of there for their garden. The rest of them either come down and don't have a garden, or they don't water their garden. Most of the people that use that are the full-time residents there, which are approximately 7 lots at the moment are full-time. Myself, we use the water out of there, not a lot, to water our garden, but we're being charged $170 basically a cottage for that. What? Trevor says because of the water we're pulling out of the lake, and I said, heaven's sakes, we're pulling out nothing out of there, basically, nothing. What are we paying for? Well, who knows?
So that's 170 is on top of the 380?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
But that's
But 380 is
going to the
potable
UID.
water.
Supposedly potable, but,
Supposedly
well, I guess it is, because it's
It is.
380.
I don't want to get, I don't want our water, I don't want to go to cisterns, I don't want to burn the environment getting all excited, I drink the water, there's nothing wrong with the water, good water.
They test it, it's passing.
Yeah.
It's meeting the
It's
quality.
just that I don't want to be paying for potable water and Alberta Environment shows up at my door and says, we're shutting this down.
Yeah. Hopefully that'll be taken care of here.
So how much of the community do you represent? What's your strength?
33 lots out of 43. None of those 43, 5 of those remaining 10 are owned by the bank at the moment. And they're trying to be sold at...
So there's 5 that aren't part of it.
Out of those 5 that aren't part of the group, one doesn't have much to do with us. The other 4 are very cooperative and pay us. We collected money, all the maintenance money this year from the lot owners, and we gave Trevor a single check for that. Except for 3 he had to collect on his own that we weren't going to bother with. So looking down the road, if the council decides that one of the 3 options that Cam mentioned, one of them being the county takeover, we as a group would be prepared to pay for the survey and legal costs. It would be nice if the council kicked in some on that, but we're not going to push that. What we'd like to do, if the council made a decision, we would like to pay those costs on our taxes. For the simple reason that we can't collect off of 6 or 7 people because of the bankruptcies. We have no way of collecting that money off of them. If we could put it on our taxes for a year or 2, we would be happy with that, if it can be done.
Well, it'd have to be in the form of an off-site levy then.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
And I don't know if we can do that unless you guys are a condo association.
85%.
Yeah, we should have a certain percentage, you know.
85%.
But that's, you know,
Would you have to do it by individual, could you do it by individual owners then? Rather than an association?
It would have to be collective.
We'll have to collect it individually anyway.
I think we need to look into that.
Yeah.
We need to look into that.
It depends on who owns it.
Yeah.
If it's our road, I think we probably,
We could, as an off-time, but as a,
it's not our road.
then we can't.
but in addition to that, as far as the grass mowing and trimming and road maintenance, I think since we're paying the councils for that now, I think as a group, we would prepare to pay a little more on our taxes to help cover that cost of maintenance. Obviously, you're coming in to do it. Our taxes they're cheap. They are. But when you add them on top of the $700 of maintenance fees that we're paying a year, it works out to $1,500 most cattle.
Well, when we talked, you mentioned that you guys were gonna do the mowing and trimming and stuff.
We can arrange for that, absolutely.
For the common area.
For the common area.
Not the ditches.
Because all we talked about was doing the grader.
We did talk about the grader, but I mean, if there is a way that the county, I don't know whether you maintain parks and recreation, if you still own that, if the Conkles never gave you that money up front years ago in lieu of the 10% green space, the county would still own that 10% green space and still be responsible for it.
They would have, but I think they would have already been subdivided, so it would have been in our name, which it's not. So I don't know if,
Yeah,
I'm assuming they gave us money, but I don't know.
they did, it was, municipal reserve, they took money instead of funds.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask the question again, a condominium association is not anything that you're interested in or would like to consider?
As I understand it, talking to lawyers and people that know these things, that it's too late for us to form a condominium
I
association.
don't think so.
Because first of all, we would have to have 100% of all the lots behind it. If one doesn't want to do it, we can't do it because it has to be 100%. When you go buy a new condo, it's already been decided for. You have to join or you don't get that condo, right? You have to pay your fees, the condo fees, you don't get the join.
Right, the condominium.
Now to go in after the door has been left open, there may be some people that don't want a condo association and we can't force them to join. We're getting more and more members of this association and I can see eventually we're going to end up over the next year or two probably with closer to 38 members, but for now it's 33.
Well, I just think it needs to be explored. I can see it being a solution to a lot because you're 3/4 of the way there.
I had Diane look it up for me, and that was every
Oh,
lot
absolutely.
owner
It's
had-
100%
Every lot owner had to sign on.
But a Barelands concept would be very applicable to this.
It should have been designed that way.
Yes.
So
Yes,
that's the
that's
issue.
what we told us you've been.
And I know, I think it could
Where-
still go that way, but it would cost the association more money to buy into it. Probably at this stage, you'd have to get ownership, you'd have to have, like, buy those 5 lots or whatever. And to get your control that you're looking for, and then you're at a bit of a risk there.
Bit of a risk, yes. I mean, when Cam mentioned the 3 options, I think one of them you mentioned is to do nothing and leave everything
The way it is.
the way it is, which would leave ownership of the road in the Conkles and common area. We would continue to pay the Conkles to mow the grass. We have, and maintain the road, but we're not happy with maintaining the road. If we went for that option and say, oh, let's just forget it, Conkles own the road, but would the county still be prepared to come in once in a while with that blade and kind of level out that road once in a while for us? Because the Conkles don't have the expertise and they claim they don't have the money to do it. And yet, over the last 7 years, we've paid them.
That's obvious.
We paid them for that. Now, this is the first year we haven't paid them. We just paid our maintenance fees and it did not include road maintenance. And it did not include plowing. Because when we pay this fee, and I don't agree with this either, we're paying this a year in advance. We pay them for what they're going to do for the next year for us, not what they've already done. Which is a crazy situation. We pay in advance hoping that the work all gets done, but we have not paid for the summer or winter maintenance on that road.
You know, I never thought of it before, this probably not legal.
I don't know what's legal or not. I don't want to get in discussions of what's legal or not, but what they do over there. They threaten to cut people's water off. I believe that's illegal. They threaten to do this, drain the lake if we don't pay the fees. I think that's illegal, but who knows? But that's the kind of thing we're facing over there. But if the option did end up as, I'm sorry.
We seem to be jumping around to either not doing anything or the county taking over. What about the other option where you guys take the land and then hire us to do it? My concern is we have road standards that have been implemented. I'm not saying I agree with them or not, but there's certain road standards. Your road cannot meet those standards because of the limited space.
No, it can't.
So why the county would want to take that over, I don't know. Now, if you were to take it over, I'd be far more in favor of providing some services to you at a fee, something like you already have, where that you own the road, not the Compass. As the homeowners association.
And we contract you to come in. Would it not be easier to, if we own the road and then just have a tax increase and then you maintain the road through that?
We can't do that if you're owning the road. Your taxes are set by you can't go in and individually assess your taxes.
No, but the taxes are set for the services that's provided as well. If you're
Your
providing
taxes are based on the value of your property, not the service of your property.
Right. And I think if the county took it over, I think the value of the property would go up, therefore the taxes would go up. I think people would like to see that. I don't disagree with that option. We just came here to explore what the options were and to discuss them to all of you guys here and say maybe you have an opinion, maybe you have an idea that we haven't thought of. And I like your idea of us taking it over and then having you guys come in or somebody come in and do it once in a while. But as taxpayers, are we not entitled to some
Twice a year.
some benefit there of being there in the first place as far as road plowing and maintenance is concerned?
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
For road grading.
For road grade.
Well, that's twice as much as we're getting now. And if it's done with a little gravel and
See, but
we
we don't
can
let
show
it
the
dry.
guys where it could be improved a bit, I'm happy with that as well.
Yeah, I think you'd be in a better situation if you took the road over. We come in the twice a year, I mean, you got quite a few ratepayers around there, right? It's twice a year per ratepayer. We're not gonna come in there 80 sometimes. But, that way, you put the gravel on, we'll grade it and stuff like that. You've got a road access in there. We're not responsible for the liability because it's 10 feet wide or something like that.
And I guess the problem for you, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm done. I think then you own it and you can call, the association owns it and you say what's happening on it. I think, listen to you guys. I don't know why you guys don't revolt against the barn dance. I mean, you guys got writing the check and they're not giving you any services.
It's been that way for a number of years and we have.
I agree with him.
Tell them, go ahead.
Lawsuits have been mentioned since this year I moved in, 6 years ago. There was a lawsuit in progress when I moved in, and I said I was asked to be part of it. And a lot of it had to do with the road. It wasn't up to county standards, which was promised to the lot owners from the developer, and never delivered. And people had water in their basements, they blame it on that, they blame it on this. And for us to take over the road, we may be liable for, we're liable for insurance purposes, we're liable for the potholes in the road, somebody hits somebody because of a pothole, and we're liable as an association because we own the road.
And so is the county.
For us, for me personally, it'd be simpler to leave the ownership of the road in Trevor's hands and contract out the maintenance to somebody else other than him. And if the county can come in twice a year, I would be happy with that, to blade it.
Yeah, you're probably gonna obviously need some gravel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The nice thing is if you own it, Trevor's out of the picture.
No, he's out of the picture. We're still using Trevor for taking our garbage away, providing our water, which is the main. We're also paying Trevor for the UID water, and we're not sure we're getting value for that. And
Well, I'd be surprised if you guys have 43 domestic rights on there. I mean, it could be, but they need to be meeting with UID.
Well, this is the thing, we tried to meet with the UID. We called the UID, and the UID said, we're not talking to you. We deal with the barn, we're not gonna talk to you guys.
That's what they told me. They were only dealing with the barn downs.
And I'm, we could revolt with Trevor, that's true, we can, and perhaps we should. Some of us have been more patient with others with what's going on there. So, yeah.
Well, that $173, that's typical charge, $175 for.
Is it?
For domestic, right, or domestic.
That's usually for
use.
someone with 5 acres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not,
Yeah, not a lot.
like,
But
You can tell how big those are.
I think the county would like to work with you, I think you'd like to find a resolve, I think
We certainly
Crumples would like to
would,
find a resolve. So it's gonna involve some discussion, I think we all need to be basically together.
I
and get on the
agree.
same
We're not-
page. I think we each have a certain level of responsibility.
Okay.
We're taking tax dollars, okay? Now, we have provided some services, you've got a paved road that a lot of people would rather have going to their place than you. But,
The other road. Yeah, okay.
yeah, but I mean, I think Uncles are at the end of their cycle here on this, and there needs to be some very serious discussion where this is headed at the end of the day.
Right.
And proper arrangements be made to pull that together.
What do they actually have for sale? I mean,
The resort.
pardon?
Everything but the little lots.
Yeah, but the little lots, and then they figure they're gonna sell the lake, and the new owners are gonna charge these guys, you know, I mean, is that what they're selling is?
The lake,
They would be selling the lake.
What's that?
And they would be selling the lake. Oh, and there's a campground.
Yeah, there's a camp.
Yeah.
Two campgrounds.
Two campgrounds, yeah, there's two.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I'm just curious of, what they're actually trying to sell.
So are they selling the houses too? Do you know?
Sorry?
Are the houses for sale too, or just the resort?
Their houses?
Yes.
As far as I know, it's the whole thing, although at one point
The whole
they
thing.
tried to sell the bed and breakfast, which was originally, the original farmhouse was there, quite a large building. And they fixed it up somewhat, and they have a bed and breakfast operation over there. I understand they had a pool, but the whole property, the whole operation, the campground, to the bed and breakfast, to the barn dance, to the food, to everything, I believe that they would certainly sell the whole operation for a price, but when you look at the whole operation and the amount of labor and time, intensity, and work that's involved, I'm not talking about what's been done now, I think they could improve a lot of things there for their business, but, and I have mentioned it on occasion, you should try this, and we've all said, let's start with painting the picnic tables, let's start with getting new tables, let's start with making it look attractive, let's start with keeping families there and making it look, and they admit themselves, they're entertainers, they're not business people. They told me that on more than one occasion.
Are a bunch of you there for the barn dance entertainment, or are you
No.
just there basically for the
Nobody's-
weekend retreat type thing?
Myself, I'm living there full time. I'm retired now. I manage the Pinch Creek Golf Course, and I'm there 12 months of the year, as is 5 or 6 other lot owners. By far the majority of them, like Keith, who come down on the weekends and enjoy it, but he's certainly got a lot of work into his cottage. It's a tremendous difference that's gone on there for a lot of the cottages. Really been fixed up and worked on.
For a general statement though, are most of the people there just for the enjoyment of the lot, or are they there for the lifestyle of the barn dance?
The lots.
Entertainment?
The lots.
They may go to the bar dance occasionally.
No, we
but-
do.
But they're there for the lake and getting out of the
Yeah,
city.
that's really
All
hard.
right, not that.
Yes. But I know it's gonna take a long time to resolve, but I just wanted to bring our ideas and our thoughts to you guys. And I understand things take a lot of time, and basically, yes, those are the 3 options that Ken has mentioned.
Well, it's got-
I think that if you look at that paper that's been handed out, I think that, and actually my wife wrote this, the bottom line is really the bottom line from what we're looking at. We just want to get along with our neighbors. We want a bit better road and a bit better services for what we're paying for. And I know a lot of that has to do with us and the companies directly, and not the county of Cardston. But what we came for today was the ideas on the road and the common ground and maintaining. I just gave a little thing about the potable water as well. We're concerned about that, obviously. So, yeah.
I mean, personally, like I mean, myself, I'd rather see you guys take it over, because I don't think we want the liability of the road, or if the road's causing drainage problems, we don't want to take that over either, because then we're not just doing the road, we're doing drainage issues.
And the trouble
The problem I see for you guys though, is trying to collect the money from each lot owner. But whatever route we go, I mean, I just see that being a problem for you, whether we charge you to do some maintenance or whatever. I mean, I can see that being a huge issue for you guys.
Well, we can collect the money for the maintenance. We've already done that this year. That's not an issue. Collecting the money for the survey and legal costs and getting it out of the couple's name into whoever else's name, that's a lot of money to collect, and like I said, we couldn't, there's 5 or 6 people that we wouldn't get it from unless it's on their title. Then we just threw the taxes.
Murray, are we even allowed to go in there with the grader unless uncles require it? And they all
Technically, they should, give us permission, they have.
Yeah.
He's given me a verbal.
We asked them last time, so they.
We get a signed,
A waiver?
waiver?
I have to double check and see if we have a waiver.
Because we should get a waiver from them.
Probably just have everyone sign though.
Yeah.
Well, that was
everybody
something we talked
there,
about.
And
We have
from
to.
uncles, because somebody happens to back into a vehicle,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, with the grader.
yeah, it's a grader, yeah. It's a big grader. I watched him. He's good, it's just that, there's just that area, well, yeah, I'll show you here. Ken, I think you know where it is, but it's just this. The main problem with this whole road is right from the pavement, right to here, right to this area here. He didn't go and do this loop, actually it looked okay to me too, but I teared it all up. Hey Keith, that looks like, it's just from basically here around, and basically the south side of this whole road where it kind of slopes off into the lake, and these potholes all gather right in this area here, and the water sits there forever. So whether extra gravel or just a little deeper blade, I don't know. There's no room for ditches because all utilities, on the north side of that road, it's all utilities, it's like hydro, gas, and whatever. There's no room there, and there's no room on the south side because it seems like
Limited with material to work with right now.
yeah, I mean, the road, I think you're allowed, what are you supposed to get, 6 feet, road allowance, or 10 feet?
60.
6?
66 feet.
What?
60 feet.
No, you got the road, and then you've got the cottage.
Oh.
Oh, you're
On
set
either
back.
side of that road, you're allowed, was it 6, 10?
It's either a 6 meter top or an 8 meter top.
Our standard's 8 meters.
Yeah, well, see, if you drive down there, people have got their sheds on there, they've got gardens on there, which basically is the road allowance, and this would just create a whole issue of, so we're not asking for drain pipes and this and that and the other thing, and just a little more gravel and a grade once in a while. Blade come through there once in a while, which we've never had, so that's really, Keith, I'm doing all the acting here.
You're doing very well.
I'm
impressed.
Oh, thanks a lot. If there's anything that Keith
have the same
Keith and I are
concern.
both on the board of directors, by the way, and as is 3 others that couldn't make it down today. We're having elections again in the fall. We're looking for new directors, and new president, and new treasurer, and all of that stuff. We're an association, so that'll be happening in the fall.
Yeah, the comments generally you've heard is that when people have spoken up, they probably prefer that the association acquire and that we provide some services, some free, some charge, whatever seems fair.
So if we own the road, then you're prepared to come in gratis to grade at least twice a summer?
Yeah, that's been our policy for private
And-
roads.
I would think, like our policy right now is 2 times, what are you gonna speak in that term? I would think if you wanted us to come more,
We could.
for a few days.
It depends on the rain situation. The more rain we get, the more potholes we end up with, and so
But if you
on.
fix it and put gravel in there, you're not gonna notice the potholes every time it rains.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're gonna need a significant amount of gravel brought in though to fix that.
yes, at our cost.
Yes.
And what about the snow situation in the winter? Is it the same again, you'll come up on occasion twice a winter, or?
No.
That's
As we
get in.
more than 2 times.
Is that narrow road, is that problematic for us?
The problem would be is whether, it depends on the big snowstorm, where the
Yeah,
snow
where there's a
goes.
lot of snow.
The privates get it
To
lost.
put it in your driveways, I guess. but-
Well, that's where it goes now. It's never been scooped up and trucked away. It's just been plowed, and Trevor tends to actually over
Oh,
plow.
okay.
He goes way too wide, pushes up gravel on the grass. All you need with that big blade
Oh, I
is
can
one
drive,
pass.
yeah.
You got a lane and a half right there, that's all you need.
But when it blows in, it get like plugs. So I can
Oh,
see
yeah.
him going wider because it gives him room. He doesn't know what's coming for snow, so it gives
No.
him more room for storage because he wouldn't be able to pile it up too high.
No, that's right. No, I understand that. And we would use Trevor on occasion that we need an emergency plow, he's prepared to do that, we would just pay him for that service. But right now we don't have anybody contracted for maintenance summer or winter at the moment.
They'd still have access to the lake if you took the road over, right? That's what I was looking at. If there's no access, I can't see they want to own the lake very bad. But it stops at the common area, right?
They own both sides right there
Yeah.
to start.
Yeah. That's,
I can see someday in the future, if you've acquired it, you've had to go through a survey, you've acquired it all, maybe 10 years from now, you may come back again and say, hey, okay, we've done this, we've done some upgrading here. Hey, you guys want to take it over?
At that point, yeah. The liability issue concerns me, it certainly does. Whoever owns the road is liable for what happens on the road, I suppose, to a certain degree. From a legal standpoint, whether it's an accident because of a pothole or somebody tripped on a pothole or a big rock and broke their ankle and all of that. So I can see why Trevor wants to get out of that, because he doesn't want to maintain it, because he obviously never did to any degree. He wants to walk away from that. Yeah. The pond itself, we discussed taking it over, but we've never formally discussed that with the couples, have we? And I'm sure, knowing the couples, that there would have to be a sum of money involved for that.
So, they give it to the county for free, but they charge you?
Oh,
Yeah, right.
No, the lake we're talking.
The lake itself.
Not the road.
Not the road, yeah, no.
There's a liability on the lake too.
As they say,
Yeah,
we're
there's a right.
liability on the road, don't touch the lake.
That's right, exactly. I don't want to touch the lake. I don't want to touch it at all. We're just putting money into it as, like I said, fish and area and whatever, but that's as far as I want to go, because yeah, it's a huge liability. And, but we also too, in fact, we pay the insurance for the couples. Oh yeah, we do. It's right here. It's under barn recreation. You know, so we can go over and use the basketball and frisbee in the lake. However, we're charged $2,500 for that privilege as a group. And part of that money, Trevor explains to me, is because I say to him, the lot owners don't really go over there and use the facilities very much. He said part of that's our liability insurance. So in fact, we're paying part of his liability insurance. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else have any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, unless you got something else you want to say, I think we...
No, I think that's it. I
understand
think,
a lot
and what's
better.
written down here, I wasn't planning to hand it out, so I'm just checking to see what I wrote in there.
Okay.
It looks all fine. But yeah, we just want to get along with the county and contribute our share and get along with the couples and contribute our share, which at the moment is a little more than what we think our fair share is. But if the county at this particular time is willing to look at it, you guys can discuss it. Look at the three options that Cam said, and I can't speak for the group because we have to have our own meeting with our cottage owners and see what they decide, and we'll tell them what you guys came up with, and we know what our options are and our time frame is, and go from there. Yeah,
Well, this gives time to think about it, we just got this, we'll have to mull this over too.
you can. Any questions you guys have, feel free to call me. I don't have my phone. Cam has my phone number, I think. Yeah, you do.
Okay,
As an association. Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
coming in.
Right, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's great.
So what happens from here?
Well, they'll discuss it, and then you make the decision, I will let you know.
All right, that's great.
Something else like that.
Yeah. Thanks,
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Take care, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do they have a timeline they didn't answer by?
They wanted one in June, so.
Well, for till next council meeting.
So where do we go from here? Do we just want to file this for now so we can consider for next month, or what do you think?
He's deferred it, so.
Deferred it till
Just for next month. Okay. Any more discussion? All agreed? Okay, motion for the lunch then?
I was wondering, in deferring it for the next meeting, is there something that should be followed up on, the information gathered? I'd like to know council's viewpoint on this, as to what level they're willing to let the association participate to, if they've drawn a line in particular as to what they would like to see have happen, or...
They'd like to get rid of the road.
Trevor called me and said he's fine with them taking the road over for us.
The road in the common area.
In the common area. He was fine with that.
All right, and so we move lunch.
All agreed?
Fingers? You feel with your fingers?
Yeah. Look with my eyes. Okay, let's go back to order and we'll jump to 15.1. May Road closure.
So has he decided to pay all the costs and pay us for it?
It's already paid, it's all been done, yeah.
Oh, he's done it, okay, so last time I talked to him, he wasn't gonna pay nothing.
Oh, he bitches a lot, but he paid it.
He paid it, okay, well.
He's not happy about it, but,
I know he's not happy.
Anything you want to tell us about this?
just that you guys gave it first reading, minister signed off on it. So that's what we were waiting for, so we got those papers back. And so we just need the second, third reading to close the road, finalize the project, and then,
No reason why not to do it?
well, no, you should have, yeah.
Kind of went over that when we did first reading, so.
That's it right there, it's just a little thing that goes into his property, so it's not.
Well, and he since sold it to his grandson supposedly.
Yep, I think this is the last, yeah.
I'll move second reading.
Dennis moves second reading on 15.1. Any more discussion? All agreed?
I'll move third reading.
Fred moves third reading. Any more discussion? All agreed? 16.1 FCSS. So they sent us some letters saying, here's the rules and should be paying.
Yeah, as you see the letter, they basically, how do you say it? They thought it was unfair that we weren't paying that share. So their recommendation that, not this year we had to pay it, but we make a commitment 2014. So I gave you the break down of the budget, the numbers and stuff, and put it back in your hands to.
So are we getting one for the other municipality that is collecting money for us?
Well, we haven't got one yet, and.
So is it really the department that's concerned here?
Well, you see the letter.
No.
Can I say anything else?
I'm just going through it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, I'm sorry, you haven't. It was,
So they've never, we've constantly asked for a breakdown on the budget, and they've never ever given us one.
It's there.
Got that one.
That's the one we saw before.
I know
It's
it
not-
is,
Not
yeah.
specific at all.
That's all they've given us.
Everything just lumped together kind of thing, yeah. I agree.
Well, they haven't, well, where's the other, the breakdown in my letter is what she said. Whoops, where? So administration cost, administration assistance, sorry, note taking is the 7,423, right? And then it breaks it down to financial services, 2,000, management cost, 4,000, and then.
Paid $7,000 for note taking?
I know that's.
That's what she sent me.
Now they can write any number in there and.
I mean, I don't think the town is really trying to get anything out of it or take it out of us, but.
So how many are pulling wages for that amount of money?
Jeff, Lexus, Tara, and who's their accountant?
Nicole.
And so what's the FCSS,
Noel.
Oh, wow, yeah.
what's the FCSS administration for 14,000?
The coordinator or the, on the budget or
No,
no?
well,
It just
below the
says-
total, there's
Yeah,
It's the third line.
includes
Yeah.
rent of $5,400 plus phones, director, conferences, training, annual conference fees. So you're paying, I think only 2 people go to the conference, isn't that right?
Yep.
So you're probably paying 2,000 to 3,000, 2,000.
I mean, I think it's good money, and I think that it has good intent, but I just wonder if we're getting good value for the dollar. That's hard.
Well, I think you need to just look at the programs they have and that it's open to our residents, because I don't think we want to start doing it. If they have facilities that invites new mothers in, or, I don't know, other things, Cam, you know more, you sit on there. Those projects seem like they're good projects and they're open to everybody.
Let's stay in play.
That's where kids can come in after school and they come in and, well, I don't know if they babysit or parents have to be there, but.
Yeah, parents have to be there, do they?
And is this just Cardston or,
This is Cardston, Hillspring, Glenwood areas.
so it's more of a benefit to the community themselves, or does it benefit the county?
Yeah.
It benefits the county residents that have young families, I would
It's
say.
like they come and use it. It's used by our
I mean,
members as well.
you sit on the board, Cam.
Yeah, I do.
Are you fairly pleased with what's being accomplished with the investment?
Fairly.
Fairly.
I mean, would it make any difference if we just pulled out of it? Said, okay, fine.
Yes.
It cut down their funding by half.
Look at other study, but I mean,
Our rate varies.
is it worth it?
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're talking 20,000 here, another 10, we're talking $30,000 program next year.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have to be creative to get it spent?
Mm-hmm.
They do, they also donate some to the Mountain View Senior Center, the Levitt seniors. They used to.
No, they do. They match their membership fees.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think we should sign this agreement. Paying what they're asking.
So I think the split in the past has been fair,
Yes.
but the proposal is,
But by signing the agreement, we're agreeing to pay the 20%.
I don't,
I think
why
we should.
sign the agreement? My opinion. Hey, once you agree to something, you're stuck there for good.
Well, I'm stuck till we decide to pull out on our own, so.
Yeah, it's hard to pull out an agreement.
Well, no, I mean, this is just an agreement with them. You always have the option to run your own FCSS program.
have they ever came and presented, did a presentation to council? As to-
You guys were invited, when was that? When anyone showed up? I think for the provincial director who explained what FCSS is. But that's, that's a motherhood statement. This is what we run. If you look on the last one, you can see where the budget's going and what programs we run. So that's what you need to evaluate, is that, are those the programs you want to see in the community?
I mean, I just don't feel a strong sense of accountability. As to program content, in relationship to us as a county, and selling their, the benefit to us.
Yeah.
I'd like.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I sit on the board and we make these groups come to us and present and say what they've done with the money, so there's that account. I guess someone have to trust me as a
Okay,
representative.
all right.
And we have,
That's why I'm asking.
we have 2 members at large, they're just county residents that sit on the boards.
Who are they?
Barb Salmon and, let me think about it.
So they don't come very often then?
No, they do.
Oh,
But we've had a whole change of board. I'm the only one that's, we've had a whole new board in the last year, so except for me. Even the town representative is different, so.
So you think we should go ahead with this?
I think we have time, and I think we should wait till November and let the new council decide what they want to do, is my opinion. When you're working on
So I think we
budget.
should defer it.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some good things on there. Is all of it, are we getting a bang for a buck from all of it? No. But there's some good programs on there that I would hate to see gone.
I see that. I would just like to see some better value, I guess.
Yep. And what I would tell any of your community groups that have something of value, come give us a presentation. Because I know there's an appetite for our board to defund some of these people and give it to different groups.
Yeah, but I don't think we're aware of what those parameters are.
Yes.
And I'd like that.
Yeah.
I'd like them to come and sell it to me.
The board?
Yeah, well, someone, or, I mean, the administrator, whoever we're paying money, coordinator,
Yeah, like
this is what you're getting. Tell me what I'm getting, for the 20,000 we're gonna spend here, tell me what it's gonna do for them.
Have him come to council here to take 10 minutes.
I'm sure Alexis would be more than happy to come.
Who's the new coordinator, Alexis?
Alexis Buzzy or?
Want to do that next month or wait till November, or?
I don't care when,
Well, I mean, if we're gonna defer to
it needs to be
council,
done
we might as well wait.
before our bill comes around, and then we can say, okay, it was something that we can measure a year later.
I'd defer it to the new council, let them know what they're doing in their next budget.
Do I think there's a bang for the buck? Yes. Do I think the town's
I don't wanna disagree with you.
do I think the town's getting hosed on paying a little more? No. Because I think they show.
They benefit.
They do.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So, should we be paying more than we are? Yeah, probably.
So your motion is to defer this till November?
Well, why don't you have Alexis come talk to you?
Yeah.
So she can come to the next council meeting and go from there.
Is that what you want, next council or in November, Alexis to come?
You guys want to make that decision? If you have a whole new board here, it might be fairly overwhelming to make all those decisions. So.
I would go to the first. I said I'd do next council.
Yeah.
But let's limit their time.
What's that again?
Let's limit the time a little, we don't need an
Yeah.
hour presentation.
Can she do it in 10 minutes?
10 to 15 should
15 should
suffice.
be-
I mean, if you want, I mean, I can explain most of it if you'd like. But, I mean, that's her job.
Well, I guess I'd like her to focus on what can we promote in the county amongst
Right.
our hamlets or communities. If there's a benefit for them in this program, let's find out what it is so we can share it.
To tell you the truth, I think we get better bang of the buck than the two villages who are already paying their 20%. That's my opinion. Because I don't think they get much out there. Not someone who lives out there, but for the people around here, I think you guys get your money's worth. So, that's my opinion.
I mean, I'm fine if you're plumb happy with it, because
Would I like some different things on here being funded? Yeah, but I don't know what they are. Are some of these are kind of iffy in my book? Yeah.
I'd just like to know
But
what.
I would say the majority of them are good programs that benefit our community.
You know, like you're saying, well, every time we were talking about this, is that some of the frills you get at some of these things,
Yeah.
they could be downsized and that money could be used somewhere else, but if no one's coming in to ask for it,
And that's the thing. I would like more groups to come on here, and I was just, when I was visiting my in-laws down there, I was reading their paper, and what they do down there is groups who get FCS, no, I guess it's a different group, but people can't get the same funding all the time. Like you only get it for so many years, then you have to take a year break and then come back. But some of these programs do need to be ran all the time.
Well, I think there's some essential emergency services that can have access to this too.
You know, there's, anyway, I go through it. You know, some of these caregiver support group, that's a good thing. People who are caring for parents who aren't doing well, they have an opportunity to come and talk about their problems and do things like that. There's some very good programs.
Yeah.
Right? Some of them are not.
Okay, so
Converted, can't
so have you got a motion on the floor then, Ken?
Sure, I'm requesting that Alexis Buzzy comes to our next meeting and explains some of these things.
Okay, any more discussion? All agreed? 17, thorough letter.
You want me to explain?
Sure.
Mr. Thurl owns a property up in the Garner subdivision. He bought the land at $300,000 for the 3 acres. We assessed the land at first at 200 and, does it say? I gotta go to my letter.
227,000.
We assessed at 227,000, and then in 2008 we went to 450 on the value on that. Anyway, this year went back down to 315,000 for Morgan and for the assessment values. And he's claiming that we overvalued him for those 9 years and would like a portion of the money back that he paid in taxes. As you see in my explanation, really his taxes have always gone down pretty much since he bought it. I don't think, it's up to you guys, but I think he's paid his share as everybody else.
Why didn't he appeal?
Well, I don't know. He lives in Montreal, probably.
Well, that's what's saying that there's been changes in the economy that
Yep.
you can go back and say it wasn't worth that.
Morgan says he watches the market, and that's how the assessment's done, is watching the market. And he says, a couple of years ago, an individual in some other municipality asked him to watch the Eastern Slopes market. So he did that, and that's how come this dropped down, because like you said, the economy's gone down and the value's gone down. Realistically, I think the value, the assessed value and the taxes don't relate, because you guys set the rate on taxes on what your budget is, so.
He's paying a lot less taxes than he was in '04.
Yeah.
$2,100, or $1,100 cheaper than what he paid for it. He was happy with that.
I think he had the opportunity to appeal and he
Well, I
did.
mean, he's talked to us a couple of times, I think to Janet and then to Mary.
So where you made your mistake is showing the huge benefit there, but
I put that in there. I don't think he put that in there.
But, I mean, the only thing that he can make a stand on is if he feels there's been an unfair assessment.
Yes,
And then we can only as a council, credit for 1 year.
How much?
1 year?
Yeah.
If
You've
we
got the
feel
current year
there was
and
an
1 year
unfair
back.
assessment. We can't go reach any further than that.
And I don't think the assessment is wrong. It's just the assessment changes, as Dennis said, over time to the market conditions.
When the province changed a few years ago to market value-based assessment, that's what you get.
And Morgan, he gets audited every year, every 2 years, and he has to, on a sampling, has to be within 5% of the market value as per what the province says on either side. And so he's looked at on a regular basis, so.
Okay, should we send him a letter back explaining that?
We would, on your motion, then we will, well, he knows it. Yeah, but we need to send.
Roger was making a motion.
Your motion, Roger?
Not trying to cut you off.
Well, I was just gonna say a letter should be written explaining the situation. That's what you've got here, I think is very adequate, and it's in response to the request.
Okay, Roger,
I make motion we deny. Yeah.
with the letter, like, any more discussion? All agreed?
Like I said,
Okay.
don't wait 10 years before it comes.
18.1, a couple letters concerning the police lake. Looks like we're doing some work with that Rhino. That we're filling the potholes in the part south of Shane, so.
And I hate to say, I don't think we'll ever get to every pothole. We're trying, but, you know, at some point, we're gonna have to look at a plan on there. But yeah, we're gonna put the Rhino on here and see how that works.
Well, I think people need to, and I deal with the ones I get, I don't know how many calls you get, Shane, but I don't think they understand the effort that we put in to try and get something done on this road. I would like to have some way, an opportunity expressed to them and give them a little homework on the effort and what we have done.
Yeah.
And also applaud them for their letter writing and continue to do that.
Okay, send letters back, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is that your motion?
Yep.
Okay, any more discussion? All agreed?
I mean, we could buy around, not the whole road, according to the budget on that, other document we had here earlier. There's $1 million left.
Yeah.
Of MSI.
19.1, Hill Spring Water Agreement. It looks like it changes quite a bit. We were gonna buy it.
It's already out.
Actually, only, now we're just doing an agreement here.
Yeah.
Was this sent to us by Curtis, or
Yeah,
was this his,
So,
it's his council.
Yeah, so his council, we were talking about buying it or being part of it, and they lost some of that recreation or operation money, so they're panicking and they're trying to figure a way to stay viable, and they're thinking they can do some of it. So they sent us a proposal 2 weeks ago, which included paying for the water, paying 50% of the municipal taxes, and then paying, doing some road work and some oiling for them at no cost. I met with them last Tuesday and we sat down to go over some of this, and I said, their council's not going to give you anything on the taxes. I said, if you want that, you need to come to an IMDP agreement with them and you can discuss it at that time. So we agreed, we talked about the water, you know, whatever they charge their residents, then we pay 1.5 times that amount. for the treating cost as a profit for them. And then they wanted to bring up the road grading and the oiling. And they didn't have anything in there, so I said, well, council needs something. I said, I don't know if they'll take it, but what we need to do is throw in that you'll lease them or a piece of land at no cost for that cost. It has to be offsetting somewhat. Hill Spring or Glenwood is, or Hill Spring, sorry, I think is still getting a little better deal than us. But if we want a water agreement, this is one of the steps to take then, or to at least start the process.
So this then does away with a water treatment sharing facility, correct?
At this point in time, yeah.
This is more like an MOU that we have set up.
Well, this
with
is be a
Cardston,
contract, a service agreement. Yeah,
At the 1.5 times.
the 1.5 times.
And that's what we're doing, that's the agreement we have with Cardston.
Yeah, I don't think Carson's 1.5, but it's more than what the town's paying.
So what happened, we're gonna pay them 200,000 and only half, what happened to that deal?
No, well, they don't want that money. They want us to kind of give them that money in time and labor over the next 10 years. Their ultimate goal is to keep their town viable, and they thinking by not taking the money up front, but us providing a few services might help that. I'm not sure where it'll end up, but so I thought this deal was a little better than the last one. They're paying $53 right now for water. The county residents are. We wanted to tie it into something that if they change their water rates, then it affects us. We didn't want to have open where they could keep theirs the same and change ours. We wanted it tied into theirs.
What is the town rate, or the village rate? Like at that $53, is that kind of equivalent to 1.5?
Yeah.
That is the 1.5.
That's what they're charging.
Right, currently right now, where they're charging our residents 1.5 times, so they're paying $102, $105 every 2 months, so $53 roughly.
So we don't have a water co-op to speak of out there, but we do have people that are on a water line.
They're on a water line that they've made a deal with the village themselves.
Yes.
So we have no obligation.
There's no co-op structure set up.
No.
And we have no license there.
And then the other thing that
Pretty close, we're close though, yeah.
they treated to as barn dance also.
I mean,
Did they make any reference?
Nope.
Okay,
No.
that's in the next area then, is it?
Well, yeah, the next one, I think when we talked about this a few years ago, when we first started putting together, trying to get some water out there, one of the objectives was to get water to residents in the county, which included the barn dams. So in our plans to the government, we threw in some lines and just showed them where the water is going so we can get the license.
So this allows us to connect and run wherever we want, but we pay. Or the
People pay,
user,
yep.
the user pays,
Yeah.
right? Correct? So
If Joe wants
it's
it.
open-ended to that extent, which is favorable.
right,
And then a question for you would be
And it's
later
an
on.
at cost, which is favorable.
yes. 1.5 at cost. If there's upgrades that need to be done, because we're signing up a whole bunch of
Yeah.
people, then that's gonna be a
At our cost, yeah.
I can't see.
So the consumption numbers that are
Why
in
that
there,
can-
that they're supplying, there was no comparison as to whether that was adequate or had lots of room or lots of growth or where we sat with that.
Well, the plan itself you're talking about?
Well, I thought in this water agreement, did they talk about production?
They talked a little bit about production, that if we reach the maximum production of the plant, and it's our fault, or we've got more people, then we pay for the upgrades.
Yes.
If they pay for it, it'd be, if it's their, well, it'd probably never be their idea.
Yeah, but what I'm missing is,
The plant can handle
yeah,
the capacity of double the size of that town, if not more.
okay, and our
So
needs
that's,
too.
that's, in our lifetime, they'll never meet that.
Okay, so that part's, that has,
One restriction they do have, or requirement, is that all the counties be on a cistern, which I don't think is a problem. That's where we probably want to recommend anyway, be on a cistern.
Is that in that, is that in there?
Yeah.
We talked about it, and that was supposed to, that was.
That
one of
wasn't
things
the
they wanted.
first one.
I don't think it was written in this, I didn't read it.
Here.
Well, I think
But
that's
it did
what we
talk
talked
about distribution and vaults and.
The first
meters
one, they
and all
wanted
that
it in, so.
We
That's a
don't
better
provide
system.
oil, we just dust control, magnesium chloride or
Yeah,
something
that's
like
for
that.
storage, yeah. Just whatever product we're using.
Okay, they're not,
That's the only,
I don't want them canceling, hey, you're gonna provide oil, so
No,
we're canceling the
no,
agreement here.
Yeah, and I said the other thing is, if you guys want something later on, the answer is no, you pay for it, but we're not coming back just to do 3 roads. You have to do it, if we're gonna do it, it's gonna be up front, because they really all they want, well, I'll just pull up the map there for you.
Well, can we make the...
And we're doing one road already.
Can we do the deal to do the roads, a separate agreement? That's what, we'll do that in return for this land. It has nothing to do with the water license. I don't want the water license being canceled because they don't like how the roads
They don't
being
have a
done.
grader, so.
How don't they?
We do.
That's a good point.
Right now.
Yeah. We probably could tie it
I mean,
in.
to me, I would have thought the better agreement for with them would be.
Because I did think that was out of place there, but the first time, but I thought we'd throw that.
Are they worried about,
in there, so.
I know they had problems with administration before.
What they're worried about, and rightfully so, is they got a grant to do their water plant, and they can't take money to do with that. That's why that makes.
So I mean, this is a 15-year agreement, so we're gonna maintain 3 roads for the next 15 years.
How long are these roads, about a kilometer or so?
Now, there's these roads,
Which ones are they?
they want, these ones oiled, or Kelson, this one, it's the south, the bypass, and this one, which we're already doing.
Where are you doing the ones?
Yeah. So you're gonna looking at probably 2 miles. I think I did a quick calculation, for all 3, it came to about $5,000 a year.
And we're doing the one anyway.
Doing the one anyway.
Okay, this McNeese, separate, so it has nothing to do with the water license.
Yeah, I can ask them, I think that's probably a good idea.
Well, there needs to be some sense of ownership for sharing, I would think. But I mean, does it help take care of some problems out there that we have with them? Or does this put to bed any concerns that they have, or does this involve us to do snow removal also in the winter on those roads?
Oh, I don't know if there's snow removal. Talk about blading a couple of roads a year, twice a year. It's 4 times.
We're doing these things anyway. When they get in trouble, we go plow it, we go grade it. The truck bypass, most of it's my silage guys creating the dust anyway, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, it sounds
I
to
think
me
it's
like.
a win-win.
It sounds
And
to
it's
me
gonna
like-
help them stay viable.
Yeah.
I'd like to skip the dust, do the grading and stuff and skip the dust control.
Let them pay for that.
Well,
Maybe we could apply it and they could pay for it or something.
well, doesn't it make it sound
We
like,
do that anyway for them.
on this last bullet, it's saying, we're gonna take care of these 3 roads 4 times a year plus dust control in exchange for the location of the fill station.
Yeah, separate agreement
To
on
me,
that.
that's a separate thing than the
That's right.
water agreement.
That's right. We keep it separate that way.
But it is in here, you read that water agreement, and it is in there.
It's in there. And that's, yeah, that's why I talked about they should go into an IMDP meeting with you guys to build other agreements. But, yeah, that one we'd almost.
But to get if you want those separate agreements, here nor there, really. Have them both ready at the same time and get done with it.
I mean, it sounds like we're
Right.
changing the fill station.
It just helps to have a separate
Maintenance.
agreement.
I mean, I don't have no problem with shared services here. This is kind of where we're headed. I find that favorable. But boy, can it be said a little more simpler than what they've got, what we had to look at?
Well, the agreement originally came out from the town of Cardston, the water agreement. They should have just plugged in the numbers and we would have been fine. But they wanted a few extra things, that's why I think they added appendix A, B, and C. Or A, I think is the definitions, but that's why they added B and C. But if we took section C out and made that its own contract, the actual agreement is just the same one we signed with the town of Cardston.
I mean, I just don't know if we want some of these locked in for the next 15 years.
Well, you look at them every 5
Where
years.
the water agreement's gonna be locked in, isn't it a 15-year agreement?
That's a 15-year design. You do look at it every 5 years.
Yeah,
Well, like I said, we pull out section 3C and make a separate contract.
yeah.
And do that for a 5-year deal, and then cycle it through every 5 years and reevaluate it. I mean.
And they put
how
the
long
onus
it's gonna
on
be
us
till
on
they're actually
the,
ours, but-
on the meters, that they'll be tested every year. We pay for it unless there's a discrepancy, then they pay for it.
Yeah, if there's a problem. There's only, how many meters? There's only 2 meters, right?
So yeah, so I just,
Our 1 meter would be the alarm meter coming off.
yeah. is there-
Did you get that pulled out? Sorry. Because they wanted 2 meters. They wanted one off their line and then one at their house, which is ridiculous. So.
Well, we'll need one at the house. Well, it depends on, you're just talking Folsoms. Because we'll need 1 meter to go when it leaves the county, and if it's a line that deals with more than 1 person, we'll want one in every house.
No, I agree, but if it's just one
Yeah.
person, they don't need one. So.
I would think so.
If there's a leak.
We never talked
If
about
there's a
that.
leak, that's kind of the person's problem.
Problem, yeah.
So has legal counsel reviewed this agreement?
No, this is, like I said, this is the agreement the town signed and us.
Town
And that
Cardston.
was reviewed at that time, but we haven't reviewed it with the, we want to get your guys' ideas. If you're acceptable with it, then we can send it off and we can quick review or make a few changes before we.
It's a lot better than the first one, isn't it?
Better than the first one. Like I said, I think it's a win-win, but it's also a bigger win for them a little bit,
Sure.
but.
Yeah, I'm happy as long
You'll
as.
see a separate agreement.
Pardon?
Schedule C will be a separate.
Well, no, that's what you guys are talking about. That's one recommendation.
Yeah,
That
I
would
think
be-
it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Not tied together.
So, you know, if that's not tied together, then really what is it costing us to enter the water agreement? Water
No, but
agreement
they're, but whether you have a separate one or you're not, they're still gonna be tied together. They're not gonna sign one without the other.
Right, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
So-
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I guess the only reason I want it separate is, you know, then we're not locked in for the 15 years. Yeah, you renegotiate every 5, but I mean, we're not,
They're gonna want it locked in for 15.
same thing. I mean, I guess my concern is, you know, if we make the agreement that we're gonna do dust control too, and dust control products start to skyrocket in price,
Well, and that's probably something we should address in here, so.
But from my point of view, the reason for the 2 agreements is that this is not as good as buying some, where we on contract. Contracts can be broken. All of a sudden, county people can't get water because they decided, and they'll use an excuse, oh, well, you weren't doing a good enough job on those roads. We'll keep our roads as separate agreements, but we can't use it as an excuse someday in the future to cancel the agreement. That's the reason to keep it separate.
that's, yeah, good point.
I don't mind a separate agreement. I'm just saying they're gonna have to be
Right, signed
tied
at the same time.
somehow.
They want to be.
Well, they're gonna have, because like really, like I said before, what are they getting out of the water agreement itself?
What are they getting? One and a
Well,
half? What are we getting or what are they getting?
What are they getting? I
One and a
mean,
half times.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
that's it. That's all it should be.
You know, other than when we talked about before, what we would have
But all the
contributed to.
but all the lines are gonna be ours and they don't have any of those costs.
No, no. I mean, they still gotta maintain what they already have,
No, I agree.
so.
Okay, have a motion possibly to approve this approach here, 2 agreement approach?
Yeah, they changed their council meeting for tomorrow night to talk about it. And I will call Curtis tomorrow morning and talk about its second.
I think just explain that we realize they need to be tied together, but they would like.
They want separate agreements. And if you're fine with that, if they're fine with that, you guys are fine with
There's 3 issues here, right? There's a water one, there's this road maintenance one, and I thought, I saw another one. Is it just the 2?
Acquisition of the land.
This was just the 2. Basically, it's the water agreement to treat county water for county residents. And then they want the road maintenance agreement to maintain some of the roads for some.
In exchange for the water.
Well, we gotta have the exchange. That's what I said. There needs to be something to give them back. You know, we can still do the maintenance of the thing, but I think it should be that in 10 years or 15 years, we own half the plant. Not saying they would go for that, but we gotta have some asset at the end that we're purchasing, not just.
Right. And should there be should there be a ceiling on this maintenance aspect?
Should be a what?
A ceiling, like you figured it was 5,000?
I just did, quickly, I did the measurements and just did, I forget what it was, $3 per meter on an 8-meter wide road,
Because I think we should put a
ceiling on there.
yeah, or a figure.
Yeah.
That's what we will commit, and over and above that, if the demands are more, that
Did come through it, yeah.
Well, they said that in that first part of it, they said if the demands are more than what they listed, that they would pay up
Yeah,
to
but-
75% of contractor's rate.
But what is the cost of what we are gonna?
Yeah.
Right.
The cost
Should be a limit.
Dust control.
Should be a maximum on it.
yeah, I think we should have a level of commitment.
And that's, you're just
It's
talking dust
understood.
control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of them piling on
I think
dust control
$5,000
on the 29th, and then.
You guys wanna go more
and
on
asking
that? It's up to
for it
you.
again.
Yeah, because we don't know what those costs are gonna be, but.
Okay, do you need a motion?
I'd like one, because if they're fine with your changes, we probably want to get that signed as soon as we can. We can get the new copy done and then send all you guys a copy of it so you can review it before it's signed, but
Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make it or Cam. Cam
Can't
wants
make
to.
some motions. Are you coming up, do you guys have a maximum number?
Well,
Dust control?
I think it
5,
should be
8?
the current value.
I think, like I said, I think it was 5,087 or something.
Well, I'd say figure out what this year is and then put it to inflation.
Yeah. They have to 8,000? I mean,
I'd give a little room.
reality, you're gonna pay for it and have them still be solvent, or we're gonna pay for it and they're our hand. So, let's work with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's the motion then. Any more discussion? All agreed? 20.1 Hill Spring water transfer. Okay, it's just advising us that's gonna happen.
So I'm still waiting.
It's a good thing you got it on video, Reeve.
Yeah. So did, my ratepayer give you that letter you needed?
Yes. Okay, what happened, so Donna McCall took over, which was nice. She's dealt with our last 3-1, she reviewed all the stuff, and she sent this notice. This is the letter, sorry, that she's gonna send to the director. She wants us to review it, see if there's any changes or any issues there. I went over quick, the water amounts are right, they go into the right location. The only question I have on there is a pump or meter right at the well site. I think if the village has one, that should be good enough just to use theirs instead of putting a new one in. Talking to her, she's on holidays for the month, but she said once she gets this back, she will send this up to the minister or the director, or the director. She's never seen him turn one down. We sent the letter up from Mr. Gibb that says he has no problems with us doing the water now. And she says there won't be any, she doesn't think there's any issues, she's never seen one turned down.
What's the timeline?
Well, since she sends to the minister, we're talking weeks. We just have to make sure we pay our money, $135 for the license like the last one. So then she gets back September 3rd or 2nd or somewhere in there.
Okay.
So she has all the data, we send her the rest, we had to send her our shortage, emergency water storage plan, a few things like that, so she has it all. She says shouldn't be any issues with it.
Okay, so we just file this?
Need a motion, well, I guess the other question on there was to pay Mr. Olson on that.
Yeah, I just, I don't know, I don't like to pay for something we don't have yet.
I know, last time we talked about, that's what you said, but then we indicated if we could get something that said that.
I mean, we are closer, obviously, yes.
This is, at least there's something with a signature on it.
Yeah.
We didn't have before.
Like I said, Donna's been very good, and I asked her right out, and she says, I've never seen one turn around once we send it up to the director.
But she never put that in her letter.
No, this is just,
I mean, she should put that in her letter and then I'd feel a little better.
So we're looking probably around a 3 month.
well, yeah, I'm thinking as soon as she's back and she sends it up, and she has the letter from Mr. Gibb, and she's got our comments on this notice letter. It's a 2-week, 3-week thing, because it just gets signed by the director. They will have to send a copy to us and to Mr. Gibb, because he did make the initial letter, but we have his letter already, so there's no.
So would Ben be okay with 3 months?
He's hounding me
Pretty regular.
pretty regularly. I don't think Mr.
Cam Farr.
has any concerns, but Ben is, like I said last time, he's pushing it, and so I did tell him we're getting closer, and I said I couldn't give it until you guys okayed it, but I thought around the 12th you might be able to get it, but it's up to.
So how much money does he want?
15 times.
1,500 times.
I think it's 61,000.
So is it 32, no,
So how?
28 acre feet or something like that?
We'll
Or
give him a part of it now and the rest when we get final.
something like that?
Must want to get his winter cruise booked or something.
The down payment on it's on.
Condo prices are going up in Arizona, I better jump on it.
68.
Okay, and he'd like the whole amount, but we still don't have a final. Why don't we do a partial now as in advance?
Yeah, we could do, I don't know, like I mentioned last time, he indicated he bought some land or something. I don't know what it was or how much it is or anything, but, yeah, so.
Maybe we'll offer to pay the interest for 3 months and deduct it from the final check. And get him out of his pickle.
Yeah, we've talked on the phone, he hasn't told me the details, just
He's looking for it. And this is based about, this month, it's been 2 years when we started the process with him.
That is a long time.
That's all it takes with Alberta environment, huh? That's what it is.
So, when this is done, then we will have water for the barn dance. Is that all this is?
This is buying us,
And Hill Spring,
this is buying us 81 acres feet of water in the Hill Spring area.
in the Hill Spring area. And this is taking water from the well that's already at the barn dance location?
We've,
Or just?
Hill Spring well.
And so are we gonna run a line then from
No.
Hill Spring to the barn dance?
What
I
happens?
think part of it's the Hill Spring, or barn dance well too, right?
What, yeah.
Because
the
that
license-
wasn't clear, I didn't
the license gives us
understand
two
that.
spots.
The license gives us a total of 101,000 cubic meters per year, and that's all of the Hill Spring license. But a portion of 8 acre feet is allowed to go to the barn dance well. So we did that way that if they ever close the barn dance, then we don't have to amend the license, it automatically goes back to there. So we're allowed to go, we cannot, between the two spaces, we can't go over the 81 acre feet. So.
But whatever water is pulled out of the well at the barn dance is metered, and that's gonna come off our water license.
It's part of the
correct?
8 acres, yes.
Yes.
Okay, but, and if we decide at our choice or whatever is the driver on the decision, I mean, we could run a line from Hill Spring to the bar dance and decommission that well,
Yes.
correct? So that option is there,
Yes.
okay.
That's the plan Alberta Environment would rather have us do.
Probably.
Either
Oh,
way.
yeah.
Otherwise, we gotta,
One treatment plant, just.
Yeah,
or we gotta maintain inspection of both sites.
yeah.
So what are you recommending here on money to Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'd like to see us pay Mr. Olson. I understand the issues with it. I am nervous about it, but after talking to Donna, I think we're pretty well there, but
I hate
Still.
I hate paying him without.
It'd be pretty funny trying to get the money back. Right?
Yeah.
it's pretty hard, yeah.
I think you can tell him it's just in its final stages.
I mean, I just think what some of my ratepayers would say, you're paying for something you don't have yet, and if it goes awry,
Shouldn't, but if it does.
Well, I think we put the checks in the thing today, but we won't sign them until, if we have the license, we'll just issue them the check.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, that's fine with me. He wanted me to ask, I said we'd try, and if we can't, we can't. And I think he'll understand, he'll be a little upset, but I can show him the check and say, call over environment, get him to get it done.
That's right.
You know?
I think that would be,
As soon as we get Mr. What's his name there?
The director.
Robert Burland on there, he can have his money.
and Donna, is it, I mean, she can attach a memo, a haste on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, she's on holidays this whole month.
So does this come into play, does it add any more responsibility to our testing services when this is wrapped up? Or do we assume and take that over, or is it already in place?
I'm not sure what they've got set up.
Well, right now, I'm thinking that
Trevor's
they can
taking care of.
do the testing.
Trevor takes care of the barn dance, Trevor takes care of, Hill Spring.
Okay, so you need a motion right now just to file this then?
I would make a motion, if you could, to pay Mr. Olson once the signature is done.
Confirmation, yeah.
And then that way, as soon as it comes in, if it comes in before the end of next council, before council, we can.
We do it.
Okay, issue him a check. I'll move that.
Okay,
Do we need a motion to the $135, or you already sent that?
No, I won't do that until I get the actual stuff,
Okay.
and I'll just take care of that.
Pam's motion, any more discussion, all agreed? 20.1 event planning bylaws, you sent us a few, they're kind of interesting. What do we want to say about it?
Well, they're all unique and different. The first one I like better than the others, but they all dealt with noise. It seemed to be the driver on all of them.
Yeah. Dance events.
They had the one they weren't applicable in the sense that they were tailored right for us. Size-wise, the one was 500 plus We haven't had an event out there that's, I don't think it'll reach that kind of number.
It's pretty close though.
Yeah,
450.
yeah, it's close, but it's not that.
And they exempt religious.
The other one exempts scouts and
4-H.
church groups and things to a certain limit. And the one question I had is that it also tied it to a development permit. And I wondered what problems that would pose to the individual landowners that are supplying that sort of venue. There's probably a half a dozen that I can think of out there. So would that require that they have to then get a development permit?
If it's gonna be exempted, it says yes.
So
It
that's,
says religious or church functions where the event is located on a site with an approved development. So otherwise, they have to get an event license.
and
That's what I read it as.
Yeah,
I felt as I
it should
read,
be worded better.
yeah, and I felt as I read the information that we were pretty well complying with most of the concerns that are outlined by the event permit other than noise. And
Even then, they've done pretty good.
well, yes and no to that.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the venue that's allowing this needs to be more of a responsible to maintain that whatever event is planned, that it meets and complies. So I think there could be some guidelines perhaps driven, but some more understanding expected. And yeah, there's some, there would be quite a little bit of discussion on each one of them as it would be applicable to us. But I didn't see where in particular it would achieve what we're maybe looking for at this point in time.
I mean, this is just a,
It did bring up some good considerations.
We can touch on that.
But sanitation, health, ambulance,
Tire
safety, fire, all of that sort of stuff is being met now, but the noise is
but the thing is, they don't
not
have to.
understood, eh?
But the thing is, they don't have to. If they have an events bylaw, it would make them more compliant.
Well, I don't know of an event that I'm familiar with that didn't meet all of those except for the noise. And
Sorry, Frank, go ahead.
I mean, the only thing is, some of them, like this one here, it's nights considered from 10 PM to 8 AM.
yeah,
And like I say, because of the noise, they're noisy after 11 PM.
yeah, no, I totally agree.
I think 10 PM is too early on any,
Well, 11 to 7 is what's generally
yeah,
recommended.
11 to 7 makes more sense to
And
me.
I think that
10 PM's,
that should be spelled out and understood.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think we should, I mean, we're pretty much through the time of year when we're gonna be working on this. I don't think we put a lot of time into it today. Something for us to consider and mull over a little bit. And whether we defer it for another meeting or just leave it for next council to work on.
Well, I think it could be filed for information. Do we need a motion on it?
They just want motion to file, or
Sure.
don't make a motion to file them. Okay, any
There's
more
some good
discussion?
stuff there.
All agree?
Probably want to revisit it though.
Yeah.
So it's just
Somehow bring it back, so.
Yeah.
It was asked last council to get a couple examples so they can see what they look like, so.
Okay, 22.1 regional collaboration.
Actually, we'll start working on a bylaw today.
It's just saying they're working on this. Oh, this, that.
We approved the funding, or we haven't approved for the funding for the regional, so I think Marion has taken the lead and she's contacted the individual and they should be starting that work.
So what was it they were trying to do with that money?
They're going to look at the town, the county, and the villages on how we can shape money and work together.
Oh, okay.
and we did include McGrath, it looks
Yeah,
like.
McGrath was included, they did accept it.
Did they accept it?
Yeah.
Hadn't seen it.
So that just needs to
I
be,
knew they were invited. but-
That's just to
that
be
just needs to
filed.
be filed.
That's just for your information, yeah.
Fred makes motion to file 22.1. Any more discussion? All agreed? Financial statements, 23.1. What's we got the income portion of the financial. We didn't see a balance sheet, but I won't be any surprises there. It looks like the budget's a full-year budget, it's not for half the year. It's not trying to say how we're doing in relation to where we should be going. It's not telling us
It's
that.
not telling us the breakdown, this is the budget where they're going there. Yes, if you wanted to break the actual budget by half, or the budget by half.
We can give you an estimate.
Yeah, but we're, talking to Mike, we're pretty good. He's over one area in capital with the ASB, so I asked him to track that down and see what the deal was. He didn't know where it come from. He thought it came from the building out there, but at the same time, he knows that all that got funding, all the capital expenses should have funding in that, so he's looking into that. So, but overall, looking at, we're under, everywhere we should be. We're only 8 months into it, but he says we're doing pretty good on the budget so far.
I must have missed something, because I don't remember council asking for this statement.
I think I did.
Lloyd did last.
I did.
Last week.
Yeah.
I don't remember asking.
Right,
Just,
I know we discussed it.
close to the end.
just one area on the revenue side where it says we're up $5 million for taxation revenue, and we only budgeted $4 million.
Yeah.
Part of that is still going to the school divisions and some requisitions. He keeps it all up there until comes under taxes, and then when they go out, it is out of taxes, so it will go with that.
We really should show that. There's still another line in there that's going to go out, so we can see that. Okay.
Well, that's it comes in under our taxes, and it's taken out.
Misleading. You think, we got 5.2 million.
Can we decide how much we send?
Yeah.
You can decide, but there might be a letter coming back saying your decision was wrong.
Send the rest.
So we don't know how much of that 5.1 million, 750,000 goes to the,
We pay the school division $1.3 million every year in that area.
Any of them?
I think we're still expecting more revenue to get to 4.3 then.
And on my sales report, we collect about 85% of the taxes.
I just found out about that.
I didn't know that.
Well, a different situation, but talking about requisitions in the school board, how many Hutterick colleges have more than one teacher? It's not Rockport, Newell. There's 2 teachers, a principal and a teacher. And they got 34 students. Next year they'll have 24, they figure. I wonder what can be happening.
Are those teachers from the school board?
Yeah.
Because they usually have the German teacher.
Well, German teacher's a college teacher.
That's separate.
I didn't realize they had 2 teachers.
Principal, and I wonder if he's getting principal wages, if he's called principal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
He will.
And then a teacher.
Who's your trustee for your area?
That's no.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion on 23.1 then.
Let's move the files.
Dennis to file. Any more discussion? All agreed. Council discussion. 24.1. Several letters sent around. Okay. This is the first one. Went to Camp Francis, Chief Mountain Regional Solid Waste, saying we're in violation of code. And then they say, well, we're just putting this in your file. It's your violation. Got a question for you, Cam. You've thought about this a lot longer than I have. Every once in a while I hear a suggestion from somebody, well, why don't we just scratch up all of the waste and something where it's not going to blow away and it's a smaller container, ship it there. We won't have to put up $150,000 or $75,000 worth of fencing because it's all scrunched together. It takes up less room and you save that type of money, but you spend it on vehicles that will scrunch it up. Has anyone done that analysis?
Can't do it.
You can't scrunch?
No, because it has to biodegrade.
Has to be mixed.
Like Lethbridge has a thing when it's windy, they do that, and they carry them out to the thing, break them apart.
Oh, okay.
Because they can't be like that. They have to be able to disintegrate.
Like not everything's going to decompose, but a lot of them will.
It all decomposes over time, but if it's a compact thing, it won't.
And they can't bury it compacted?
Nope.
Because that's, I think, what, what's his name down there in McGrath was saying. Later in bricks or whatever, smaller amounts and just cover it, but the regulations.
And you have to rip it apart and bust it up, so.
Okay, so putting much more
Compact
fences.
it, use that for the fence.
Yeah. They look real attractive, just depends when we get that day.
So,
Anyway.
have you had these letters before?
Oh, yeah.
I think every dump site probably has. It's almost
And
impossible.
we're trying, as
Yeah.
if you read the minutes,
I did.
we're,
Yeah, you're working on it.
yeah,
Even going longer,
yeah, we are.
stretching the fence.
We are. That's, it's a bad deal. Southern Alberta wind blows. And it's, anyway, I, don't get me wrong, I feel bad for the people who are downwind of it, I do.
So,
But we're trying to
I know
do
you've
that.
looked at it. Can you cover more frequently or work with smaller cells that you can get them covered quicker? Or is there, I'm sure you've probably talked about all those.
Yeah. We're trying. So, I mean, eventually, we may have to do what Lethbridge does, which is
Cover every day?
no, a building, so when it's windy, you dump in there, and you gotta dig it out when it's not windy. So. We're hoping not to, because that's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
You're handling it twice.
A lot of money, but
Then also-
we're hoping the fences will help. I don't, is that a complete solution? Probably not, but we're hoping it'll cut down a lot. To tell you the truth, when I toured Lethbridge facility, I wish the founders of ours had a little more foresight. I understand when you have budgets and we're trying to be as cheap as possible. I understand that, but then you pay in the long run. Lethbridge bought all the land around them. So if the garbage goes on the land around it, whose is it? It's theirs. And instead of just buying exactly what we needed, which is what we did, we should have bought the surrounding land. And then you can create those extra buffers outside your landfill.
Room
And
for growth and everything else.
hindsight's 20/20, and that's, but we are where we're at. So,
Especially if there's a gravel pit next door.
yeah, exactly, it'd catch all that garbage. Anyway, if you read our minutes, we're trying, our engineer, hopefully this helps a lot, it should, so.
Also,
It's gonna have portable fences right against the cell, which will catch most of it, and then the bigger perimeter fence just past it, so. And then we do have another fence on the perimeter, so.
On yours as well, I'm sure you've heard complaints, but how come they drop the hours? Like, isn't Lee there all the time anyways? Or what is-
He has to go take care of all the transfer stations have been suffering because he's been helping with all the hail damage, so.
So what does he do? Like, I didn't realize that. So what does he do with the other transfer sites?
He goes out and fixes them, like the doors get busted,
Oh, okay.
fences get busted, and he has to go supervise and things like that. So, anyway. Yeah, I got an email on that, but we've tried really hard to accommodate the contractors as best we could, so we are where we're at. So.
That's a complaint I've heard too about officers, reduced hours, 8 to 10 a.m. Well, you better get there right on time, or close the doors there.
And then he has 1 day's longer, so.
We never used to be able to haul up there. I would be happy just if it was 8 to 10, just for the privilege of being able to dump there instead of having to drive all the way to Lethbridge. So,
That's a fact. So, we tried to accommodate Cardston.
yeah.
Fred had that.
And it used to only be 1 day a week. That's 5 days. a
Walk
week.
uphill both ways to school too.
Your last meeting, have you had a meeting this month?
No, we
Don't
don't.
get to
have
walk
one.
uphill
I
both
asked
ways to school
Susan
too.
put on the agenda the request from Fortis to extend their station there.
Oh.
Just make sure that gets on.
That'll be September probably.
Yeah, I sent it to her, to ask her to put on the agenda, but yeah.
She'll put it on, she's good, but just let me know. Just remind me. So. Any other questions on waste authorities?
Okay, on the flood mitigation, you're just saying about the new rules to help people faster, I guess.
Yeah, and for us to help us faster, but we hadn't been flooding in Cardston County.
But it's nice they congratulate us on the good work, I guess.
Well, the funny thing is, he called me the day of the flood and said, whenever you need help, we're here. And I've tried him for 2 straight weeks on just on another project, and he won't answer or return my calls, so. He's focusing on the flood only, I guess.
I tried to twist Murray's arm to get Ken Jensen thrown under that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And the ASB grant, any other comments on flood mitigation? ASB grant funding, this is what we were expecting, isn't it?
Is that typical, that
Yes.
amount? Or?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
that's what we-
budgeted.
Yeah, it's good.
That's probably what we've been getting, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the AMDC annual membership, just saying, oh, wonderful things they do for us.
Yep. Keep sending money.
Our executive minutes. But now they talk about a new listing. Have they increased their fees quite a bit, Roger, or how are we doing?
I haven't been to a meeting, I got one in September, but,
You missed the summer barbecue?
no, I was in June, but I wasn't in July.
That would have needed a barbecue.
I got the steak. But they are gonna increase them, or they're talking about increasing.
Did it make sense? Do they need to, you think?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What percent increase are we looking at?
Oh, I forget what percentage.
But we looked at it earlier, it was
Yeah,
significant.
yeah.
Well, I mean, they were, in the past little while, they're actually been showing a deficit, eh?
Yeah.
And they've been pulling out of the reserves, so they need to do something.
We're broke.
But there was a note saying that they got some money coming in, and it's more than they were expecting, or paid for past year stuff, so they're gonna make the financials look too good. They're trying to figure out how to change it so it didn't look so good, so they could ask for more money. That's my impression what they're doing.
No, they've cooked the books the other way. They pulled out all the money they can now, they haven't got nothing left.
That's why the fees went up here last year.
Yeah, well, their subdivisions have gone way down, less than half was last year.
The subdivision and their administration fees went up last year, and then now they're talking, the county's fees are portion.
Well,
I think they
made some adjustments employee-wise too. Well, they should have made adjustments 4 years ago, but they haven't really, they went the wrong way.
Okay, so anyone else had any comments or about any of these council discussion? To go for motion to file then? Mike Luce to file all 24.1. Reeve. Okay, we're into other 25. I'll go around the room here. Anything, Cam? Dennis?
I got a couple things, but I'd like to go on camera first, I think.
Okay.
Just something to discuss just with council.
I got one, I got, doesn't matter. I was gonna say, I just wanted to ask Roger.
The policy manual not online. I'd like to make a motion to get the bylaws online, all of them, so that people can find them. Again, there's some kind of a hard copy maintained, so if someone comes in, they can get it photocopied at cost. But the bylaws are on the website. Any new ones or amended ones are updated on the bylaw within a week and maintained there.
Good idea. Great idea. Any discussion on that motion? All agreed, raise your hand.
So you're talking every bylaw?
Yep.
So every little bylaw?
Every Cardston County, yeah.
Yep.
So we're talking every, like today how many bylaws did we pass today?
How far are you going back?
All
I
current.
got a list right here that should be on there. All our current bylaws, 33 pages.
That's a lot of bylaws, like some of them are Texas Gates, generic ones, but if you want them all on there, we can put them on there.
They should be, it's public information.
Anyone vote against that? Yeah, I did. Okay, that was that next.
Well, it's gonna take some time.
Yeah, I know this I realize, but I'd like to see a significant part of it, if not all of it, done by our next council meeting.
So should we do them in a certain order, or by choice, or by
Numerical.
importance, or?
We're gonna get them all up there hopefully relatively soon, so let's just put them up.
Our we had some work done on our website, was it made so that we could, was it made more friendly so that we can upgrade this in a
Yeah.
easy manner, or?
Yeah, all the bylaws will become under File Pro, so that they will go to File Pro. So yeah, it's separate to the website. So you click on it and it automatically takes you to File Pro.
So it's just a process.
Yeah, so I mean, you're talking all bylaws, like today, that bylaw for Reeve Jensen was passed today, you want that on there too?
I don't know how we're gonna differentiate, so probably, yeah.
Because I mean, that bylaw would be in the minutes, we wouldn't need to put it in there twice.
But it's
No,
not-
because that's hard to go back. If
It's-
you're looking for a bylaw, how do you find that to go in the
It's an
minutes?
amendment, and it should be just attached to. the
Yeah, it'll go to the land use bylaw.
Yeah. Should be underneath, yeah, anything to do with land should be under the land use bylaw itself, I guess.
Right, so the amendments all coordinated in there.
They're all part of that document.
The other thing I wanted to bring up was I've had a bunch of people talk to me about running for office, but are not able to because of the time of the meetings. So I propose that we change our council meetings to 6 PM, so that, and MPC meetings as well, so that people can have that opportunity to be on council even though they have a full-time job.
Would you say the first and second Tuesdays of the month, say Monday evening?
Sure.
Yeah. We get all done first half of the month, so we're not spreading out for the whole month, that'd be ideal. I have no problem with that.
I think that's what the next council needs to decide.
Well, it
The
needs
organizational meeting.
needs to be decided as well though, because if it's not going to be decided, how do people run if they've got a full-time job?
No, I guess that's the chance you take, because once you do the organizational meeting, they decide. We can't limit them.
But we can set it for now, and then they, if they want to change it back, they can.
So you're saying the next 2 months we're gonna do in the evening?
Yes.
So we're gonna need 4 nights a week then, probably, because, I mean, everything, I mean, look at now, it's already 2:30.
We'll vote on it. It's just motion.
You don't need to ask me 4 nights a week, maybe 4 nights a month. You have to have a meeting every week.
I mean, 4 nights a month, that's what I'm saying, sorry. Yes.
But then we could limit some of our presentations to 15 minutes instead of an hour, and things like that would start to knock down our time around the table. But that's my motion.
So the next
Call
council
question.
meeting
Call
would be,
question.
okay,
So is this Tuesday nights or Mondays, or what did you say?
I'd prefer Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
Okay, any discussion?
And why Tuesdays?
Well, I'm not set on the night of the week, sorry, I just thought Tuesdays was better than Mondays. Someone likes a different night, that works too.
I just wondered if you had a reason for Tuesdays.
Yes.
Any more discussion on that? So for the next meeting then, instead of being,
If it passes, he's figuring out till he called question.
well, that's part of the motion.
No, it would just
No,
be
he called it.
next
He's
Tuesday.
just saying he wants evening meetings.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is that we switch to Tuesday evenings from
It's 6 o'clock,
Mondays.
begin at 6.
Okay. All agree, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay.
Okay, and then my last motion I'd like to make, one second, make sure I do this properly. So in section 206, the Municipal Government Act, there is a procedure set forth to revoke the appointment of the CAO. So I'd like to make a motion to begin that procedure. That notification be given to Murray by County Council is proposed to revoke his appointment as CAO, Chief Administrative Officer, and provide him the reasons, allowing him 14 days from the date of service of the notification and reasons there to advise the Reeve in writing if he wishes to exercise an entitlement to section 206 sub 4 to be heard before council so he can respond to the reasons. So, I don't know if you want to go over the reasons, we went over them in camera, or if you want them, they'll be public, but if it passes, then it'll be public.
If it doesn't pass, then it would be public. Yeah.
Sorry?
So you're saying if this particular motion were to pass, then the reasons
Then
would
we
be
have to give
public?
these reasons to Murray.
If it doesn't pass, they don't have to give
Then
it to
nothing
them.
happens. Correct.
Any discussion on this motion? Okay. All agreed, raise your hands. All opposed? Anything else, Dennis?
It's all for today.
Okay, Mr. Luce?
Don't talk about that sign.
Yeah.
I'm good. No, I'm.
You're right, we're good. Okay, Roger, anything?
Could we get a speed sign on that road to Street Spit from the highway?
Sign from where?
From the highway to Street Spit?
Halverson Pit.
25 clicks is your ideal speed for that road.
Past Morton's and
Yeah.
up to the pit there, or there's something else?
Because when Murphy was out there, the speed limit was 25 and there was no less at all.
You're talking all vehicles or heavy vehicles?
Well, I'd say everything, because it's only to the top of the hill. Just put the sign there for everybody, and if you get going more than 25,
Do you want to go with 25? Murphy's thing was 50 clicks.
was it 50?
Yeah, because I took a sign of it.
Oh, yeah.
It was 50,
Yeah, that's
50 kilometers, and it worked pretty good.
that worked good.
50 clicks?
I guess 50, yeah.
We got a couple of spares.
You got some spares?
Some in stock.
Okay, so we need a motion to add that to our traffic bylaw,
Yeah.
so that's right. Okay, so Roger made that motion.
Yeah, for, let's see, I guess for 1 mile, 1 mile. would be
It's
fine.
1 mile getting to the pit. And I got to go the first one down and over the next one. 1 mile get to that?
Once you go measure.
Pretty close.
I think it's,
Mile and a half. Take it right this bit, I guess. Yeah.
Let's pull it up
So
here.
you're gonna put an 80 sign back up after it, or just let people
Yeah,
assume it's over?
just, they'll figure it's over. Wayne will know when it's over. Yes.
Okay,
Okay, any discussion on that?
And, as, Jack got back to you on what he's gonna do with that pit out there?
not yet. Not yet.
we
I'll,
need to vote on it, I will go first.
Huh?
I say we need to vote on this.
Oh, okay.
And then,
Any more discussion on this particular motion? All agreed, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, anything else there, Roger?
Well, just, if Jack's got back on what he's gonna do out there.
I'll work with them, try to get that done.
Because it rained a little more and hailed a little more, and it's washing a little more, so.
Who owns the land for the landfill, where the hole on the fence is? We need to talk to them about getting permission to,
That was.
is that Newton's?
It was, but I think it's Sherlick's now,
Barry, or BJ.
BJ.
I'll talk to BJ then.
You can't talk to him, take a.
Remember, it's being recorded, Roger.
Yeah, I think that's who's got it now.
I'll talk to him,
Yeah.
it's the fire department there, so.
Anything else, Roger? We can come back to you if you think.
No, I think that's.
Okay, okay, Shane?
No, I don't have nothing for a change.
Okay, Fred?
I won't disappoint you.
Oh, okay.
I've got 2 courses left to complete the EOEP training that I've been involved with. I've always asked council for approval before going ahead with those, involving those. They have them now online. They're easier to be able to do it convenience-wise, and they're a little cheaper that way. So again, I'm asking for approval to, if time permits, that I try and get those 2 completed prior to next November. So that, I guess that's one issue.
How much are they?
Beg your
How
pardon?
much are they?
they're around 175, it depends on which ones you take. When you go to the day training, it's around 350 depending on where it's at, but I've never charged travel and I've never charged the time for taking them either, it's just the cost of the course.
Do you want $350 then?
Beg your pardon?
$350 then?
Yeah, to wrap it up would be about
Okay,
that.
I'll move that.
Any discussion? All agreed? Anything else, Fred?
The AMDNC is having an MGA workshop in Coaldale on August the 23rd. It's a workshop setting. There's a discussion paper, it's 8 pages long. I'd like to get a copy of that printed if I could. I'm showing interest to attend that meeting. I've got a couple of things that I would personally like to work on in regards to the MGA changes. I would like to see a better description or somehow us as a municipality given the opportunity to identify what we consider as a hamlet in our municipality instead of having the MGA make that by definition according to size. We've got, under the current definition, there's only 2 that match that, Spring Coulee and Welling.
Okay, but we can determine anything we want to be a hamlet. But you're looking for the grant money, and that's transportation.
It's both transportation and municipal.
Right. I know, but transportation's gonna be the one.
Combined by the 2 of them.
I know, but
But I think if it was clarified more based on definition, so that we can say, we recognize these hamlets in our municipality, we should be able to say all those hamlets we recognize qualify, not to be subject to their definition. So that's one area of emphasis I'd like to go. And I'd like to review the discussion paper and collectively, if you have something that you'd like to suggest or may, I think we should be represented is what I'm saying.
No,
and I'm willing to do that.
I would love to go. I have a community celebration. I'm in charge of that day. So
What's the date of that?
It's the 23rd, August the 23rd in Coaldale.
So yeah, if you,
It's
do you have that discussion paper?
I think I forwarded it to you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, but
It's just hard copy.
yeah.
Yeah, if I can give that to you, then I can give you some comments.
Exactly. I think it's an opportunity for us to look at and that we should have some in there.
This is the middle of summer, are they doing one later than that?
There's 4 of them, but that's the one closest to us.
The rest are all in north central Alberta.
This is the one that you mentioned about, right?
Yeah, I couldn't open up to see where the times it were, so but I think that's something pretty critical.
That's our act, we gotta.
How many pages is that document?
The MGA?
No, the workshop agenda.
8 pages.
I mean, it would hurt for all of us to have one maybe then, eh? Where
Yeah.
you give us all a hard copy.
And how many of you guys want to go to it?
Well, I don't think I'll be able to make it, but I wouldn't mind giving Fred comments.
I'd love
on
to
it.
go. I have previous commitments.
If other people want to go,
Got the same problems, we need another date and place, maybe after summer's over.
Well,
They're making the dates.
you can ask them.
yeah, we're making the dates.
They want an RSP.
So that's the only date with the different locations?
No, there's
They're different locations.
Up north.
different
On
dates
the-
and different locations.
On the agenda. You know, on the.
On the email.
Yeah, it's on that email.
Or maybe it's not,
I think the other one's,
Not on the agenda, no, yeah, it's on the emails.
yeah.
like the next closest one, was it Strasbourg? I could be wrong. I forget.
I can tell you here in a minute.
What was the closest one? I mean,
Coaldale's the
Yes,
closest.
I thought it was kind of a strange place to have it.
There was Grimshaw on August the 20th, and Hayes Lake,
Hay Lake,
22nd.
August
Oh, that sounds all right.
I thought there was 4 altogether.
The Agriplex.
They're all in the middle of summer, you gotta be kidding. And that's
Hey,
the only
Lake,
time
you
we're
have
gonna
to
have a workshop on it?
GPS just to get there.
Surprised
Where's that?
that's all they have, but that's what this email is.
Could you get back to them and see if they can schedule some others after the summer's over?
I'm surprised there's only the 3 of them.
I'm sure they'll have more.
they're getting, starts at 9:45 and it goes till 3 PM on those days.
So is this AMD&C or is
Hey,
this?
this is AAMDNC.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, that'd be, make a request that we ask them for a.
Well, they're trying to catch one the south, one the central, and the north. That's what they're doing.
I think we, if they have more, we should go to all we can.
And the province will come out with some too, and those might be the ones you want to go to.
Okay, that's probably right. Yeah, if this is the only one, this would be kidding. Okay.
And I'm sure they'll have, like, I guess you could call it a phase 2 after this discussion. I'm sure there'll be another one. after, I wouldn't be surprised. That's what they always do, seems like.
They did say this is gonna be about a 2 to 3 year project, right?
Yeah.
They want to get done before the next election, so.
4 years.
So it'll be an election issue, that's good.
There you go.
The priorities and concerns of our members is what they want, areas for improvement within the MJ, what sections within the current legislation are working for our members and should be retained, any other topics of concern we have yet to identify. So they're just fishing.
Anything else you want to bring up?
I'd like to thank administration for their efforts in getting us supplies for their boat parades in McGrath and Cardston.
Yeah, they did a good job.
It was adequate, it was right on the money. So if they want to put in the record that it was, did you feel we had too much?
No, I thought it was good. I mean,
So apparently, quantity wise, you can make a note of that.
Lloyd Olson kind of gave us,
See what they thought?
Yeah,
Lloyd Olson kind of gave us a rough time,
a good.
throwing away his money.
And signage, I've had some signs replaced in Kimball, the speed signs from a plain color to a more brighter color. And that's been done, and they look good and that's appreciated, so that's why you got a couple of them. 50 click signs. That's good. And that's all I have.
Okay, I got a little bit of scheduling. There was talk of, when this meeting's concluded, for us to get together and beat on the land use bylaw to see if we can do some cleanup of it. We got the email from you saying you can't be there for that, you gotta get going pretty quick.
What date? I never,
Well,
I'm sorry I missed the last MPC. My wife had appointments in Calgary, so I have no idea what date to even pick.
The discussion
or
was-
what the discussion even was.
Okay, we beat on it this afternoon and on August 14th, 2 days from now. And you're out of town for both of us. I think this is a critical, this is probably the most important legislation we've done the whole time. If at all possible, we should all be united on it. Maybe one person, but you can't do a veto, but we all, it shouldn't just be 3 or 4 people excited about what we're doing here. We all gotta get on board if at all possible. So I think we gotta do it so everyone has an opportunity to participate in the discussions and hear the whole thing. When will you be back?
Probably Monday or Tuesday next week. But I won't have much time because I've got some deadlines at work and I will not be able to give half days to that.
And I'm gone next week, but we were gonna get together for the 28th for MPC. That wouldn't be a long meeting.
Are you doing MPC?
Well, we did
You
do it
guys,
today.
yeah, talked about it, but you didn't decide to combine them, you were going ahead with it. That's what you talked about last MPC meeting.
Okay, I wasn't aware. So MPC is the 28th.
So if we can get through that pretty quick, we could spend some time discussing the land use bylaw.
I won't be here, but you and Josh can do it.
Make the notes on it. That's one idea. Is that what you guys want to do, or?
I'd like to work on it as much as possible personally, because, I mean, from what I'm hearing from a lot of ratepayers is kind of what we discussed today, that, you know, if you guys don't get some revision of that land use bylaw to us prior to elections, they feel that we've lost faith with us, that we're not listening to them.
I've heard the opposite, that if we don't drop it, we lost faith in it, but that's all right. Everybody lost faith.
You did the same thing as drop it today, so.
Well, I'd like to continue the progress.
I would too.
Try and get our changes made and try and get some open houses scheduled. I don't know. I'm not saying it needs to be done prior to election, as far as having everything completed open house wise, another public hearing, but I think if we could at least get some open houses and have some contact with our people and some good discussion, that would be very positive prior to election.
So it's the 28th, you're going next week, he's on this week.
28th, and get through MPC as quick as we can. Try not to put too much on the agenda.
Okay, I don't make the agenda, but
Like, I think it's important to have everybody here to do it, but obviously not everybody can be here. And we're not doing any changing, we're going through it and seeing what the people that are here want to change. If Dennis can't be here, maybe he can come up with some stuff that wants to change too, and stuff.
So I'm not
It's
gonna
hard
do that
for,
because you guys all changed a whole bunch of it already, and I'm not gonna duplicate everything. Come
No,
back and say, I don't want
but,
this, and this, and it's
so-
already done.
I'm gonna say something. Every one of us put a lot of our personal stuff just aside, and I'm not expecting not to go on holidays and stuff like that. The harvest thing that you talked about, every one of us have harvest, and we still end up at this, in these chairs. I'm not feeling really comfortable about the fact that you say I can't be here, so everybody else can't do anything. And that's how I feel about it. I put a lot of things on hold, you do, everyone around this table does, to be here. But it bothers me.
So would it be acceptable to document the changes for your reviews?
Well, I think
You know
that's
which
what
ones
we
are,
should be doing anyway. We're
yeah,
documenting
that's what
them
we are
anyway.
doing. So I'm saying if you could review, if we document the changes, give you an opportunity to review them at your own convenience and
You
have
can get them to
have
me
your
after,
input.
That's fine.
It'd be nice to
I
have your
just-
input.
After the last one, I didn't even hear what happened, how far you got. There was no record seemed to be really kept, except for what went back with whatever his name is. So I have no idea what was done on that. It'd be nice to have, if you're gonna have the meetings, yeah, I'd like to be updated.
So we document the changes
Oh, no, I don't think anything was,
and give you opportunity for input.
I mean, what we
It
did was,
hasn't been
it's not written in
documented
stone
and
anyway.
kept track of for what we want, what the people that were here wanted to be removed and stuff like that. Basically, that's what it all amounted to, but I think we should be having a record of it kept up too, so everybody can be up to speed.
We just got the actual hard copy, the Word copy, last week. So what we can do is just edit it with red lines. More or less, what you take out will be red lined, and what you add in will have a different color. Just, it's a change that's standard on Word documents, and then we can send that out and you guys can review it. But we just got that document last week because Oris finally gave it to us, so we can do that.
so that's in a Word document?
It's in a Word document. We got it in a Word document. We usually don't give them out, but they figured they'd give this out to us, and we'll just edit it as we go, and it'll keep a change of all the changes.
It'll show both changes.
It will show the original, and then, yeah, if anything is deleted, it's, you still see what's deleted, but it's in red, or it's a line through it. And anything that's added is a different color, so you can see where it is.
And that, my opinion is it almost should be published that way for our open houses or something. You know, then people can, it's real easy to see what's been eliminated and what's been added.
Well, yeah, I think that's up for discussion. I think we can make that decision after we've made our
Yeah.
changes. Because I think we're gonna come up with a shorter document. I think we should have a few of those available and people wanna see, but I think they should have, if we come up with a shorter draft, that might be easier and simpler for them to follow through. I think that's the information that should be made. I think both should be made available. But
Yes.
a simplified version to me is what I would encourage.
Well, I think we have this one out, that Mary's saying, that it
Yeah.
shows all the changes.
I think
And
that's
then have
important.
the new one without any
Right.
changes.
Available for the,
In the Word document, it's just a button. You click on it, say show changes, and then final draft. So it's simple.
easy done. Okay, good.
So, with what Mike said there, do we want to go ahead with still the meeting on the 14th, or what do you guys want to do? I mean,
Can everyone else be here on the 14th?
Whatever.
I mean, look,
Kept up to speed on what,
if we can set these
Yeah,
changes,
if I'm kept up to speed, then I'll.
Let's wait till,
like I don't, pardon?
let's wait till the 20, extra half day.
We got a lot to go through.
Yeah.
we do.
But a lot of it,
20.
that we did go through that we were talking about taking out is repetitious through the whole document.
Right.
And, I'm a little concerned about timeline. If we wait till the 28th, we're already 3 days away from September.
Okay, say we don't get through it the 28th, what's everyone's schedule look like the 29th, to finish it up? Because it really takes about a day and a half when you
these council meeting days are my days off. I've booked them 5 years in advance. So.
The next term will be 4 years in advance.
So I don't know.
Do you want,
The 14th, did you?
Harvest is coming quick, so.
Yes, well, that's the.
do you want to do the 14th then?
Did you have it booked already?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should just go ahead to the 14th.
But
What would
if
be the plan to get this out?
Let's wait until we can.
Because we've just had 2, harvest is coming.
But we're still gonna be here.
No, but I mean, how many people are we gonna be getting out to our open houses if we're having them in September?
How many are you gonna get now?
That's what I mean, though, we almost need to hold back till into October to get people out, because that's what we did in McGrath, and Cardston, we had it right in the middle of seed. No one showed up,
Well, I think our
and our advertising,
advertisement wasn't great, and I'm pretty sure people will make the time because it's in the spotlight now. More people. Not everybody.
No, they're not getting it.
Most people aren't going to shut the phone.
Have an interest in
That's what I mean, so that's why I'm wondering, is that the best time? I know you want to get it out before elections,
I
but
think,
Well, it'll,
I mean, I don't care if we have another public hearing. I would just like to see
I don't care.
four,
It's just
or whatever we decide,
I don't think
open
we should
houses.
have another meeting without Dennis here. That's my opinion.
28th it is then.
I'm sorry, but I cannot do the 28th and the 29th. I will make one of them work. I'll make the 28th work, but I can't do the 29th too. I'm
Okay.
sorry, this is not my
Fine.
full-time job.
how about if we dedicate the 28th to the land use bylaw?
You won't have much for NPC.
I would think, I thought we were kind of going in the direction we weren't going to have much for NPC anyway, or not have NPC. We haven't decided, I guess, but more because of the fact that we wanted to work on this thing. So can we dedicate 28th for land use bylaw?
There's gonna
Because
be,
everybody's geared up for that anyway.
there's just gonna be a few items that has been filed, has so many days to be answered by, so those could be, those would have to be
Yeah,
done.
and it's not a public meeting, so we can skim through it.
You can go through it quick, yeah. And I can ask Josh and see how much he has.
Pardon?
I could ask Josh and see how much he has.
Okay, very good. That was all I had, this one.
So we're-
ourselves organized.
The 28th, that's the
And we're not
consensus.
going to worry about the 14th then?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Do you have anything?
Just that Richardson's indicated they might want to buy that land now. So sent them a copy of the thing again, and so I haven't heard back from Ben. I talked to Ben again, and so they're both looking at buying it. I'm just waiting for one of them to present an offer to bring to you. And then I got a note from the town of McGrath. They were hoping to do parking over there, so I'm not going to respond to it until we know what's going on.
three takers.
Tell them to talk to Ben and Richardson.
And I'm hoping Ben will buy the whole thing. I mean, there's a lot of land for him to buy. But
Did you indicate to him that the whole thing would be available?
yes, I sent them both I redrew the map, and I just went right down to the south and right up to the north, saying if they both buy it, they probably don't need the road allowance in front. So if they buy it, then they can each have access from each side and make an agreement. Because there's actually 4 parcels, because the Richardson wants the little shop. So there'd be Ben shop, Ben Richardson's, Ben Richardson's, and they can do out their own deal.
We get the road allowance, make it wide enough and turn it over to McGrath and let them park on it.
No, I was thinking we don't even turn the road allowance and give it all to the Bennett and Richardson's, and they do what they want with it. So,
So we're just not worried about that, because usually when we do a subdivision, that's the first thing we worry about is access.
but they have access from both sides.
They each got access from
Each side.
Not if it's split,
One side.
not if there's 4 parcels and it's Ben Richardson, Ben
Yeah,
Richardson.
but if Ben buys the whole thing, then they can make a deal with Richardson's for the other piece. That's why I'm waiting for to hear how they want to do
You're
it.
still gonna.
I don't know whether we want to do that or not.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want, maybe they don't want the shed at all.
I mean, we should give split them in half and do it, half to each one. Because if Ben gets it, maybe you won't want Richardson there.
Well, Richardson's gonna buy the spot where they have their elevators. It's just the shed that's causing.
Oh, just that little storage shed that's down there, ways of.
Just west of that.
It's between the two elevators.
Yeah, west. And they throw junk in there. I'm surprised you said that they were interested in buying it because they said it's condemned because their floor joist broken. So their safety program won't let things happen in it, but they still indicated they might be interested in trying, which doesn't make sense. Was that the guys from McGrath you were talking to, or further up the ladder?
It was Russ Reach. He's the coordinator for all the south, I believe.
Okay.
So he's not. He's
probably not aware that they don't use that little storage building.
Well, they wanted to make sure it was in the lease agreement.
Okay.
But that's what they did indicate at one time, that they didn't really care about it.
Yeah. So. Well, it'll solve some problems if they each buy half and done. Then we each got access. The town. I'm getting frustrated. Dealing with the bath where they want everything and.
Okay, anything else?
The road got patched. They said they were going to patch it off. The road got patched the first 3 minutes, and that's it.
Okay, I guess we go to accounts payable, 26.1. Shane makes the motion on 26.1. Any discussion? All agreed? Okay, here we go. Thanks, everybody.
So, do you have any?
Well, you were there.
Then we're going to sign checks and then adjourn. That's it.
This document here, like,
Which one's that?
Jason dropped off here.
Yeah.
Who's,
Yeah, I guess sign checks.
President, it's one president.
He's the president.
No, he's past him.
In the 90s.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound, his name
He
doesn't
was
sound
a,
familiar.
he
Because I
was
thought Kibble
a,
was before, and now.
He's after
he's
Kearl.
after. But he was also a
Cabinet minister.
cabinet minister of the states for agriculture.
Oh, I
He's a
see.
mess with Lyndon Johnson.
Was he?
I don't know.
So then you do it right after that.
Give me the good stamper. That one seems to die on me and then.
You got a mark?
Don't worry, we'll be done by the time yours
Yeah.
dies, so then we'll give it to you.
What's that?
We'll be done by the time yours dies, so we'll put it yours.
True.
They only got 1/10 of the things to stamp.
Oh, wasn't asked for anything more. Did you, at the minister's barbecue we went to, have you talked to Pat Shabashi since?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, Kevin and I were talking to Pat Shabashi, and he was telling us that he's gonna have Minister McIver and Diane McQueen come down ESRD, down to Tabor, and he's wanting to know if we would like to meet with them.